Chapter 562 Great Tao Tablet, Body Possession. Chapter 562 Great Tao Tablet, Body Possession. Han Ju observed carefully. Han Tuo and Yi Tian sat in front of a stone tablet. There was actually a trace of Tao runes hidden in the stone tablet. The runes of the Great Tao. Tao of Karma, could it be left behind by ancestor Shishan? Han Tuo and Yi Tian were clearly comprehending a mystical power. Han Ju retracted his gaze and asked silently, why did ancestor Shishan leave behind this mystical power? 160 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju entered the illusion. If he didn't figure these things out, Han Ju wouldn't be able to eat and sleep in peace. It was mainly because of those sages that he felt that the mighty figures had their own ambitions and motives. Han Ju opened his eyes and discovered that he had arrived at the great ultimate hall. Ancestor Shishan sat on the mat. His aura was ethereal, like a phantom. A voice sounded, I'm about to leave. I'll leave the heavenly Tao in your care. Hearing this, Ancestor Shishan opened his eyes and frowned. Why? I have nothing to do with the heavenly Tao. The only person I can trust is you. The mysterious voice's words made Ancestor Shishan silent. Ancestor Shishan said, I don't want to interfere in the matters of the heavenly Tao. You can leave behind some opportunities and let new experts appear in the future heavenly Tao. After so many calamities, the sage positions are almost monopolized. They are all passed down from generation to generation by the previous sages. Many geniuses with greater potential are killed. It's not a good thing for the heavenly Tao's development. Fine. The illusion shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. The person who was communicating with Ancestor Shishan should be that mysterious Tao ancestor. Since he had good intentions, Han Ju didn't have to worry. He looked at his son for a while more and continued cultivating. The heavenly Tao developed very smoothly. As long as there was no situation like the heavenly devil calamity, Han Ju didn't have to take action. As for the sages, they didn't dare to target him openly. In a cave abode, the three pure sacred ancestor was communicating with Li Mui. Li Mui frowned and said, Li Daokong shouldn't be targeting you because of Han Ju's instructions. There's something wrong with this kid's temperament. Ignore him. The three pure sacred ancestor nodded. He was very unhappy when Li Daokong was mentioned. He wasn't holding back on the account of Li Mui, but Han Ju. Li Mui snorted. If not for me protecting him in the past, this kid would have died long ago. For the time being, stay here in peace unless I order you otherwise. The three pure sacred ancestor nodded. Li Mui stared at the other party, feeling uncomfortable. For some reason, ever since he returned after leaving for a period of time, he felt that the three pure sacred ancestor had gone out of his control. However, the three pure sacred ancestor only listened to him and was not completely controlled by him. He couldn't see through him. If the three pure sacred ancestor betrayed him, he could do nothing because he couldn't enter the immortal world and the three pure sacred ancestor couldn't leave the area of the heavenly Tao. In the end, Li Mui didn't say anything else and dissipated. The three pure sacred ancestor closed his eyes as the cave abode fell silent. Dark clouds covered the sky. Ghost shadows undulated in the sea of clouds. It was ghastly and terrifying. Below was the desolate land. Han Tuo, wearing black clothes, and Yi Tian, wearing a beast skin robe, meditated side by side. In front of the two of them stood a strange stone tablet that was 30 feet tall. Strange words could be seen on the stone tablet's surface. They were vivid and looked like flowing blood. Yi Tian opened his eyes and said proudly, I've already learned it. What about you? Han Tuo glanced at him and said, not as fast as you. Where did this fellow come from? His potential was too terrifying. However, Han Tuo was not far from learning the mystical power. Yi Tian stood up and said, continue cultivating. I'll go take a look around. There's a powerful force hidden nearby. I'm very interested in it. With that, he strode forward. Han Tuo frowned. Be careful, this is a forbidden land. It's fine, don't worry. Yi Tian waved his hand and quickly disappeared at the end of the horizon. Han Tuo closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the mystical power. Several months later, Han Tuo was excited. He had successfully grasped this mystical power. What a domineering mystical power. I'm stronger now. Although my cultivation isn't at the deity realm, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with a powerful enemy who has just entered the deity realm. Han Tuo thought confidently. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why was Yi Tian not back yet? Han Tuo stood up and prepared to go looking for him. At this moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Golden light shone from it, illuminating the world. Figures in silver armor rushed in, led by the heavenly god general. The heavenly god general scanned the surroundings and said, "All immortals, listen up. Follow the plan and search for the location of the great Tao mystical power." The immortals immediately dispersed. Han Tuo looked over from afar and was shocked by the heavenly god general's spirit. So powerful, heavenly race. Han Tuo immediately used the earth escape technique to leave. The heavenly god general glanced in the direction Han Tuo had left and his gaze landed on the stone tablet. What was that? The heavenly god general immediately flew over. For the next period of time, Han Tuo did not leave the Forbidden Land. Instead, he searched for Etn in the Forbidden Land. He discovered that more and more forces entered the Forbidden Land and even fought. After searching for 8 years, Han Tuo finally found Etn in a cave. However, Etn was already petrified. There were many stone statues around him with different postures. They looked like they were sealed without any preparations. Shocked, Han Tuo looked around cautiously. The cave was dark and filled with a strange mist, like the depths of the chaos. Han Tuo suddenly heard a faint panting. He was even more nervous. His divine sense covered his surroundings, but he didn't sense anything wrong. What happened? Han Tuo immediately picked up Etn's stone statue and prepared to escape. At this moment, a terrifying killing intent enveloped Han Tuo, shocking him to the point that he stopped moving. What a powerful body and blood vitality. The providence of the heavenly Tao is still very weak. Kid, you're very suitable to be my body of possession. A cold voice sounded. Ghost flames suddenly burned on Han Tuo's body, startling him so much that his body shook violently and dispersed the ghost flames. Han Tuo raised his arms, and blood patterns that were like the gods on the stone tablet crawled onto his body. Perfect, I'll use you to test my new mystical power. Han Tuo shouted in a low voice, his eyes a little excited. In the Taoist temple of the 100-peak immortal river. 40 years had passed since the last derivation. Han Ju suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes, raising his eyebrows slightly. Who dares to possess my son? You think you can touch my bloodline? Han Ju muttered with a strange expression. Asking to be killed. He silently deduced and discovered that the origins of the existence who wanted to possess Han Tuo were strange and extremely complicated. It was like an existence condensed from countless ghosts in the previous calamity. It felt like an inferior strange deity. It was a pity to kill this fellow directly. It was better to let him be Han Tuo's slave. It could also increase Han Tuo's survival ability. Han Ju immediately cast a spell. In the catacombs. Han Tuo was also petrified like the surrounding stone statues and could not move. An endless black aura entered his body. An unprecedented pain made Han Tuo despair. He could clearly feel that his control over his body was fading and his soul was in pain. The mysterious existence was still laughing wildly as if he was about to obtain Han Tuo's body. At this moment, the mysterious existence suddenly screamed in horror. Chapter 563 Calamities Vengeful, Battle of the Heavenly Race and Demons. Chapter 563 Calamities Vengeful, Battle of the Heavenly Race and Demons. What's going on? Who are you? Why is this happening? Why? The mysterious existence roared in Han Tuo's mind in extreme fear. Han Tuo's pain also began to quickly fade. He couldn't help but be puzzled. What happened? He thought that he was doomed. Why did the other party suddenly suffer a backlash? Could it be that evil could not suppress good? Han Tuo waited uneasily. The mysterious existence's screams became more and more miserable. Han Tuo's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye and the stone layer quickly disappeared. When Han Tuo returned to normal, the mysterious existence no longer screamed. He felt something in the depths of his soul. He could easily control it like an arm. He took it out. Immediately after, a ball of black aura emerged from his eyes and landed on the ground, quickly condensing into a figure. This person had an ugly face. His facial features seemed to be pieced together. His body was enveloped by a black aura and his true appearance could not be seen. Han Tuo wasn't nervous because he could completely control the figure in front of him. This feeling was extremely realistic. He could decide the other party's life and death with a thought. Who are you? Han Tuo asked. The other party said fearfully, I also want to ask who you are. Han Tuo did not answer and stared at him coldly. The figure trembled in fear and hurriedly said, You can call me Calamities Vengeful. I'm formed by countless vengeful spirits. Vengeful spirits? Where did you come from? Immeasurable calamity. Han Tuo's eyes lit up and he asked, Legend has it that the calamity just ended tens of thousands of years ago. What is the calamity? What kind of scene is it? The Calamities Vengeful said carefully, The immeasurable calamity is the most terrifying calamity in the world. Most of the living beings in the previous immeasurable calamity died, causing the heavenly Tao to restart. At that time, the top mighty figures almost reshuffled. Have you seen mountains and seas filled with flesh and blood everywhere? That is the immeasurable calamity. Han Tuo was entranced. Was it really that terrifying? Han Tuo asked, is Li Daokong the unparalleled mighty figure of the previous immeasurable calamity? The calamity's vengeful said indignantly, I've indeed heard of Li Daokong in the memories I possess. He was the eldest disciple of the human school and he supported the heavenly court. However, the heavenly court suffered a crushing defeat. I wonder if Li Daokong survived. Han Tuo couldn't help but sigh. He survived. However, he had already been expelled by the human school. Han Tuo had always been in awe of Li Daokong. After all, he was the strongest person he had ever encountered, and the other party had even saved him. However, Li Daokong didn't like him. He couldn't even acknowledge him as his master. Han Tuo asked curiously, then, who was the winner of the previous immeasurable calamity? I heard that there will be a winner in every calamity. They will rely on their providence to soar. Calamity's vengeful pondered and recalled his memories. It should be the Dark Forbidden Lord. Many memories in my mind have mentioned the Dark Forbidden Lord. It's said that the immeasurable calamity was caused by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Even after the calamity ended, no one knew the true identity of the Dark Forbidden Lord, but there's a legend in the world. When the heavens fall into darkness, the Dark Forbidden Lord will descend. This day will definitely come. The tone was filled with fear. Most of the vengeful spirits of the immeasurable calamity had experienced curses. That era where everyone cursed each other was crazy. Han Tuo continued to ask the calamity's vengeful and used its memories to understand the history of the entire immortal world. Han Ju retracted his gaze. The calamity's vengeful was very strong and was already at the zenith heaven realm. With Han Tuo's cultivation level, it was impossible for him to suppress the calamity's vengeful, but it was impossible for a zenith heaven to resist a sage. Han Ju had his own power in Han Tuo's body. This power didn't surpass the perfected pseudo-sage realm. Otherwise, it would be rejected by the heavenly Tao. With Han Ju's cultivation, it was too easy to control the strength. Han Tuo had a zenith heaven golden immortal as his bodyguard. However, he didn't know calamity's vengeful's cultivation level. It was not that honest. It only said that it was stronger than Han Tuo and was proficient in soul mystical powers. Continue cultivating. The Dark Sage King has already targeted the immortal world. He might attack at any time. I can't be careless. Han Ju thought silently. Although the protection of the heavenly Tao was strong, what if it was gone? This was not impossible. Safety came from himself. Han Ju would never put security in the heavenly Tao, let alone this heavenly Tao who wanted to scheme against him. Time passed. 3,000 years passed. This was the longest Han Ju had been in seclusion. In the past 3,000 years, he hadn't even preached the Tao or anyone came to disturb him. During this period of time, the situation in the immortal world changed. Chu Zilai ended the lecture and appointed a cultivator called Great Loose Heaven as the successor of the sage position. This matter shocked the myriad worlds. Great Loose Heaven was not simple. After the heavenly Tao restarted, he was the first mighty cultivator who established the mortal world. After that, the Great Loose Heaven established a Providence sect in the immortal world. It had more than 10 million disciples and had the aura of the Jia school from back then. Apart from that, the demons were very fierce. Great Sage Heaven's equal, Yi Tian, joined the demons and became one of the 10 great demon saints under the Golden Crow Demon Emperor. He had countless demon soldiers under him and dominated an area. In contrast, the human race had entered the most difficult period. All the races could feed on them. After losing their status as a heavenly Tao race, only the human school cared for them, but they did not support them greatly. They only occasionally helped. On the other side, the heavenly race became very powerful and had overwhelming power. No force in the entire immortal world could compare to them. They had too many immortal emperors. They had few deity realm cultivators, but above them was a peerless mighty figure. The number one sword immortal of the immortal world, Li Daokong. Li Daokong had joined the heavenly race 1,000 years ago and relied on his powerful reputation to attract many mighty figures. Some cultivators joke that the next calamity would be a battle between the heavenly race and the demon race. On this day, Han Ju opened his eyes and stood up, stretching his waist. Awesome, cultivating without distractions was too satisfying. No wonder the mighty figures of the primordial era entered seclusion for 3,000 years at once. 3,000 years of seclusion had increased Han Ju's cultivation greatly. He could feel himself becoming stronger. Han Ju checked his emails first. After confirming that nothing major had happened recently and that his friends were safe, he walked out of the Taoist temple. Cao Cao, Zhang Ju, and the Crimson Fox immediately stood up and bowed to him. Hanju nodded slightly and came to the fusang tree. The disciples under the tree stood up and bowed. The black-held chicken shouted, "It's been a few thousand years. Master is looking better again. His cultivation level has definitely surpassed that of a sage." This flattery was a little too much. Hanju was about to scold the chicken when Dao Comprehension's sword suddenly walked over. "Master, I was just about to look for you," Dao Comprehension's sword said anxiously. Hanju asked, "What is it?" Dao Comprehension's sword looked around and sent him a voice transmission. Tai Sudian sent me a dream and said that the human race is in trouble. She hopes that the hidden sect can save them. She said that Nua will definitely not go back on her word. What you want is hidden in the human race. Nua had hidden her primordial purple chi in the human race. Hanju didn't really care. He didn't need the primordial purple chi. Besides, there were so many humans. Should he protect them all? In his opinion, it was fine as long as the humans of the reroll world were alive. Even if all the humans in the immortal world died, what did it have to do with him? But then again, what calamity did the human race face? Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce and his expression became strange. Chapter 564 Submission of Reincarnation, Dao Seeker. Chapter 564 Submission of Reincarnation, Dao Seeker. Through his deduction, Hanju discovered that the calamity of the human race actually came from within themselves. 10,000 years ago, a young human family had been slaughtered and experienced all sorts of tribulations. They were filled with hatred for their race. Later, they obtained an opportunity in a certain danger spot and soared into the sky. This person was called Shu Dudao. His master was immortal Emperor Samsara. Hanju almost forgot about this fellow. He didn't expect him to still be secretly active. Shu Dudao was already at the deity realm. He had reached this realm in 10,000 years. His speed was extremely exaggerated, but Hanju sensed that most of his body was filled with immortal Emperor Samsara's dharmic powers. Immortal Emperor Samsara was a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. It wouldn't be difficult for him to become a pseudo-sage in the future. Hanju ignored Dao Comprehension sword and left, returning to his Taoist temple. He asked in his mind, why did Immortal Emperor Samsara support Shu Dudao? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 2 billion years. Not bad. Immortal Emperor Samsara was something. Continue. Hanju's consciousness fell into the illusion. This was a dark space filled with mist. Immortal Emperor Samsara sat in front of him. His image was mysterious like a shadow. At this moment, a figure landed in front of Immortal Emperor Samsara. It was Shu Dudao. Shu Dudao was unconscious and on the verge of death. A voice sounded, "Immortal Emperor Samsara, don't you want to become a sage? Support this kid and let him destroy the human race. The human race will die in your hands. You and I will not shoulder the karma. In the future, I will think of a way to obtain the primordial purple chi for you." Hanju had a strange expression. This voice, Emperor Shao. He didn't expect Emperor Shao to be behind Immortal Emperor Samsara. Immortal Emperor Samsara opened his eyes and revealed 2 pupils. He asked softly, "How can I believe you?" Emperor Shao said, "You can only believe me. The other sages don't think highly of you. You came from the Tao of reincarnation and Empress Haotu is above you." Immortal Emperor Samsara was silent. The illusion shattered and Hanju opened his eyes. Speaking of Immortal Emperor Samsara, Hanju's feelings were very complicated. The Immortal Emperor inheritance arranged by the system for him came from Immortal Emperor Samsara. Immortal Emperor Samsara had also plotted against him in the past, but he had not harmed him. His previous clone, Di Tabai, had often helped him. After tens of thousands of years, the world had changed. He could already look down on Immortal Emperor Samsara. After thinking about it, Hanju decided to visit Immortal Emperor Samsara in his dreams. Immortal Emperor Samsara hid very well, but in the eyes of sages, he was not hidden. It was very easy to find him. In the dream, Immortal Emperor Samsara opened his eyes and saw Hanju, who was emitting divine light. He couldn't help but frown and ask in a low voice, "Who are you?" He was shocked. He had been pulled into a dream without any guard. Even sages were not as terrifying. Hanju retracted the divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection and revealed his unparalleled handsome face. After seeing his face, Immortal Emperor Samsara was moved. Hanju said, "This is the first time we meet, but it's not the first time either." Immortal Emperor Samsara was silent. After a long while, he sighed, "I was right about you, but I've also underestimated you." His feelings towards Hanju were complicated. When Hanju displayed his potential back then, Immortal Emperor Samsara had paid close attention to him. However, he didn't expect him to rise too quickly. It was so fast that before he could react, Hanju had already surpassed him. Hanju said, "Do you need a backing?" Immortal Emperor Samsara was stunned. He frowned. "What do you mean? I also owe you karma. Work for me and I'll support you. Do you know what I want? Isn't it just the sage position?" Immortal Emperor Samsara fell silent again. Hanju wasn't in a hurry and waited patiently. Immortal Emperor Samsara looked up and asked, "Why do you trust me?" Hanju stared at him and said, "There are causes and effects. The heavenly Tao's karma has its own operation. I know your situation, and it's not good. You only need to humble yourself and serve me. You should know my temperament. No one in the hidden sect is uncomfortable. I'll only give you this opportunity once. If you still betray me after agreeing, believe me, not only Emperor Shao, but no sage can save you." Immortal Emperor Samsara was expressionless, but his heart trembled. Hanju mentioned Emperor Shao. Could it be? Immortal Emperor Samsara took a deep breath and suddenly knelt. With this kneel, he relaxed. Compared to dignity, he cared more about his future. He really yearned to become a sage. "I will join you, sect master," Immortal Emperor Samsara said in a deep voice. Immortal Emperor Samsara's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4.5 stars. Hanju said, "Don't interfere in the matter of Shu Dudao. Sever ties with him as soon as possible. Emperor Shao won't be affected by karma, but you're considered Shu Dudao's master. You will be held responsible. Otherwise, why would the sages need you as the middleman?" Immortal Emperor Samsara smiled bitterly. "Actually, I know, but I have no choice." Hanju said, "I'll teach you a great Tao. Cultivate well. Without my instructions in the future, don't do anything for the sages. You're too weak now. I don't need you to do anything." With that, he did not say anything else and began to teach the great Tao of extreme origin to Immortal Emperor Samsara. This dream lasted for 10 years. After the dream ended, Immortal Emperor Samsara's favorability towards Hanju increased to 5.5 stars. The great Tao of extreme origin contained the method to attain the Tao. Immortal Emperor Samsara was shocked and glad. Fortunately, he agreed to serve Hanju. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity. However, when he recalled it, he sighed. He didn't expect that the backing he had been waiting for was actually nurtured by him. Karma was truly magical. Supporting Immortal Emperor Samsara was just a whim of Hanju. He didn't have any expectations for him. Even if Immortal Emperor Samsara betrayed him, he could destroy him with a flip of his hand. Moreover, as long as Immortal Emperor Samsara cultivated the great Tao of extreme origin, he could forget about betraying him. If something happened to Hanju, everyone cultivating this Tao would suffer together. Sages might resist the attraction of the great Tao of extreme origin, but who below the sages could resist? He believed that Immortal Emperor Samsara had already begun to study the great Tao of extreme origin. Hanju was in a good mood. He walked out of the Taoist temple and gathered all the disciples to preach the Tao. This lecture lasted for 100 years. 100 years later. After Hanju finished his lecture, he returned to the Taoist temple. He looked outside the 100-peak Immortal River. More than 10 years ago, a Tao seeker arrived outside the 100-peak Immortal River and knelt until now. This person was Han Tuo. His son was here to seek the Tao. To be honest, Hanju didn't want to accept Han Tuo for the time being. He hoped that he would take a different path from him. Once Han Tuo entered, the other disciples would definitely guess his and Hanju's identities. After the truth was revealed, Han Tuo's mentality would change. His father was actually a sage. It didn't matter if his mentality became better or worse. Hanju hoped that Han Tuo could walk his own path to attain the Tao. In any case, in the heavenly Tao, as long as he was around, no one could kill him. Han Tuo, who was seeking the Tao, suddenly heard a voice, "You can leave." Han Tuo opened his eyes and said, "I was invited by the hidden sect disciples, Tao Sovereign, Zhou Fan, and Zhao Xuanyuan." It turned out that the two people who had just entered the chaotic domain were Yi Tian and Han Tuo. Hanju sent another voice transmission, "If you can rely on yourself to become a pseudo-sage in 1,000,000 years, I, the sect master of the hidden sect, will directly take you in as my disciple and give you the right to attain the Tao." Chapter 565 Sage Han. Chapter 565 Sage Han. Tao Attainment Qualification. Han Tuo's breathing quickened. Although attaining the Tao was extremely far from him, he knew that attaining the Tao was extremely difficult. How many geniuses had died at the pseudo-sage threshold, let alone attaining the Tao at a higher level? Han Tuo said, "Thank you, senior. I understand." He immediately stood up and left. He finally woke up after leaving the 100-peak Immortal River. He laughed at himself. It was not giving him opportunities, but merely looking down on him. Fine, then, when have I, Han Tuo, ever relied on a sect to travel the world? Han Tuo's eyes became firm again. Since the hidden sect did not want him, why should he be persistent? A million years. Hey, Han Tuo's eyes became firm and he stopped thinking about this. Perhaps he was born to be free and unrestrained. Han Tuo left in despair. Han Ju could sense this kid's depression and dissatisfaction. This was not bad. Son, I let you go because I have absolute confidence in protecting you. Han Ju sighed. After all, he had watched Han Tuo grow up. He hoped that he would become a person with absolute confidence and not someone who blindly trusted his father. He was still very satisfied with Han Tuo's current experience. He was sensible, but he wasn't afraid of powerful enemies. In the chaotic domain, 5 figures gathered. They couldn't see each other's faces. Zhou Fan smiled proudly. Recently, I've been doing well in Chaotic City. I've recruited many prodigies as my underlings. Dao Sovereign snorted. Don't forget to cultivate. How can this be? Zhou Fan turned to look at Yi Tian and said, little fellow, you're very famous now. Your name spread all the way to the Chaotic City. Don't follow the demons. If I introduce you to the hidden sect or the Chaotic City, you can obtain supreme cultivation resources. Yi Tian said, TCH, I don't need any resources. Like I said before, my talent is #1 in the world. That's because you're not standing in front of me. Otherwise, I'll make you kneel down with one palm. Aren't you cultivating tens of thousands of years more than me? I'll definitely become a sage in the future. You're at most a pseudo-sage. Hee, how can you become a sage? Zhou Fan and Yi Tian began to bicker. Zhao Xuanyuan looked at Han Tuo and asked, why didn't you come to the hidden sect? Han Tuo said, the sect master of the hidden sect asked me to go back in a million years. He wants me to become a pseudo-sage first. Dao Sovereign and the other 2 didn't reveal Han Ju's identity, including his name. After all, Han Ju didn't reveal his identity when he was in the chaotic domain. Dao Sovereign shook his head and said, your surname is also Han. I thought that master would be moved. What a pity. Han Ju indeed had rules. Without reaching the pseudo-sage realm, one was not allowed to go out. Now, this rule was extended to the outside world. It was normal. Han Tuo asked curiously, the name of the hidden sect master begins with Han. Zhou Fan glared at Dao Sovereign and scolded him. Don't speak nonsense. How can you reveal the name of a sage? Dao Sovereign knew that he had said something wrong and couldn't help but shake his head. Zhao Xuanyuan smiled. Don't ask. There are many people with the surname Han. We can't let all the disciples with the surname Han acknowledge our master as their ancestor, right? We can't build relationships randomly. Han Tuo nodded. Yi Tian snorted. So what if he's a sage? I'll become a sage sooner or later. Brothers, recently, someone pretended to have the chaotic physique but didn't enter here. Should we go and deal with them together? They're in the heavenly race. Zhao Xuanyuan said angrily, you're really a loyal dog of the demons. You're taking the opportunity to let us deal with the heavenly race. Don't you know that the hidden sect is behind them? Stunned, Yi Tian asked in surprise, the hidden sect supports the heavenly race. Why didn't I know? Han Tuo said helplessly, I already know. You fight all day and the subordinates around you fawn on you. How can you understand the real world? Yi Tian did not say anything. If anyone said anything about him, he would retort. Only towards Han Tuo would he not refute. Apart from being good friends, Han Tuo had also saved his life. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju discovered that ever since he subdued heavenly venerate Wufa, there had been no more trouble. To him, time passed very quickly. Han Ju's cultivation level kept increasing, and he was getting closer and closer to the late-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. How wonderful, how good would it be if it could continue like this? Han Ju opened his eyes and thought happily. Peace had better last until he was invincible. Han Ju checked his emails. He didn't know how his recent friends were doing. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor returned to the immortal world and was expelled by your good friend Chu Zilai. He was severely injured. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by Jia's school cultivators X12309. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by the heavenly race's immortal gods X63. Your good friend Chu Zilai was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Emperor Shao has cursed too many times. His Dao heart is in chaos. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your disciple Ji Shanshan was cursed by a mysterious curse. This Emperor Shao, He actually pretended to be the Dark Forbidden Lord and cursed people everywhere. Aren't you making me take the blame for you? Hanju was unhappy. When the sages mentioned the curse, they would definitely think of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Although no one guessed that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord, he was still unhappy. After all, the Dark Forbidden Lord was Hanju's alternate identity. Fortunately, this fellow had suffered retribution. Hanju watched for a while. The commotion was endless, but it had nothing to do with him. Hantuo had already begun to take risks, but with the calamity around, Hanju was not worried about him. An hour later, Hanju visited Chu Zilai in his dreams and asked about the reincarnation mystic realm. In the dream, Chu Zilai replied, "I can't find the Dark Sage King. This fellow is too cautious." Hanju asked, "Why can't you destroy the reincarnation mystic realm?" "No, this mystic realm was once the territory of the Heavenly Tao race's dragon race. The Providence is still there. If it's destroyed and the Heavenly Tao is incomplete, the forces outside the Heavenly Tao will surge in." "I see. Then, you have to strictly guard this place. The Dark Sage King will attack sooner or later." "Yes, I've asked Li Mui. The Dark Sage King is indeed powerful. If not for the providence of the Heavenly Tao in the Chiliocosm world, he would have died in the Dark Sage King's hands. I'll cultivate well and fight him in the future. Before that, you can't be negligent. Don't worry." Hanju left the dream. For some reason, Chu Zilai's attitude made him feel very uneasy. Chu Zilai was very respectful to him, but he was a little perfunctory. Recently, Chu Zilai had been very well behaved. It was unknown what he was doing. Hanju consumed 4 billion years of his lifespan. He was relieved after confirming that Chu Zilai couldn't kill him. "I want to know when the Dark Sage King will attack the immortal world. 50 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue. In about 5 billion years. So long." That was settled. Hanju wasn't even 100 million years old now. "I'll have reached the Great Tao Sage realm after 5 billion years no matter what, right? What I have to do now is not curse the Dark Sage King, lest this fellow gets desperate and forcefully attacks the Heavenly Tao ahead of time, just like those ambitious people who faced the previous calamity." Hanju secretly decided, he couldn't use the Book of Misfortune casually in the future. Hanju stopped thinking and looked outside the Taoist temple. A disciple had been kneeling for a long time. Long Hao. Ever since he returned to the hidden sect, Long Hao's personality had changed. He had become more mature and did not speak as much as before. This was the first time he looked for Hanju alone after returning. Chapter 566 Evil Heavenly Emperor's Change, Tao Ancestor's Fiend Body. Chapter 566 Evil Heavenly Emperor's Change, Tao Ancestor's Fiend Body. "Come in." Hearing Hanju's voice, Long Hao looked happy. He immediately stood up and walked into the Taoist temple. He knelt in front of Hanju and bowed respectfully. Currently, he was already at the 6th mystic divine origin and was very close to the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. His talent was outstanding, but after experiencing the immeasurable calamity, his providence had been suppressed. Hao Tian flew out of Long Hao's body and said, "This kid's cultivation level is stuck at the 6th mystic divine origin. I suspect that someone has done something to him. Help take a look." Long Hao looked up, his eyes filled with hope. Hanju probed Long Hao's soul with his sage sense. Really, this power was hidden very deeply and imprisoned Long Hao's Tao fruit. "Wait, isn't this the Heavenly Emperor's dharmic powers?" Hanju's expression did not change, but he was surprised. Thinking about it carefully, it was difficult to judge the Heavenly Emperor's attitude towards Long Hao. He said that he doted on Long Hao, but he didn't pass the Heavenly Emperor position to him. He said that he hated Long Hao, but he entrusted this son to Hanju as well. The Heavenly Emperor had so many sons. After the calamity ended, only Long Hao survived. No matter what the Heavenly Emperor thought, since Long Hao came to find Hanju, he had no choice but to attack. Perhaps this force was to protect Long Hao from being possessed by Hao Tian, but it was impossible to possess him under Hanju's eyes. With a thought, the Heavenly Emperor's dharmic powers that imprisoned Long Hao's Tao fruit dissipated. In an instant, Long Hao felt relieved. He looked at him in surprise and asked, "Master, you?" Hanju replied, "Yes, go back and cultivate well." Long Hao hurriedly kowtowed and left. Hao Tian also bowed. After leaving the Taoist temple, Hao Tian sighed. "Your master is really powerful. I feel that he has already surpassed those high and mighty sages." Long Hao smiled proudly. "Nonsense. My master ended the heavenly devil calamity. Even the sages are convinced." Hao Tian shook his head and laughed. He felt that Long Hao was the luckiest in his life to have acknowledged Hanju as his master. Otherwise, he would have long been possessed by him and would have died in the calamity. On the other side, Hanju was about to continue cultivating when the Heavenly Emperor sent him a dream. He should be called the Evil Heavenly Emperor now. Hanju accepted the Evil Heavenly Emperor's dream. This time, the dream was not the forest outside the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, but a barren land covered in corpses. The sky was very high and covered in dark clouds. It was extremely oppressive. Hanju saw the Evil Heavenly Emperor standing on a small mountain made of bones. The Evil Heavenly Emperor looked down at him and said, "Why did you get rid of Long Hao's Dharmic Powers seal?" Hanju said, "I don't know what your majesty wants. I thought you wanted to protect him. Now that he's safe, I'll remove it and let his cultivation no longer have an obstacle." The Evil Heavenly Emperor stared at him coldly. Evil Heavenly Emperor's favorability towards you has decreased. Current favorability, 3 stars. Hanju sighed in his mind. He asked, "You don't like Long Hao? Why did you ask me to take him in as my disciple, then?" Evil Heavenly Emperor said, "It's not that I don't like Long Hao, it's just that I don't like Hao Tian. The stronger Long Hao is now, the stronger Hao Tian is. The two of them are the same." Hanju was silent. As expected, Evil Heavenly Emperor asked, "Look around. What do you feel?" Hanju said, "The Heavenly Tao is really good. Yes, compared to the Heavenly Tao, this place is even more terrifying than the Netherworld. This is the deity realm of the ruins of End. Fortunately, I didn't go to the deity realm of the ruins of End. No, you should come. You can only become stronger here. If you stay in the Heavenly Tao, you will stop at the Sage realm and won't be able to advance anymore. I've witnessed the battle of freedom sages previously. Their words can become reality. They can change the battle that has already happened with a word. Don't you want that power? I want it, but I haven't reached the peak of a sage yet. I don't have to take the risk for the time being." True, the Evil Heavenly Emperor was speechless. Hanju was nervous. Their words could become reality. They could even change the past. Was this time travel, or was it directly determined through fate? The deity realm of the ruins of End was really dangerous. Hanju saw that the Evil Heavenly Emperor was silent and couldn't help but ask with concern, "How's His Majesty recently?" "It's all right. I hope that you won't be too close to Hao Tian. If possible, I hope that you can destroy him." The Evil Heavenly Emperor shook his head. Hanju said, "I'll consider it. If your majesty is in trouble, if I can help you, feel free to ask." The dream ended. Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. The Evil Heavenly Emperor's state was getting stranger and stranger. Even though he was not yet a sage, it still made Hanju uneasy. It seemed that the inferior strange deity and the inauspicious evil had a huge effect on him. As for destroying Hao Tian, Hanju wouldn't do anything for the time being. He had no reputation. Besides, Hao Tian's favorability towards him was high. Hanju could only wait for Hao Tian to make a mistake before helping the Heavenly Emperor kill this fellow. No matter what, he was closer to the Heavenly Emperor. If Hao Tian had always been loyal, there was no choice. If he killed him for no reason, what would the other disciples think? Hanju stopped thinking and focused on cultivating. Spring passed and autumn came. The stars spun endlessly. Another 3,000 years passed. Hanju had OCD and deliberately went out of seclusion after hitting a round number. He opened his eyes and began to check his emails. There were attacks, opportunities, mysterious curses, and other fortuitous encounters. An email attracted Hanju's attention. "Your good friend Emperor Shao left the Heavenly Tao. Your good friend Emperor Shao received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure and began to leave the Heavenly Tao's providence." Hanju checked Emperor Shao's portrait and discovered that his cultivation didn't decrease. In other words, he was not weakened but wanted to become stronger. Could it be that he wanted to imitate Li Mui and jump out of the Heavenly Tao sage's identity? No, the mysterious mighty figure should be an even stronger existence. Hanju frowned and felt that he needed to calculate to prevent himself from being plotted against. "I want to know who's guiding Emperor Shao. 70 billion years of lifespan will be consumed. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." A figure appeared in Hanju's mind, and a line of words appeared in front of him. Luohu, perfected freedom sage, ancestor of the devil race, immeasurable emperor, son of the Heavenly Tao, Tao ancestor's fiend body. Hanju's expression became strange. He had heard of Luohu. His name was spread throughout the world, but the Providence label behind this was very problematic. The devil ancestor Luohu was actually the son of the Heavenly Tao, and it was even the Tao ancestor's fiend body. Everyone knew that the reason why the Tao ancestor stood out was to trample on the devil ancestor's position. That was also the heavenly Tao's first calamity, the battle of the Tao and devils. Could all of this be the Tao ancestor's self-directed show? Or had the Tao ancestor subdued Luohu? Hanju wanted to continue calculating the relationship between Luohu and the Tao ancestor. It involves an existence that surpasses the system's limits. It cannot be deduced. Hanju had no choice but to look at Luohu again. He felt that the other party was about to make a comeback. These heavenly Tao sages all had powerful backgrounds. Fortunately, Hanju didn't kill them directly. Forget it. Even if something happened, they would fight it out. There was no need for him to charge in. Hanju stood up and decided to go out and preach the Tao to eliminate any distracting thoughts. At the same time, in the extreme north of the immortal world, dense cracks suddenly appeared on the endless ice land. It quickly expanded, and wisps of terrifying black aura rose from below. Chapter 567 Suchi revives, seeing the light of day. Chapter 567 Suchi revives, seeing the light of day. From high above, the endless glaciers seemed to have shattered like a mirror. Countless cracks expanded into interconnected canyons. The black chi that dissipated became a vast mist that dispersed the white between heaven and earth. The ground began to shake violently as if something huge was about to break through the surface. At this moment, the clouds were pierced by golden light. After the clouds dispersed, figures emitting dazzling light appeared above the clouds. They were the heavenly race's immortals. The leader was Fang Liang. Beside him were the heavenly god general and the divine general. Fang Liang looked down and asked, "Do you see anything?" The divine general frowned. "They look like devils but not devils. They look more like the Asura race that was wiped out in the previous calamity." The heavenly god general nodded. "That's right, it should be the Asura race. It's said that when Shui Ming died, he used a mysterious mystical power to make a comeback in the future." Fang Liang fell into deep thought. The glaciers in a radius of tens of millions of kilometers suddenly collapsed. The rising ice mist pushed into the sky. It was extremely spectacular and shocking. In the boundless fog, he could vaguely see a terrifying figure. It was difficult to tell its true body. Fang Liang waved his hand and said, "Capture this evil thing." The divine general and the heavenly god general immediately rushed down. The other immortals followed closely behind. In the 100-peak immortal river, Hanju had just started preaching for less than a year. He suddenly felt a vast aura coming from the extreme north. It was at least a pseudo-sage and was no inferior to Shi Du Dao. Hanju didn't stop preaching. As he spoke, he looked into the distance. Fang Liang led the team and was forcefully suppressed by the mysterious existence. The situation was critical. Hanju had no intention of helping. Fang Liang was not his son. Since he was wandering outside, he should pay the price. Hanju couldn't protect every disciple of the hidden sect. Furthermore, Fang Liang had never returned. If not for his favorability not decreasing, he would have suspected that Fang Liang had already betrayed the sect. Before long, Li Daokong rushed to the 13th heaven to provide assistance. A world-shattering battle was about to take place. After thousands of years, Li Daokong had become much stronger. His comprehension of the 10,000 life sword had deepened and was on par with the mysterious existence. Since it was a draw, Li Daokong would not lose. Hanju began to focus on the lecture. 100 years passed. Most of the disciples had improved after 100 years of preaching, but the personal disciples' cultivation levels had not increased noticeably. Hanju had already taught them the great Tao of extreme origin more than 10 times. They had already comprehended what they needed to. It was very difficult to forcefully comprehend anything else. Unconsciously, potential and comprehension were like the shackles of the heavenly Tao suppressing the hidden sect disciples. There was no deity realm among the unnamed disciples yet. The strongest was only a rank 7 immortal emperor. At this rate, only one pseudo-sage would appear among a million unnamed disciples. Hanju thought as he returned to the Taoist temple. He sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and began to check his emails. At this moment, he suddenly felt something and closed his eyes. In the primordial world, Su Qi was calling him. Hanju's voice sounded, "What is it?" It had been some time since he had become a chaotic fiend celestial. Su Qi's body had already condensed and was no different from a living being. "Master, when can I go out? The chaotic qi here can no longer help me grow." Su Qi hurriedly replied with a nervous tone. After all, he had died before. He was worried that Hanju would not let him out again. Hanju indeed thought so. "Can you control bad luck now?" "Yes." Hanju sensed carefully. Su Qi did restrain himself very well and didn't leak it. He began to consider. Su Qi was nervous, afraid that Han Ju would not agree. He recalled the mistakes he had made and felt even less confident. If he was Han Ju, he wouldn't let him out either. Reincarnation couldn't wash away sins. Suddenly, Su Qi felt his vision blur. His feet suddenly landed on the ground, and the surrounding scene turned into a Taoist temple. The divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection caused him to squint his eyes. Master. Su Qi knelt down excitedly, his voice trembling. How many years had it been? He finally saw Han Ju with his own eyes. Such a long separation was not a lifetime in the mortal world, but a heavenly Tao era. Han Ju said, "From now on, you are to stay in the 100-peak immortal river and not leave. Go out and find a place to stay." Su Qi nodded, too excited to say anything. It was already good enough to see the light of day again. He naturally did not dare to think of complete freedom. After walking out of the Taoist temple, Su Qi looked at the blinding sunlight and cried, "I'm alive again. This time, I won't be a pawn anymore." Su Qi clenched his fists, his shoulders trembling from excitement. Zhang Ju, Cao Cao, and the Crimson Fox looked at him with strange expressions. Su Qi sensed their existence and smiled at them before walking up to communicate. Zhang Ju and Cao Cao ignored him, but the Crimson Fox was very passionate. The Crimson Fox was a little demon beast that Han Ju had taken in when he was training in the mortal world. It had come to the 100-peak immortal river and had been cultivating obediently. It had just broken through to the grand unity true immortal realm not long ago. After chatting for a while, Su Qi left to visit the other disciples. Soon, the personal disciples learned that Su Qi had revived. All the personal disciples were shocked. Impossible. Wasn't Su Qi dead? They knew that Su Qi had ended the previous immeasurable calamity. Even Li Xuanao came to see him. All the personal disciples gathered under the fusang tree. They surrounded Su Qi and asked him questions. "Master revived you. Do you remember what you did? How did you destroy all living beings? You're too strong. After using the Tao destruction mystical power, how did you escape the destruction of the heavenly Tao? It doesn't make sense." The disciples were all surprised. The black hell chicken even thought that he only had Su Qi's appearance. Su Qi sighed, "I don't know why. After I died, I was in a deep sleep until I woke up. When I heard Master's voice, I thought he must have saved me." Li Xuanao clicked his tongue in wonder. Even the heavenly Tao calamity can be reversed. Could Sect Master really be the manifestation of the Tao ancestor? He had always heard the black hell chicken say that Han Ju was the reincarnation of the Tao ancestor. He didn't believe it, but on careful thought, it really made sense. After the Tao ancestor disappeared, the timing of Han Ju's rise was too coincidental. Su Qi said, "From now on, I'll stay here and cultivate. I won't go out again. As for everything in the past, I hope that you won't tease me anymore. I don't feel any honor in doing that." He sighed. If not for him being forced to the end and being bewitched by a sage, why would he do that? Thinking about it now, he was filled with guilt. Tao Sovereign snorted, "I hope you really feel guilty." Zhao Xuanyuan and Long Hao's expressions were also very ugly. They did not speak. In the previous calamity, many of their friends and relatives had died. Su Qi was the culprit. Even if he was bewitched by the sages, the three of them could not completely forget it. The black hell chicken shouted, "Su Qi, let us torture you 100 times in the simulation trial. You can't fight back, just treat it as us venting our anger for the previous calamity." Su Qi asked curiously, "What is the simulation trial?" Chapter 568 Tao Sovereign's Indignation, Continuous Revival. Chapter 568 Tao Sovereign's Indignation, Continuous Revival. After the black hell chicken explained what the simulation trial was, Su Qi happily accepted its suggestion. When he left the Taoist temple, Han Ju had already given him permission. Soon, the personal disciples pulled him into the simulation trial. They also wanted to know how strong Su Qi was, the person who ended the immeasurable calamity. Su Qi indeed did not fight back, but other than Tao Sovereign, no one could hurt him. Even Tao Sovereign couldn't kill Su Qi. How can this be? Tao Sovereign was shocked. He was a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Su Qi was stronger than him just after revival. How? Su Qi was also very surprised. Tao Sovereign's aura made him think of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal he had encountered in the past. He didn't expect that he wouldn't die when facing such an expert. Su Qi, who had transformed into the Death Fiend Celestial, had already surpassed a heavenly Tao life form. He didn't have a chaotic physique, but he was truly a chaotic Fiend Celestial. The essence of his life was like Pengu before the creation of the world, but not as strong. Even Tao Sovereign couldn't kill him. This shocked all the personal disciples. Li Yao and Zhao Xuanyuan also participated. Su Qi was not excited. Instead, he was very embarrassed. He knew that the black-hell chicken's suggestion was to resolve the grudge between him and the other disciples, but the situation had instead worsened. What should he do? He couldn't self-destruct. He was the Death Fiend Celestial and represented the great Tao of death. He couldn't let himself die. Han Ju witnessed the battle in the Taoist temple. When the disciples entered the simulation trial, he could watch the battle. Su Qi's performance satisfied him. As expected of a chaotic Fiend Celestial. He had encountered a chaotic Fiend Celestial in the past. It was Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Although he had killed him, no one in the immortal world was his match back then. He was extremely powerful. Han Ju also realized the change in the mentality of the other disciples, but he didn't interfere. Some grudges couldn't be appeased with a word from him. It happened to stimulate the other disciples to cultivate diligently. 100 years later, Han Ju called Tao Sovereign over. Ever since he sparred with Su Qi, Tao Sovereign had begun to enter seclusion crazily. His state was not right. Tao Sovereign entered the Taoist temple and bowed. Han Ju didn't ask anything. Instead, he talked about Su Qi's past. Tao Sovereign frowned and did not dare to be rude. He could only listen patiently. Han Ju began to talk about how he met Su Qi and how he was plotted against by sage-fated secrets. Tao Sovereign had mixed emotions hearing the story. He had to admit that Su Qi was indeed pitiful. He had never been able to control his fate and had always been treated as a pawn. Su Qi has been burdened with bad luck since he was born. Other than the hidden sect, he has no friends or relatives. He has always been experiencing pain. The reason why he is stronger than you is not because his potential is better than yours, but because I gave him a body that surpasses all living beings. He's actually my test subject and was lucky to succeed, Han Ju said slowly. A body that surpassed all living beings. Tao Sovereign couldn't help but ask, what body is that? He felt that Su Qi was stronger than his chaotic physique. He had once thought that the chaotic physique was the strongest physique. Now, it seemed like a joke. Han Ju said, when you reach the pseudo-sage realm, I will also reward you. As for Su Qi, I hope you won't blame him anymore. After all, no one can stop the sage's schemes. The true culprit is sage-fated secrets. Tao Sovereign took a deep breath and nodded. Han Ju continued, don't tell the other disciples about this, especially about Su Qi's body. I understand. Han Ju sighed after Tao Sovereign left. He wondered if this kid would listen. If he really annoyed him, he would throw them all into the primordial heavenly prison and gain their absolute obedience. Although it was selfish, it was effective. Outside the 33rd heaven, in the endless chaos, a lofty city was hidden in the mist like an ancient ferocious beast. Chaotic city. Zhou Fan stood on a platform at the top of a tall tower and looked into the distance. Following his gaze, a ball of red light in the depths of the chaos emitted an ominous and strange aura. This phenomenon had occurred for more than 5,000 years and nothing had happened for the time being. However, for some reason, Zhou Fan felt that something extremely dangerous was hidden in the phenomenon. Not long after the heavenly devil calamity, the entire chaotic city did not let down its guard. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Zhou Fan. This person wore a dark gray Taoist robe. He had a handsome face and a jade sword at his waist. Zhou Fan, it's my turn. Go cultivate, the Taoist robed man said. Zhou Fan stared at him and said, don't you think something is wrong? The Taoist robed man asked in surprise, what's wrong? It seems to be growing. The Taoist robed man couldn't help but look at the red ball of light in the depths of the chaos. He frowned. It was indeed becoming bigger. Although it was a very slow process, they could tell with careful observation with their cultivation. Should we inform the city lord? The Taoist robed man asked. Zhou Fan nodded. The Taoist robed man immediately vanished. Zhou Fan was still staring into the depths of the chaos when a voice suddenly sounded in his ears, Zhou Fan, come here. I'm waiting for you. This voice was extremely bewitching. Zhou Fan was momentarily stunned. He shook his head, wanting to stay awake, but the mysterious voice sounded again. Soon, Zhou Fan fell into a daze. He jumped and flew towards the red ball of light. His speed was extremely fast, and he quickly disappeared into the depths of the chaos. 700 years passed. Han Ju ended his seclusion. He stood up, stretched his muscles, scanned the 100-peak immortal river with his sage sense. Su Qi and Tao Sovereign were both cultivating separately. It was quite harmonious. Currently, Su Qi lived near the Fuzang tree and established a simple Taoist temple. Han Ju retracted his sage sense and started to check his emails. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by an inauspicious evil X283. Your disciple Zhou Fan is protected by your good friend Seven Dao Sage. His injuries have recovered. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor created the world and obtained great Dao merit. Your good friend Xu Zilai has begun the Dao integration and has fused with the Heavenly Dao. Your good friend Shi Du Dao was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your good friend Pan Xin was suppressed by the ancient master of calamity and was severely injured. Your good friend Nua created a great Dao illusion and her cultivation increased greatly. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by a mysterious existence and died. Your disciple Zhou Fan was saved by your good friend Seven Dao Sage and regained his body and soul. What was wrong with Zhou Fan? Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce and couldn't help but be moved. Zhou Fan was no longer outside the 33rd heaven or within the heavenly Dao. When did he leave the heavenly Dao? Han Ju checked his emails and discovered that Zhou Fan had already left the heavenly Dao 700 years ago. All these years, he had been ravaged, dying and reviving. It had to be said that the Seven Dao Sage was really powerful. He could revive Zhou Fan remotely even in the deity realm of the ruins of End. Han Ju was far inferior to such a mystical power. Han Ju asked silently, "Where is Zhou Fan? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" The cost of derivation rivaling a sage was probably related to the environment Zhou Fan was in. Han Ju chose to continue. Chapter 569 60,000 years old, Freedom Slaughter Supreme Treasure. Chapter 569 60,000 years old, Freedom Slaughter Supreme Treasure. After choosing to continue, Han Ju entered the illusion. He opened his eyes and came to an extremely dark and mysterious space. In front of him was a ball of red light that changed between light and dark. It was ghastly red. He saw Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan was inside the red ball of light. He was wrapped by black tentacles covered in spikes, leaving only his soul body. This was. Han Ju frowned and looked up. This red ball of light was extremely vast. It was like a star field filled with a red aura. No living beings or souls could be seen. He looked at Zhou Fan. The black tentacles did not look like solid objects, they were more like illusions. But they were indeed absorbing Zhou Fan's soul power. Just as Han Ju was wondering where this was, a line of words appeared in front of him. Paradise Purgatory, chaotic forbidden ground. It is formed by the will of an ancient chaotic fiend celestial. The consciousness of the person who enters will be immersed in the illusion of paradise and will not be able to extricate himself until his soul and body are devoured. Formed by an ancient chaotic fiend celestial. Han Ju frowned even more. The illusion shattered. He opened his eyes and asked, "Who plotted against Zhou Fan?" 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A figure appeared in Han Ju's mind. Dark Sage King. Indeed, it's him. The only chaotic expert who had been coveting the heavenly Dao recently was the Dark Sage King. This fellow was courting death. Zhou Fan was the Seven Dao Sage's manifestation. Wasn't this a provocation towards Seven Dao Sage? From the lifespan consumed by derivation, it was impossible for the Dark Sage King to be a match for the Seven Dao Sage. Han Ju put down his distracting thoughts and continued cultivating. It was really dangerous to leave the heavenly Dao. Anyway, Zhou Fan had the Seven Dao Sage's backing, so there was no need to trouble him to personally take action. Several decades later, detected that you are 60,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and preach to the heavens to snatch the heavenly Dao's providence. You can obtain a great Dao fragment. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and form your own Dao. Stay away from karma and trouble. You can obtain a great Dao fragment, a supreme treasure, and a heavenly Dao spirit stone. Han Ju opened his eyes and sighed. Time passed really quickly. 50,000 years seemed like yesterday. The system became obedient and didn't let Han Ju fall into a dilemma. However, the reward was too terrifying. Han Ju silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Dao fragment, a supreme treasure, and a heavenly Dao spirit stone. Congratulations on obtaining the Freedom Supreme Treasure, Killing Dao Token. Killing Dao Token, Freedom Slaughter Supreme Treasure. Sacrificing lifespan and providence can allow you to kill enemies. Your words can become reality. You cannot kill living beings who have no karma with you. You are not allowed to use it unless you are in a battle. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. How impressive. Han Ju immediately took out the Killing Dao token. This token was different from what he had imagined. It was more like an unsheathed sword. It was 3 feet long and completely blood red. Traces of light flowed around it. Holding this token, Terrifying killing intent surged towards him, causing his black hair to flutter. Amazing, Hanju began to make it recognize him as its owner. Half a year later, he successfully subdued the killing Dao token. This was the first time he had worked so hard. If not for the system, he might not have been able to subdue this treasure at all and might have even been devoured by it. Hanju immediately entered the simulation trial and started to use this treasure. There was no actual consumption of his lifespan in the simulation trial, so he could do whatever he wanted. Facing Heavenly Venerate Wufa, he sacrificed 1,000,000,000,000 years of his lifespan and spat out the word, execution. Heavenly Venerate Wufa turned into dust on the spot. So powerful, Hanju's heart beat faster. Against ordinary sages, he didn't even need to sacrifice his lifespan to insta-kill them. Was this the Freedom Slaughter Supreme Treasure? Hanju's heart beat faster. It was equivalent to an alternate Book of Misfortune. However, the Book of Misfortune took the continuous path, while the Killing Dao token took the domineering path. The Book of Misfortune had wider uses and could kill people subtly. However, the Killing Dao token had to be used in battle. Hanju couldn't hide in the Taoist temple and use it to plot against the enemy. Hanju began to challenge Ancestor Shishin. He was insta-killed even with the Killing Dao token. This was the case when he didn't dodge in the beginning. I'll directly sacrifice 300 sextillion years of my lifespan. Hanju thought silently. He entered the simulation trial again and directly sacrificed his lifespan. Die. Hanju waved his token and spat out a word. The Killing Dao token shook violently in his hand and red light burst out. The high and mighty Ancestor Shishin suddenly turned to dust. Hanju was pleasantly surprised. Success! I can finally compete with a great Dao sage. At this moment, Hanju saw Ancestor Shishin's figure condense again and say, kill. Hanju died on the spot. He couldn't resist at all. Hanju opened his eyes, looking terrified. I can't provoke Ancestor Shishin. Otherwise, even if I use the Freedom Supreme Treasure and sacrifice all my lifespan, I still won't be able to kill him. Hanju restrained himself. He almost became arrogant. He was grateful to Ancestor Shishin. Although the ancestor didn't know, he had always encouraged Hanju. He was a true sage. Hanju took out the Heavenly Dao Spirit Stone and suddenly had a bold thought. Should he use it to upgrade the Killing Dao token this time? He immediately tried. Do not upgrade the Killing Dao token. Once this treasure upgrades to the Great Dao level, it will devour you and give birth to a Great Dao spirit. Hanju froze upon seeing this line of words that suddenly appeared. He almost got screwed. Dharma treasures could become spirits. Hanju had no choice but to obediently upgrade the Book of Misfortune. In the end, the Book of Misfortune was upgraded from a Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasure to a Freedom Numinous Treasure. Holding the book, Hanju could clearly feel that the aura of misfortune was very strong. Unknowingly, he had nurtured an extremely terrifying evil creature. Should I curse a sage to death to liven things up? Hanju had another thought. Forget it. He didn't want to attract another immeasurable calamity. It was good now. The sages didn't provoke him and could still maintain the order of the Heavenly Dao and protect the immortal world. If not for the sages managing the Heavenly Dao, how could Hanju cultivate in peace? It wasn't easy to determine if he was friend or foe. Hanju put away the Book of Misfortune and perked up before continuing to cultivate. He was getting closer and closer to the late-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. He was confident that he could break through in 10,000 years. After that, he would reach the perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm within 100,000 years. This cultivation speed was alright. 33rd Heaven, Buddhist Dao Field. In the hall, Chu Zilai sat on the lotus throne. Golden light surrounded his body, forming a pillar of light that was holy and solemn. A figure appeared in front of him. I can feel that Hanju has become stronger again, the Heavenly Dao Spirit said in a low voice, its tone filled with uneasiness. Chu Zilai did not open his eyes. It's not surprising. His potential is already ridiculous. Besides, I can't deal with him now. Let's wait for me to fuse the Dao. The Heavenly Dao Spirit said, even if you fuse the Dao, you might not be his match. Unless what? Unless you obtain the Dao Ancestor's power. The Dao Ancestor has been missing for a long time. Do you know where he is? I don't, but I know where his 3 corpse clones are. If you can obtain one, you can easily kill Hanju. Chapter 570 Zhou Fan's Fortuitous Encounter, Heaven and Earth Origin. Chapter 570 Zhou Fan's Fortuitous Encounter, Heaven and Earth Origin. After hearing the Heavenly Dao Spirit's words, Chu Zilai was expressionless, but he was very disdainful inside. Did it think he was a 3-year-old child? So easy to deceive. In Chu Zilai's eyes, the heavenly Tao spirit's methods were truly ridiculous. Its motives were too obvious. There was no need to guess. The heavenly Tao spirit said, Han Ju's son's cultivation is becoming stronger and stronger. He can actually catch up to Yi. He will definitely become a huge problem in the future. If you don't dare to deal with Han Ju, before you obtain the Tao ancestor's clone, you can think of a way to eliminate Han Ju's son. I'll consider it. Chu Zilai closed his eyes and continued his Tao integration. The heavenly Tao spirit did not say anything else and vanished from the hall. After obtaining the killing Tao token, Han Ju didn't wander around or leave the Taoist temple to preach the Tao. Instead, he focused on cultivating. Time passed quickly. Another 2,000 years passed. On this day, Han Ju checked his emails. Your disciple Zhou Fan has returned to the immortal world. He heaved a sigh of relief. The big shot was still stable and had saved his Dharma idol reincarnation. He looked up and saw Zhou Fan's other emails. Other than constantly dying and reviving, there were actually opportunities. Your disciple Zhou Fan has fused with the Paradise Purgatory's Providence. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Zhou Fan has comprehended a great Tao mystical power. How impressive! As expected of the protagonist, Han Ju looked up and saw that Zhou Fan had already returned to the chaotic city. This kid's cultivation had actually reached the mid-stage of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. He had benefited from a disaster and was even comparable to Tao Sovereign. Han Ju looked at Tao Sovereign. Ever since he was stimulated by Su Qi, Tao Sovereign had been in seclusion every day and cultivated very crazily. He was also getting closer and closer to the late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Han Ju was very satisfied with this. Tao Sovereign was even more reckless than Zhou Fan in the past. It was naturally a good thing that he could be so persistent now. Han Ju continued to look at the disciples under the fusang tree. He suddenly stood up and disappeared. He came to the fusang tree. The disciples stood up and bowed when they saw him. Han Ju ignored them and looked at the fusang tree. The tree was still so majestic and looked very calm. There was nothing unusual, but Han Ju felt that the fusang tree was absorbing a strange power that came from the hundreds of space-time vortexes it had formed. Han Ju asked with a voice transmission, "What are you doing?" "Huh." The fusang tree panicked. Han Ju waved his sleeve and moved all the nearby disciples away. He set up a barrier around them and asked the fusang tree alone. The tree's action would expose its location to hundreds of worlds. Most importantly, it had not asked Han Ju. Frightened, the fusang tree hurriedly said, "I just feel that I can absorb their power and become stronger, so I'm doing this as something wrong. Didn't I say not to expose your location? I won't, I'm just absorbing power. The power of the world is surging towards you. The mighty cultivators can't sense the direction of the power. Why didn't you tell me? I want to transform, you don't seem to want me to transform." Han Ju frowned. "It's not that I don't want to transform. It's just that you're the heavenly Tao divine tree and can't transform for the time being." His words were the truth. Now that the Tao field was filled with spirit qi, the fusang tree was no longer very useful. The fusang tree said aggrievedly, "Then I'll stop." Han Ju probed the tree with his sage sense and checked the power it had absorbed. It looked like providence, but also like merit. It was difficult to tell. This was the first time Han Ju had encountered such a force. It was strong but not ferocious. It flowed like endless warm water in the fusang tree. What power is this? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Heaven and earth origin, a source of power that can only be born in a place with its own rules. If the heaven and earth origin is sucked dry, this world will collapse. So terrifying. Han Ju suddenly felt that the fusang tree was not a divine tree, but an evil tree. If it absorbed hundreds of worlds like this, how many living beings would die? Han Ju said, "If you continue to do this, all the living beings in the world might die." The fusang tree said indifferently, "I can choose not to absorb everything. Besides, the spirit qi I emit is also absorbed by living beings. Why can only others absorb me and I can't absorb them?" Han Ju frowned. These words were very reasonable, but they felt strange. Under the sun and moon yin-yang protection's light, the fusang tree couldn't see Han Ju's expression, but once he went silent, it felt very uneasy. It was most afraid of him. Han Ju saw that the fusang tree was trembling slightly and the leaves were rustling. His heart softened. Perhaps he was too cautious and too harsh on the fusang tree. Other than the Chiliocosm world, you can absorb the power of other worlds, but you can't go overboard. The longer they exist, the more helpful they will be to you, Han Ju said. With the Dark Sage King in the Chiliocosm world, it was very easy to find his Tao field. The Fusang tree said happily, "Don't worry. I can sense danger everywhere. I've never absorbed the power of the Chiliocosm world before." Han Ju nodded and removed the barrier. He then turned around and left. Han Yu sighed after returning to the Taoist temple. His disciples had already grown up and had their own thoughts and opinions. Time passed really quickly, even a tree had its own opinions. Han Ju checked his interpersonal relationships. He was relieved after confirming that the favorability of the disciples didn't decrease. He was about to cultivate when a notification appeared in front of him. Li Mui wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you want to accept? What was this fellow trying to do? Another request for help. Han Ju wanted to refuse, but on second thought, it was fine to listen to what he had to say. What if he had important information? Han Ju chose to accept and entered the dream. The Sage Dao field was as bright as a paradise. Li Mui came in front of him and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, long time no see. How's your cultivation?" Han Ju said politely, "It's all right. Why are you looking for me?" The heavenly Tao has developed intelligence. It's the sign of the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Li Mui sighed, his eyes filled with uneasiness. Han Ju already knew about this, so he was not surprised. Li Mui continued, "The heavenly Tao is impartial because it is emotionless. In front of it, all living beings are equal. For example, if the heavenly Tao developed intelligence, it might have greed. This is an unprecedented calamity. In the past calamities, we sages could join forces to destroy them, but now, we can't deal with the heavenly Tao. The situation is troublesome." Han Ju asked, "Then, what do you need me to do? You used your strength to attain the Tao and are not controlled by the heavenly Tao. Is there a way to destroy the heavenly Tao's intelligence without harming it? You're thinking too much. The heavenly Tao was created by giant god Pengu and has been consolidated by the Tao ancestor. Even 10,000 of me are not the heavenly Tao's match. Then, can you visit ancestor Shishan and ask him to help? The ancestor has returned." Han Ju hesitated. "My relationship with the ancestor is average. How can I persuade him? Find someone else." Ancestor Shishan was too strong. Han Ju didn't want to meet him. Chapter 571 The appearance of 10,000 immortal emperors, shocking the heavenly Tao. Chapter 571 The appearance of 10,000 immortal emperors, shocking the heavenly Tao. Hearing Han Ju's rejection, Li Mui was not anxious. He had already expected it. He only continued to persuade, "I have a bold plan. If you join forces with me, the human school and the hidden sect will split the heavenly Tao equally in the future. The two of us will control the rules of the heavenly Tao." Han Ju said, "I'm not that ambitious. This is not ambition. This is to save the heavenly Tao and all living beings in the world. I'm not that capable. If we join forces, we can definitely do it." Han Ju cursed silently. How ridiculous was this guy? Han Ju said, "Then, what do you want to do?" Li Mui said, "Chu Zilai is currently attempting the Tao integration. Although he's hiding it very well, I plan to support the hidden sect to occupy the heavenly Tao's providence. Even if Chu Zilai is attempting the Tao integration, with your command over the hidden sect, you can directly disband them before the battle begins. Of course, you will pretend to disband and eliminate the hidden sect's providence. The heavenly Tao's providence will end up in chaos and order will be lost. Chu Zilai's cultivation will definitely plummet, eliminating him and the heavenly Tao spirit in his body." Han Ju chuckled. What a good plan. Killing two birds with one stone. Han Ju almost asked, "Do you think I'm stupid?" He had to hold back. How could a sage be crude? He said, "May I ask what the sage will do? Are you only supporting the hidden sect? Did the hidden sect still need Li Mui's support? Screw off. I'll directly let the human school join the hidden sect. When dealing with Chu Zilai, I'll also participate. How about that?" Li Mui replied calmly. This was very sincere. Regardless of whether it was true or not, if the human school joined the hidden sect, it would be able to suppress all the sage sects in reputation. Unfortunately, Han Ju didn't want to take in the human school, and he even hated it. The human school's foundation was truly deep. The time it had been in existence was immeasurable. It was even older than the immortal world, let alone the ancient human school in the deity realm of the ruins of End. The human school in the immortal world was more like the outer sect of the true human school. Han Ju said, "I'll consider this." Li Mui frowned. "If you say that you want to consider, it means that you refuse. What are you dissatisfied with? You don't want to find the ancestor or cooperate with me. Then, tell me away. The heavenly Tao has a spirit. If news of this spreads, all living beings will definitely be terrified. From now on, it will no longer be a situation where sages restrain each other. Instead, it will be the Heavenly Tao's dictatorship. Your existence is definitely a thorn in the Heavenly Tao's eyes, even if you once saved it. Han Ju said, I just don't want to become everyone's target. Find another sage. With that, Han Ju left the dream. 33rd Heaven, Human School Tao Field. Li Mui opened his eyes and frowned. This fellow is really stubborn. I don't believe that you really don't have any ambitions. Li Mui muttered to himself, feeling very unhappy. This was not the first time he begged Han Ju. The latter had never given him face. Since Han Ju was unwilling to agree, he could only find other sages. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju snorted and muttered, trying to trick me again. Do I need you to kill the Heavenly Tao's spirit? He already had a plan. After Chu Zilai succeeded in his Tao integration, he would capture him and bring him to the primordial heavenly prison. Then, he would definitely purify him and eliminate the Heavenly Tao spirit. It had to be said that the absolute purification of the primordial heavenly prison was too impressive. Han Ju even started to look forward to Chu Zilai's successful Tao integration. Continue cultivating, he had to break through as soon as possible. Han Ju could already fight with a freedom sage. When he broke through again, he would definitely be able to kill some weaker freedom sages. After thinking, Han Ju closed his eyes and focused on cultivating. Time passed. Life was like a dream. A mighty cultivator dreamed of 3,000 things. The empire in the mortal world changed and mountains and rivers shifted. When heroes appeared in the immortal world, the mortal worlds below also began to exert their strength. Ascenders appeared one after another and slaughtered their way to the immortal world, revealing their sharpness. At this moment, the living beings in the immortal world realized that other than the immortal world, other worlds were also very powerful. At the same time, they also felt that the mortal worlds were suitable for living and cultivation. In just 3,000 years, more than 10 million living beings had ascended from the mortal world. The number of living beings in the immortal world had also reached a very impressive level, like the immortal world before the calamity. Han Ju opened his eyes. He was already very close to breaking through. Awesome. Han Ju couldn't wait to break through, but Han Zuishan had already asked to see him more than 10 times. Han Ju hadn't received him for several years. Now was his chance. He let Han Zuishan in. Even before he spoke, Han Ju knew what he wanted to say. It was time to send talents out or recruit new disciples. Indeed, another 10,000 unnamed disciples, cultivation levels had reached the limit and could no longer increase. Han Ju allowed them to leave and serve the heavenly race. Grand Master, should we recruit another batch of disciples? Many cities were established near the 100-peak immortal river. I remember that the nearby 3 regions have long been divided by the heavenly race to us. Now that they are occupied by other races and sects, it's really unpleasant, Han Zuishan asked expectantly. Han Ju said calmly, I won't take in any disciples for the time being. The hidden sect wants the best. As for the territory outside, it's nothing. But. No buts. You can leave. I'm not satisfied with your cultivation. You have to reach the deity realm in 10,000 years. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. 10,000 years. Yes. Han Zuishan left in fear. This kid had already reached the Emperor realm not long ago, but to cross the threshold of a rank 9 immortal emperor in 10,000 years, he felt that it was almost impossible. Several days later, Han Ju sent out the 10,000 unnamed disciples Han Zuishan had arranged. These were all immortal emperors. 10,000 immortal emperors left the Tao field, immediately attracting the heavenly lightning. Han Ju clearly sensed that the heavenly Tao's providence was changing. An immortal emperor was nothing, but 10,000 was truly ridiculous. The 10,000 unnamed disciples of the hidden sect looked up at the lightning and smiled proudly. They had cultivated diligently for tens of thousands of years just for today to appear. Let's go to the heavenly race. The leader of the unnamed disciples shouted. The 10,000 disciples were like sharp arrows breaking through the thunderclouds. At the same time, 33rd Heaven, Buddhist Tao Field. Chu Zilai opened his eyes and frowned. He muttered, another 10,000 immortal emperors. How many immortal emperors are hiding in the hidden sect? He remembered that the number of deity realm disciples in the hidden sect was also very exaggerated. Why were there so many powerful disciples in the seemingly low-profile hidden sect? He had been observing the 100-peak immortal river. It had been tens of thousands of years since it had recruited disciples. Could these disciples be connate lifeforms that Han Ju had casually recruited back then? That was impossible. Even connate lifeforms had differing potentials. To become an immortal emperor after tens of thousands of years was already the potential of a genius. At this moment, the heavenly Tao spirit appeared and said, the heavenly Tao's providence has changed again. Because of these 10,000 hidden sect immortal emperors, the overall providence of the heavenly Tao has increased greatly. If you want to deal with the hidden sect, don't force yourself. The heavenly Tao's rules have already begun to approach them. Chu Zilai said angrily, you can't control the heavenly Tao and still call yourself the heavenly Tao. I even suspect that you're not the heavenly Tao's true spirit. How can that be? The heavenly Tao spirit said angrily. Chu Zilai sighed. For some reason, he felt that something was wrong with the heavenly Tao spirit recently. It became more and more vulgar. It did not have the transcendence of the heavenly Tao and was more like immortal. Chapter 572 Late Stage Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Chapter 572 Late Stage Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. The news that the hidden sect had sent 10,000 immortal emperors to reinforce the heavenly race spread throughout the immortal world in a short 100 years. All the forces were shocked. How many mighty cultivators were hidden in the hidden sect? The happiest was naturally Ji Shanshan. The mighty figures above the deity realm were usually busy cultivating, so immortal emperors were the core force. The hidden sect had given them thousands of immortal emperors before. The heavenly race had more than 20,000 immortal emperors, and they were the number one in the immortal world. Ji Shanshan didn't disappoint the 10,000 immortal emperors of the hidden sect. After arranging them, he started a war. These immortal emperors had cultivated diligently in the 100-peak immortal river for tens of thousands of years. They had finally come out and naturally did not want to continue cultivating. They wanted to pursue other things and enrich themselves. Wasn't cultivation meant to be stronger than others? It was best to realize the value of one's strength in war. For a time, the heavenly race fought everywhere. More and more factions lowered their heads. 1,000 years later, the heavenly race had officially declared war on the demons. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor had a backbone and fearlessly accepted the challenge. The battle between the two races was definitely the most intense battle after the heavenly Tao restarted. It spread throughout dozens of regions. On a hill, Han Tuo and Yi Tian stood side by side as they looked at the sky. They could see immortals as majestic as mountains suppressing the demons. Han Tuo sighed. Why, you're not a demon yourself. Why are you fighting for the demons? Yi Tian smiled. I'm not fighting for the demons. I'm just using their name to fight for Providence. If I'm alone, I'll probably make countless enemies. Now that I'm with the demons, the heavenly race still wants to recruit me. Han Tuo rolled his eyes. You really want to learn from the great sage Heaven's equal and become the horse keeper of the immortal gods? Yi Tian glared at him. What do you mean by being the horse keeper of the immortal gods? I'm their true master. This was destined from the beginning. Hee, you make it sound like you're really the son of the heavenly Tao. I told you long ago, but you didn't believe me. If you are the son of the heavenly Tao, why do you need my help occasionally? It's necessary to suffer. You're my brother. If you don't save me, who will? When I become the master of the heavenly Tao, I'll let you be on the same level as me. Well said. I'm not that ambitious. To be honest, why are you cultivating? Facing Yi Tian's question, Han Tuo fell silent. Any living being had its own goals in cultivation. Han Tuo recalled himself and found it difficult to answer. He couldn't help but recall his conversation with his father many years ago. He could no longer remember his father's appearance, but that night, his father had taught him a lot. Han Tuo took a deep breath and said, I just want to cultivate. If I'm strong, I'll definitely help the human race, but what I want the most is to be the strongest. He thought of how he had been rejected by the sect master of the hidden sect. He thought of his wife's death and the expectations of his parents. His eyes became firm. As expected of my brother. It's just as I wanted. You can leave first. Don't worry, I won't die here. The heavenly race can't and won't kill me. Yi Tian patted his shoulder and smiled. Han Tuo frowned and hesitated for a moment before nodding. He turned around and left, quickly flying towards the horizon. A voice sounded in his ears. This kid might really be the son of the heavenly Tao. His fate is extremely strange. I can't even see through him. It was the Calamity's Vengeful. Ever since he subdued the Calamity's Vengeful, Han Tuo had relied on it many times to turn the situation around. The cultivation of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was absolutely a top expert in the current immortal world. Even a pseudo-sage couldn't insta-kill a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Han Tuo asked in his mind, where should we go next? Calamity's Vengeful said, I think you need to resolve your inner problem. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to enter the deity realm. How? Go to the mortal world. Yes, you'll understand when you go. Han Ju opened his eyes and smiled. He entered seclusion for another 1,300 years. He finally had the chance to break through. He did not immediately do it, though. Instead, he checked his emails and cared about his friends. Yes, not bad. No one died. Hanju saw an email. Your son Hantuo has descended into the mortal world. Why did this kid go to the mortal world? Hanju immediately observed Hantuo and raised his eyebrows. Hantuo actually married and had children in the mortal world. He had a son and a daughter who were already 4 years old. Good kid, he actually imitated him. Hantuo's bloodline was already sealed. It fused with mortals and passed down to the next generation. Although his potential was stronger than mortals, it was not that world-shattering. Hanju wasn't interested in his grandchildren. He watched for an hour and started to break through in seclusion. 490 years later, Hanju successfully broke through. This breakthrough took longer than before. This was normal. After all, this was the Sage Realm. Hanju checked his attributes list. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 66,790,982 sextillion 90 quintillion 9 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999. Race, primordial fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor. Cultivation, late-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm perfect sage. Technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao heavenly cycle body tempering. Great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin. His lifespan was refreshed, increasing by nearly 3 times. More than 20,000 years had passed since his last breakthrough. Unknowingly, Hanju was already a 60,000 years old antique. After breaking through, his dharmic powers soared. It took him 20 years to consolidate his cultivation. He used a few months to raise all his sword Tao mystical powers to the limit. Hanju was about to cultivate the grand unity aspect when an old immortal called him outside the 100-peak immortal river. The old immortal wore a white robe and had an immortal aura. Holding a horsetail whisk, he bowed towards the 100-peak immortal river. I'm the Golden Star Grand Immortal of the heavenly race. I'm here on the orders of the ancestor to invite the hidden sect to participate in the heavenly peach banquet. His words were heard by all the disciples in the 100-peak immortal river. They were not unfamiliar with the heavenly race. The disciples who had left previously had all gone to reinforce the heavenly ancestor, so in their opinion, the heavenly race was a subsidiary force of the hidden sect. Hanju's voice sounded, when? In 100 years, in the 13th heaven. Yes, I know. The heavenly race welcomes the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage. The Golden Star Grand Immortal's attitude was very humble, giving Hanju enough face. Although he looked like this, his status in the heavenly race was not low. After waiting for a while and confirming that Hanju didn't give any instructions, the Golden Star Grand Immortal left. Hanju called Li Xuanao over. Li Xuanao was still at the early stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm and was already close to the mid-stage. Bring 2 disciples to the Heavenly Peach Banquet in 100 years. Come back after the banquet ends, Hanju instructed. Li Xuanao nodded. Do I choose randomly, or do I choose from the personal disciples? Choose from the unnamed disciples. Understood. Li Xuanao left. The reason why Hanju chose from the unnamed disciples was that he hoped to maintain the hidden sect's power. The personal disciples would be the hidden sect's face in the future and couldn't be exposed early. After Li Xuanao left, Hanju looked at the mortal world. Hantuo was still living in that mortal world. His descendants had passed down from generation to generation and had already become an aristocratic family. However, Hantuo kept a low profile. The development of the Han family was not too strong. Chapter 573 Attack of the Dark Sage King. Chapter 573 Attack of the Dark Sage King. The current Han family had hundreds of disciples and thousands of servants. Other than Hantuo, the strongest was only at the nascent soul realm. The Han family seemed to not know Hantuo's cultivation level and was still in conflict with the other families in the same city. Hanju retracted his gaze and continued cultivating. He did not approve of the Han family, much less help them. Although they were related by blood, their feelings were close to strangers. Hanju only wanted to protect Hantuo. As for the Han family, it depended on whether Hantuo was willing to protect them. Although cultivation was boring, Hanju didn't want to find trouble for himself. He began to look forward to what chaotic fiend celestial Dharma idols he could cultivate this time. 10 years later, Hanju cultivated 14 fiend celestial Dharma idols. They were the strange Fian Celestial, 10,000-layer Fian Celestial, shattering Fian Celestial, firmament Fian Celestial, Taiji Fian Celestial, spoken Dharma Fian Celestial, silent Fian Celestial, Tao resemblance Fian Celestial, mental demon Fian Celestial, formless Fian Celestial, light devouring Fian Celestial, shocking Fian Celestial, rain devouring Fian Celestial, and Tao stability Fian Celestial. He should have continued cultivating, but something happened that interrupted his cultivation. He opened his eyes. In the west of the immortal world, at the end of the world, boundless black mist attacked from the dark forbidden zone. It was majestic and unstoppable. Dozens of mysterious cultivators suddenly appeared and joined forces to attack the black mist. However, their dharmic powers dissipated completely when they touched the black mist. It was useless. What's happening? This mist is strange. Could it be that the heavenly devils are attacking again? Looks like I have to report it to the chaotic city. Third Junior, go to the chaotic city immediately. Alright, the disciples guarding the Western world were from the Jia school. The cultivators were at least at the deity realm. The leader was even a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. However, even joining forces, they could not slow down the black mist at all. They were shocked. Hanju looked at the black mist sweeping towards the immortal world from afar and frowned. There was something wrong with the black mist. It was not a heavenly devil, but it looked similar. Could it be the Tao devils of the deity realm of the ruins of End? Hanju was very puzzled, but he had no intention of doing anything. Even if the sky collapsed, the other sages would hold it up. Indeed. That day, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Emperor Shao rushed to the edge of the immortal world and used their supreme dharmic powers to successfully resist the black mist's approach. However, they only resisted and could not disperse it. Chu Zilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Chu Zilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? This fellow began to spam again. It had been a long time since this happened. It was probably related to the black mist outside the immortal world. Hanju thought for a moment and still chose to accept it. After entering the dream, Chu Zilai immediately said anxiously, "The Dark Sage King is attacking. You have to help. We heavenly Tao sages are not his match." The Dark Sage King? Hanju asked. Who said that? Li Mui. He was attacked by the Dark Sage King. He said that the Dark Sage King might be chasing after him. Really? Hanju did not believe it. He had calculated that the Dark Sage King was still far from attacking the immortal world. Really? Alright. Hanju removed the dream and his consciousness returned to reality. I want to know the origins of the black mist attacking the immortal world. 70 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A figure appeared in Hanju's mind, and a line of words appeared in front of him. Luohu, perfected freedom sage, ancestor of the devil race, immeasurable emperor, son of the heavenly Tao, Tao ancestor's fiend body. Why was it him? Hanju was so frightened that he immediately sat down and didn't dare to go and help. How could he deal with a perfected freedom sage? Wait. How could Li Mui be mistaken? Could it be that Luohu was closely related to the Dark Sage King? Hanju continued to ask, why are Chu Zilai and Li Mui saying that the black mist attacking the immortal world is the Dark Sage King? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju entered the dream and came to Li Mui's Tao field. Li Mui and Chu Zilai sat opposite each other with solemn expressions. Li Mui asked in a low voice, really? Yes, under the heavenly Tao spirit's lead, I have already found the Tao ancestor's fiend body. However, Luohu has his own will. For the Tao ancestor's sake, he's willing to help us eliminate Hanju. He only needs to lure him out, Chu Zilai said in a low voice. Li Mui's eyes flickered. Chu Zilai said, compared to me, Hanju is a greater threat. He alone is enough to overturn us sages. After I fuse with the heavenly Tao, I will transcend sooner or later. You and I will enter the deity realm of the ruins of End together. No matter what, we are still fellow disciples from the Tao sect. What is Hanju? A chaotic Fian Celestial. Li Mui asked, then, how can we trick him to go out? I can tell now. Unless he has no choice, Hanju will never leave the immortal world. We will create another heavenly devil calamity and lure him out. In order to increase the credibility, say that it's your enemy, the Dark Sage King. No matter how strong the Dark Sage King is, he didn't kill you. Hanju should be able to judge. Chu Zilai said seriously and smiled. Li Mui sighed. You really see through him. Chu Zilai smiled. As long as he goes out, he will definitely die. The dream shattered. Hanju opened his eyes and almost cursed. They actually plotted against me. However, it had to be said that this trap was indeed very strong and invulnerable. If Hanju didn't have the derivation function, he might have asked Chu Zilai first. After confirming it, he might really attack the black mist to protect the immortal world. What a pity. You sages will never be able to outwit me. Hanju's eyes turned ruthless. Great, since you want to target me, don't blame me for being impolite. Hanju directly sent a dream to Li Mui. In the dream, Li Mui saw Hanju appear and couldn't help but stand up. Is it really the Dark Sage King? Hanju asked. Li Mui smiled bitterly. That's right, he's very strong. I'm afraid only you can deal with him in the entire immortal world. What about Heavenly Venerate Wufa? Heavenly Venerate Wufa is not your match, anyway. That's true. Hanju remained silent. Li Mui stared at him. Hanju asked again, are you sure it's the Dark Sage King? Can I deal with him? Li Mui hesitated. The Dark Sage King should be similar to the previous Tao Heavenly Devil. I can't be sure that you can kill him, but only you have the strength. This fellow was actually pushing him by saying this. Hanju almost died of anger. As expected of a sage, he acted really well. I'll consider it. With that, Hanju left the dream. Without another word, he continued cultivating the grand unity aspect. He had to become stronger before dealing with these two dogs. Outside the immortal world, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Emperor Shao were still resisting the black mist. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked in a low voice, why aren't the other sages here? Yet, Emperor Shao frowned. I'm not sure. Chu Zilai went to find Hanju for help. At the mention of Hanju, the anxious expression on the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's face softened. After experiencing the Heavenly Devil calamity, Hanju was the strongest in the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's heart. If Hanju took action, this calamity should be resolved. At the same time, Chu Zilai and Li Mui were also waiting. Time passed. Several days later, Hanju had yet to appear. Chu Zilai and Li Mui panicked. Was Hanju this cowardly? Chapter 574 Killing a Sage and Capturing Another. Chapter 574 Killing a Sage and Capturing Another. Hanju didn't think about Li Mui and Chu Zilai's mental fluctuations. He focused on cultivating. Chu Zilai didn't dare to visit his dreams anymore, afraid that he would expose himself if he was too eager. A year later, Chu Zilai couldn't help but visit Hanju in his dreams again. In the end, he was ignored. At this moment, he realized that his plan had failed. Hanju was definitely terrified. Chu Zilai cursed silently and had no choice but to let the heavenly Tao spirit tell Luohu to retreat. Luohu seemed to have his own ambitions. He only retreated after several months of stalemate. The sages finally heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Zilai and Li Mui sensed that something was wrong and stopped sending dreams to Hanju. After 89 years, Hanju finally ended his cultivation after being unable to cultivate a new Fian Celestial Dharma idol. He gained 36 new Fian Celestial Dharma idols. They were the Common Fian Celestial, Concentrated Fian Celestial, Extreme Speed Fian Celestial, Fantasy Fian Celestial, Captive Sleep Fian Celestial, Annihilation Fian Celestial, Time Event Fian Celestial, Savagery Fian Celestial, Thousand Faces Fian Celestial, Grand Light Fian Celestial, Dark Numbness Fian Celestial, Infinite Fian Celestial, Unbeatable Fian Celestial, Screech Fian Celestial, Soul Taker Fian Celestial, Delusion Fian Celestial, Strength Fian Celestial, Inauspicious Fian Celestial, Immeasurable Fian Celestial, Heavenly Cycle Fian Celestial, Chaotic Fian Celestial, Rotten Flames Fian Celestial, Plague Fian Celestial, Emperor Fian Celestial, Emperor Fian Celestial, Ultimate Pain Fian Celestial, Loyalty Fian Celestial, Black and White Fian Celestial, Ancient Fian Celestial, Future Fian Celestial, Traversal Fian Celestial, Tidal Origin Fian Celestial, Purification Fian Celestial, Unceasing Fian Celestial, Confusion Fian Celestial, and Life Fian Celestial. During this breakthrough, he had accumulated 50 Fian Celestials, totaling 174 Fian Celestial Dharma idols. Hanju originally thought that he would be able to learn more Fian Celestial Dharma idols during this breakthrough. He didn't expect this. He entered the simulation trial to adapt to the power of these Fian Celestial Dharma idols. Several months later, he discovered that the strongest was actually the Strength Fian Celestial. It could break through all techniques with one move. Coupled with the heavenly constellation Fian Celestial, it was extremely violent and could even be described as invincible. Tao Heavenly Devil and Heavenly Venerate Wufa could no longer withstand a single blow from Hanju. His strength soared. Hanju began to nurture the Fian Celestial Qi in his body while thinking about how to deal with Chu Zilai and Li Mui. That's right, he had to punish them. It was easy for him to control these two sages now. Should he use the primordial heavenly prison? Should he just kill him? Han Ju was a little hesitant. If he directly killed the two sages, the existence behind them would definitely notice. No, he had to kill one and subdue the other to serve as a warning. Otherwise, the other sages would also find trouble with him in the future. Han Ju's eyes narrowed. He slowly stood up. The sun and moon yin-yang protection emitted a dazzling divine light. He came to the 33rd heaven and flew straight towards Li Mui's palace. He didn't conceal his aura. His appearance alerted the other sages. Looking at Han Ju landing in front of Li Mui's Dao field, the sages were nervous. If he and Li Mui joined forces, they were afraid. Han Ju waved his hand and directly broke through the palace door. The array formation of the sage Dao field shattered. Han Ju, what are you doing? Li Mui shouted in anger. He pulled out his sword and prepared to fight. Han Ju said coldly, I didn't want to kill you. However, since you're plotting against me, don't blame me for being impolite. He directly condensed two chaotic Phi and Celestial Dharma idols. They were the heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial and the strength Phi and Celestial. The two Phi and Celestial Dharma idols were extremely majestic and had terrifying postures. They waved their right fists together. The punch was domineering. The sage Dao field directly exploded and turned into nothingness. A terrifying wind wreaked havoc in the 33rd heaven. Li Mui raised his sword and used his mystical power to block. However, just as he did it, his body was directly obliterated. The other sages were shocked. They didn't understand why Han Ju attacked Li Mui, but they couldn't stand by and watch. What if it was their turn next? Chu Zilai's expression darkened as he panicked. Could it be that their plan had been exposed? Impossible. Unless Han Ju recognized Luo Hu. Han Ju raised his hand and grabbed Li Mui's sage soul. Shocked, Li Mui struggled hard, but he felt a powerful force restraining him, preventing him from escaping. Not only that, but the surrounding space was also imprisoned. He couldn't move at all. Impossible. Li Mui panicked completely. He knew that Han Ju was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. He even suspected that Han Ju was already a freedom sage or even stronger. Han Ju snorted. The black mist that attacked the immortal world previously was not the dark sage at all, but Luo Hu. Chu Zilai and Li Mui plotted to trick me out. Today, I'll kill Li Mui as a warning to others, lest you still dare to scheme against me in the future. Just because I don't deal with you doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. Han Ju directly used the Devour Phi and Celestial to devour Li Mui's sage soul, not giving him a chance to revive. The Devour Phi and Celestial could absorb the enemy's soul and body to strengthen himself. However, Han Ju had only learned the Dharma idol. After devouring Li Mui, the increase in his cultivation was almost negligible. After Li Mui died, he looked at Chu Zilai. Moved, Chu Zilai hurriedly said, I can explain this to you. Han Ju, don't forget. I helped you in the previous calamity. Han Ju instantly appeared in front of him. Chu Zilai subconsciously used his mystical power, and golden light burst out from his body. He was like a golden bell, majestic and divine. Boom! Han Ju shattered the golden bell with his palm and grabbed Chu Zilai. The heavenly constellation Phi and Celestial and the strength Phi and Celestial punched out at the same time, crushing Chu Zilai's body with absolute domineering power. Han Ju used the power of the imprisonment Phi and Celestial to suppress Chu Zilai's sage soul and then disappeared from the 33rd heaven. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tian Ju, Emperor Shao, Fuxidian, and Heavenly Venerate Wufa were all stunned. They heard Han Ju's words clearly. Was the black mist caused by Chu Zilai and Li Mui? No wonder they said that they wanted to find Han Ju. In the end, Han Ju didn't attack and the black mist still dissipated. Apart from Heavenly Venerate Wufa, the other four sages had extremely complicated emotions. They felt lucky, but also a chill. No matter what, Chu Zilai and Li Mui were considered sages of the same batch as them. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju suppressed Chu Zilai's soul in the primordial heavenly prison. The other party no longer cared about his face and kept begging for mercy. He didn't have the bearing of a sage at all. Han Ju ignored him and patiently waited for the time to pass. After begging for several hours, Chu Zilai finally calmed down. Since Han Ju didn't kill him, he still had hope. Han Ju called Zhang Ju in to guard Chu Zilai's soul to prevent him from escaping. At the same time, the news of Han Ju killing two sages spread among the major factions in the immortal world. There were not only sages in the 33rd heaven, but also many Dao seekers. There were even disciples of the various major factions in the chaotic city. 13th heaven, Li Daokong and Li Xuanao gathered in a hall. Li Xuanao smiled bitterly. I didn't expect Master to die. Li Daokong sighed. Li Mui was the master who raised them, and Han Ju was their new master. They couldn't say anything. Master probably did something. Otherwise, sect master wouldn't have attacked in anger. You should know his personality, Li Xuanao said helplessly. Li Daokong glanced at him. Although he knew that Li Xuanao was telling the truth and that Han Ju was indeed not a bloodthirsty person, this junior brother deliberately spoke for Han Ju in such a situation. It was quite disappointing. This useless junior only knew how to take sides. Chapter 575 Heavenly Change, Kundi. Chapter 575 Heavenly Change, Kundi. Master has died and the human school is leaderless. Senior, the human school has yet to choose the next eldest disciple. This is your chance. Li Xuanao seemed to have thought of something as his eyes lit up. Li Daokong snorted. We're no longer disciples of the human school. You are not allowed to attack them. Even without your master, do you think the human school will disperse? Li Xuanao frowned. Li Daokong shook his head. Junior, your vision is still too narrow. A Providence sect is not as simple as you think. Otherwise, why would the Buddhist sect and the Jia school always revive and reorganize after scattering? Li Xuanao frowned even more. Li Daokong ignored him and walked out of the hall. He faced the east and bowed slightly. He was a pseudo-sage and had already sensed that Li Mui's karma with him had been severed. This meant that he was really dead. No matter how they had conflicted in the past, without Li Mui, Li Daokong would not be here today. Li Daokong could only bow. He couldn't kill Han Ju for Li Mui. When Li Mui hunted him down, only Han Ju was willing to take him in the entire immortal world. The world is changing, Li Daokong muttered to himself as he narrowed his eyes. He seemed to see the 33rd heaven in chaos. 2,000 years passed. Primordial heavenly prison has successfully enslaved the target. Chu Zilai has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, max. Han Ju opened his eyes and smiled in satisfaction. He stared at him. Chu Zilai seemed to have a dream. He opened his eyes and looked at Han Ju. He hurriedly stood up and bowed. Recalling the past, he was filled with guilt. Sorry. For some reason, I actually sigh. Han Ju smiled. It's all in the past. Is the heavenly Tao spirit still around? In the process of enslaving Chu Zilai, he also gave him an absolute purification, but it was unknown if he had destroyed the heavenly Tao spirit. Chu Zilai replied, the heavenly Tao insignia in my body has already been removed, but the heavenly Tao spirit is still there. I have never been able to capture it. Han Ju frowned. In that case, the heavenly Tao spirit was still his great enemy. If the heavenly Tao spirit still comes to find you, act according to the situation. Don't directly expose our relationship, Han Ju said seriously. Chu Zilai nodded. Then, Han Ju moved him to the 33rd heaven and asked Zhang Ju to leave. Seeing that Chu Zilai returned to the Tao field, the other sages came looking for him. Han Ju let you go. I thought you were dead. Since you're alive, what about Li Mui? Tisk tisk, you actually survived. What a pity. Is what Han Ju said true? You really found Luo Hu? Facing the sages' questions, Chu Zilai's expression was calm. He sighed and said, fellow Taoist Li Mui is already dead. It's all my fault for finding him to scheme against Han Ju. What Han Ju said is true. We indeed found Luo Hu. This is our fault. The reason why Han Ju let me go is that I protected his disciple in the previous calamity. I will be grounded and reflect on myself. With that, he turned around and returned to his Tao field. The other sages looked at each other and did not speak for a long time. Was Chu Zilai giving in? They knew him too well. This was extraordinary. What method did Han Ju use? On the other side, a line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Kundi has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Kundi, what a familiar name. Han Ju immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Kundi, great Tao sage, immeasurable emperor, founder of the Buddhist sect. Because you severed his karma with Chu Zilai, he has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Jade Bodhi was the primordial ancestor of the Buddhist sect and Kundi was the founder. What was the relationship between the two? Han Ju had heard of Kundi on earth before. It was the sect master of the Western world, which was also the Buddhist sect. Those legends should be the projections of the sages, heavens. They might not be true, but there were clues. Han Ju didn't panic at all. The Tao Field's array formation had already been raised to the great Tao Sage realm. It could even block the prying of a great Tao Supreme. It was extremely stable. Why didn't Li Mui's backing develop hatred towards Han Ju? Could it be that he was too heartless? Han Ju stopped thinking and continued cultivating. He couldn't cultivate in peace for the past 2,000 years. Even with Zhongju around, he was afraid that Chu Zilai would suddenly escape. He should cultivate well next. Han Ju was already addicted to cultivating. If he didn't enter seclusion for a period of time, he would feel uncomfortable all over. Under the fusang tree, the disciples cultivated separately. Dao comprehension sword opened her eyes and complained, "You always rely on brute force." Tu Ling'er smiled proudly, "I'm from the Magus race. I have the bloodline of the ancestral Magus. Breaking all techniques with brute force is the inheritance of our Magus race." The two women had just experienced a simulation trial when Dao comprehension sword was defeated again. Dao comprehension sword was about to speak when the fusang tree suddenly shook violently, startling the disciples under the tree. The black hell chicken asked, "What's wrong with you?" The fusang tree replied, "The Chiliocosm world I connected to is gone. The spatial tunnel has also closed." The Chiliocosm world was gone. Long Hao asked, "Should I tell Master?" The black hell chicken glared at him and said angrily, "Does the Chiliocosm world belong to Master? Don't disturb Master's cultivation if there's nothing." It looked at the fusang tree and said, "Has this affected you?" "No, I was just shocked." "Stop making a fuss. I think you're a woman." "What do you mean?" The black hell chicken was about to explain when it suddenly felt the gazes of Li Yao, Dao comprehension sword, Tu Ling'er, and Xiao Er. Frightened, it hurriedly shut up. This small incident didn't affect Han Ju. Under the white clouds in the sky, the mountains rose and fell. Mountain ranges were like the ridges of dragons crawling on the ground. Some strange mountains and forests were magnificent. Rows of flying beasts circled above the forest, and the roars of ferocious beasts and demon beasts came from time to time. At the top of a straight mountain was a Taoist temple. The Taoist temple was very simple. Colorful flowers were planted beside it. At this moment, a middle-aged man was kneeling in front of the Taoist temple. "Father, the Han family really needs your help. You've never helped us. Do you really want the Han family to be wiped out?" The middle-aged man cried in grievance. The door to the Taoist temple suddenly opened. Han Tuo slowly walked out. He was still so young. Compared to the middle-aged man, he was more like a son. Seeing Han Tuo come out, the middle-aged man crawled forward excitedly. Han Tuo frowned, his eyes filled with disappointment. He was too disappointed in his son. He always came to trouble him. He had traveled the world alone and reached his current realm. Han Tuo said, "I'll help you one last time. Choose a disciple from the family and I'll impart my cultivation technique to him. From now on, I'll leave this world. You can rely on yourselves in the future." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was moved and asked carefully, "Where are you going? Can you bring the Han family along?" Han Tuo snorted, "What Han family? You created it for your own selfish desires. You're far inferior to your younger sister. That's all. Don't force me to change my mind." Chapter 576 Birth of the Famous Race, Heavenly Venerates Zondu. Chapter 576 Birth of the Famous Race, Heavenly Venerates Zondu. Han Tuo's tone was very dissatisfied. The middle-aged man hurriedly apologized. The father and son chatted for a while more before the middle-aged man left and went back to choose a suitable disciple. Han Tuo looked at his departing figure and sighed. Every time he saw his children, Han Tuo would always think of his late wife. The reason why he came to the mortal world to get married and have children was only to train and for his state of mind to become clearer. His previous wife in the immortal world had died in the hands of the enemy, while the wife of the mortal world had died of old age. Han Tuo had thought that their life would be simple. He didn't expect his children to want to pursue the immortal Tao like him. At first, Han Tuo still had expectations for his children. However, his son had taken a different path and was filled with desire for power. Instead, his daughter had been pursuing the Tao calmly. Han Tuo suddenly thought of his father. What did Han Ju think of him back then? Thinking of Han Ju's words, he was a little confused. Could it be that he was really not a qualified father? "Father, if you were still alive, perhaps sigh, it's all my fault for not finding the immortality pill for you in time," Han Tuo muttered to himself. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After staying in the mortal world for so long, it was time to return. Half a month later, the middle-aged man brought a youth up the mountain. Han Tuo let the youth enter the Taoist temple. The youth knelt on the ground respectfully. Although he was only 13 or 14 years old, his bearing was very stable. For some reason, Han Tuo inexplicably thought of his younger self. He really looked like him. Han Tuo began to teach him the Tao technique. 300 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes. He had finally relaxed in the past 300 years, and his mood had finally become happy. He stood up and decided to preach the Tao for the hidden sect. It had been thousands of years since he had preached the Tao. It was time. Prepare to listen to the Tao. Han Ju's voice resounded throughout the 100-peak immortal river. All the disciples came out of seclusion. He still preached the great Tao of extreme origin for 100 years. 100 years later, Han Ju stopped preaching and looked down at the 100-peak immortal river. After so many years, some new prodigies still appeared in the hidden sect. Most of the personal disciples also took in disciples. Even the black hell chicken. Han Ju predicted that after 100,000 years, other than the nether race, at least 5,000 deity realm experts would appear in the hidden sect. If 100 zenith heaven golden immortals appeared in 10 million years, there should be hope. There might not even be 100 zenith heaven golden immortals in the entire immortal world, so it could be imagined how powerful the hidden sect would be 10 million years later. However, 10 million years was too long. Han Ju was still charging towards 100,000 years. Sometimes, having good potential would also cause trouble, but one would find that time was too slow. After speaking, Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple. He opened the emails and checked them. He didn't read them for a long time and did not know how his friends were doing. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was suppressed by your enemy Kundi and was severely injured. Your son Han Tuo accidentally entered the 9 nether purgatory. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your good friend Zhang Dugu. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Jing Tiangong created the darkness sect. Your good friend Emperor Shao was cursed by a mysterious curse. How could the evil heavenly emperor provoke Kundi? Han Ju was puzzled. Most importantly, the evil heavenly emperor could still survive. Did he hesitate to kill the evil heavenly emperor? He could test the waters. In any case, Kundi was his enemy. Furthermore, it had been hundreds of years since he had enslaved Chu Zilai. Han Ju continued reading. This was not the first time Jing Tiangong established the darkness sect. After leaving the Jia school, he seemed to be having a rough time. Han Ju hesitated to directly recruit Jing Tiangong. Forget it. If he needed the identity of the Dark Forbidden Lord in the future, he could not expose it in advance. Han Ju looked down. Most of his good friends outside began to become active. The former immortal world had completely returned. After closing the emails, Han Ju extended his sage sense and observed the entire immortal world. The 3 regions near the 100-peak immortal river were already densely covered in living beings. Most of the living beings were in the form of humans after transforming. However, the humans lived very hard in the immortal world and had already become a small race. They could only survive in a region divided by the heavenly race. Apart from the demons, the strongest race in the current immortal world should be the famous race. They were acting like the demons. They proclaimed that all living beings in the world with a certain amount of fame could enter the famous race. The demons were now led by the heavenly race and did not dare to anger them. They were fighting with the famous race for the throne. From then on, the dragon race had risen again. Perhaps because of the sage position, more and more mighty figures traveled the world and spread their Tao techniques. More than 100 Providence sects were born. Almost every Providence sect had a divine realm mighty figure or even a pseudo-sage. Han Ju observed for several hours before retracting his gaze. He looked at the mortal world that Han Tuo had stayed in. The Han family that Han Tuo had left behind had already migrated and were still being hunted down. It was a little desolate. This brat is really heartless. He's really like his father, Han Ju muttered to himself. Although the Han family's situation was tragic, it was not to the extent of being wiped out. There were many disciples in the family whose potential surpassed mortals, but they were too young and did not have time to grow. With a thought, Han Ju moved the Han family to a safe forest and isolated them from the world. He hoped that they wouldn't cause trouble and cultivated in peace. Then, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Outside the 33rd heaven, Chu Zilai, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Fuxidian, Sect Master Tian Ju, Emperor Shao, and Empress Haotu gathered in Li Mui's Dao field. The sages were nervous as they looked at a light hole floating in the air. Lightning silently flickered, dazzling and strange. Empress Haotu couldn't help but ask, "Who will come?" Sect Master Tian Ju said calmly, "I'm not sure. If the Grand Supreme Sage didn't take in a new disciple in the deity realm of the ruins of End, that senior should have come." Empress Haotu frowned. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate looked at Chu Zilai and asked, "Why are you so calm?" "Li Mui died because of you. If he had no intention, how could he agree to my plan?" "I can't force him." Chu Zilai shook his head. Sect Master Tianju snorted. The other sages also could not stand Chu Zilai. This fellow was really shameless. At this moment, a vast pressure spread out from the cave. A white-haired gray-robed elder walked out. He held a horsetail whisk, and a long sword that emitted a green light floated behind him. At the end of the sword hilt was a small lotus throne. Apart from Empress Hautu and Fuxidian, the other sages bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Heavenly Venerate Zondu." Heavenly Venerate Zondu's expression was indifferent as he said, "I already know about the Heavenly Tao's situation. The Grand Supreme Sage asked me to control the human school. I hope that you won't make things difficult for the human school in the future." Of course, the sages replied again. Heavenly Venerate Zondu looked at Chu Zilai and asked, "Why did you sever your karma with that person?" Chu Zilai replied, "I was caught by Hanju. I had no choice. My heart is still with the Buddhist sect." Heavenly Venerate Zondu's eyes suddenly filled with deep meaning, as if he was seeing through him. Chapter 577 Years Old, Heaven Opening Acts. Chapter 577 70,000 Years Old, Heaven Opening Acts. Heavenly Venerate Zondu retracted his gaze and faced the sages. He said slowly, "I have my own conclusion regarding Li Mui's death. The most important thing now is to stabilize the Heavenly Tao's providence. Recently, the providence has been in chaos. Order needs to be consolidated. No more trouble is allowed for the time being." The sages heaved a sigh of relief. This suited their intentions. They didn't want to fight with Hanju. They even felt that Hanju was not weaker than Heavenly Venerate Zondu. The outcome also proved this. Heavenly Venerate Zondu did not dare to compete with him. Then, Heavenly Venerate Zondu stopped being polite and raised his hand to signal the sages to leave. After the sages left, the south extreme Heavenly Venerate found Empress Hautu and said, "Your karma with Hanju is the deepest. What do you think he feels towards us?" The other sages also surrounded him. Chu Zilai and Heavenly Venerate Wufa were secretly vigilant. If Empress Hautu dared to be disrespectful to Hanju, they would scheme against her. After experiencing the primordial heavenly prison, they were absolutely loyal to Hanju, but they wouldn't lose their personality and thinking. This change was very terrifying. Even sages couldn't realize this. Empress Hautu replied, "How would I know? However, if you don't target him, he shouldn't care about you. This child has the great Tao in his heart and doesn't have time to scheme against others. You have also figured out Li Mui's death. If it were you, what would you do?" Thinking of something, she said meaningfully, "Hanju can see through Chu Zilai and Li Mui's schemes. It's worth thinking about. His mystical power is far beyond ours." With that said, Empress Hautu vanished. The sages looked at each other. 690 years later, Hanju opened his eyes, and lines of words appeared in front of him. Detected that you are 70,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Go to the deity realm of the ruins of End immediately and unify the Great Tao. You can obtain a sage-level Tao field guard, a Great Tao fragment, a supreme treasure, and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from conflict. Maintain your original intention. You can obtain a Great Tao fragment, a mystical power inheritance, and a supreme treasure. Hanju cursed silently. The dog system was luring him again. He directly chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a Great Tao fragment, a mystical power inheritance, and a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the mystical power Dharma Idol Fusion Technique. Dharma Idol Fusion Technique. Special mystical power. You can fuse the Dharma idol you cast into the main body and fuse the two powers into one. Congratulations on obtaining the chaotic supreme treasure, Heaven Opening Axe. Heaven Opening Axe. Chaotic Supreme Treasure, one of the birth Dharma treasures of the chaotic Fian Celestial Pangu. It has the power to devour the providence of the chaotic Fian Celestials and can split the world. Heaven Opening Axe. Hanju's eyes widened. What level was a chaotic supreme treasure? In Hanju's understanding, Dharma treasures were divided into numinous treasures and supreme treasures according to the major realms. Zenith Heaven Numinous Treasure, Zenith Heaven Supreme Treasure, Heavenly Tao Numinous Treasure, Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure, Freedom Numinous Treasure, Freedom Supreme Treasure. Could the chaotic supreme treasure be higher than the freedom realm? Hanju felt dizzy from the immense happiness. Was this an invincible cheat? On second thought, Pangu did not only have the Heaven Opening Axe, and the Tao Ancestor also had the Jade Slip of Creation. If they had such a supreme treasure before attaining the Tao, wouldn't it be even more of a cheat? Hanju was curious and asked, "System, how did you collect these supreme treasures? Could it be that the system was formed by the Tao Ancestor?" Han Ju couldn't help but suspect the system's origin. The system is only a support. You need to be strong enough to understand the system's origin. The system doesn't know its own origin currently. The system's answer was still so firm and emotionless. However, this made Han Ju relax. It would be terrifying if the system had its own will. Of course, the system might be pretending now, but Han Ju chose to believe it. If not for it, he wouldn't be here today. In any case, he had been cultivating in peace. It was fine as long as the system did not lure him out. Apart from the heaven-opening axe, the Dharma idol fusion technique was also very strong. It was unknown how many Dharma idols he could fuse at the same time. This technique was completely suitable for the grand unity aspect. Its level was immeasurable. The stronger the Dharma idol mystical power, the stronger it was. Han Ju first took out the heaven-opening axe and prepared to make it recognize him as its owner. The heaven-opening axe was larger than his entire body. The body of the axe was vast, and tiny figures were carved on it. Their postures were different as if they were in a chaotic battle. Holding the heaven-opening axe, Han Ju felt that it was heavy and almost couldn't hold it steady. He was a primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal, but he couldn't hold it steady. As expected of a chaotic supreme treasure, Han Ju began to make it recognize him as its owner. After a year, the heaven-opening axe finally recognized him as its owner. It was even harder than the killing Dao token. Han Ju continued to inherit the Dharma idol fusion technique. Several days later, he grasped this technique and began the simulation trial. He directly fused with the heavenly constellation Phi and celestial Dharma idol and wielded the heaven-opening axe. He killed heavenly venerate Wufa with one strike. He began the trial again. This time, he fused with the heavenly constellation Phi and celestial and the strength Phi and celestial. His strength increased again, and he easily killed heavenly venerate Wufa. Han Ju kept trying. He discovered that fusing with the Phi and celestial Dharma idol was not the result of completely overlapping. Most of the chaotic Phi and celestial's powers were fundamentally different. The Dharma idol fusion technique only fused the advantages. After fusing with the same type of Phi and celestial power, it was not the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. For example, the heavenly constellation Phi and celestial and the strength Phi and celestial combined were only equivalent to 1 + 1 = 1.5. But this was already not bad. Han Ju was very satisfied. He could at most fuse with 5 Phi and celestial Dharma idols and master the power of these Phi and celestials. Any more and his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Han Ju continued to enjoy the battle. He wanted to completely master the Dharma idol fusion technique and try the effect of fusing different Phi and celestial Dharma idols together. In a mysterious space, figures that shone with different lights appeared out of thin air. They all looked in the same direction. It was a point of light that looked like stars changing in the darkness. This great Tao is becoming stronger again. This growth speed is extraordinary. Is it derived from nature or is it an owned great Tao? I'm not sure. I can't see through it. Observe again. I keep feeling that this great Tao will affect the chaos. I think so, too. These figures discussed in low voices. After a while, they vanished again. The point of light in the darkness still shone lonely as it continued to strengthen itself. Time passed quickly. 834 years passed. Han Ju, who was cultivating, suddenly heard a cry. It didn't come from the 100-peak immortal river but from the distant mortal world. Ancestor Han Tuo, I beg you to show yourself. Our Han family is about to be wiped out. Can you really bear to sit by and watch? Why can other families invite immortals from the upper world? Our Han family has an immortal god ancestor, but he ignores us. Why? Our Han family has been wandering for more than 1,000 years, struggling at death's door. Why won't the heavens spare us? The voice was filled with despair. Han Ju looked over and saw that in a barren mountain range, a youth was kneeling on the ground and roaring at the sky. Tears kept falling. Many corpses could be seen lying around him. Han Ju could deduce at a glance that those corpses were the children of the Han family. He looked at Han Tuo again. At this moment, Han Tuo was imprisoned in the 9 nether purgatory and was enduring the burning of the 9 nether flame. He was in extreme pain. Chapter 578 Ancestor's Ancestor, Mysterious Attack. Chapter 578 Ancestor's Ancestor, Mysterious Attack. Han Ju didn't pity or care about Han Tuo's encounter. It was fine as long as this kid didn't die. In life, how could there be no danger or tribulation? Han Ju calculated. No sage was plotting against Han Tuo behind his back. However, he couldn't escape this predicament for the time being. Han Ju placed his gaze on the young man from the Han family who was crying. Originally, he didn't care about him. The reason why he went to check on him was mainly that this kid looked too similar to him. Yes, Similar. This youth looked to be 16 or 17 years old and was extremely handsome. Hanju had also used a spell to look at his own face and knew his appearance. This kid was simply made from the same mold as him. He was even more like Hanju than Han Tuo. Of course, compared to Hanju, he was still inferior. Because of his similar looks, Hanju liked this kid. What was this? Inherited genes. How many generations apart was he? In the wilderness, thunderclouds filled the sky. Hanyu knelt in front of his parents' corpses. He had already cried until his throat was hoarse. The reason he cried was not that he was afraid, but because he was angry. He was angry that his ancestor had left him alone. He was angry that he was too weak and angry that the heavens were unfair. After his emotions dissipated, Hanyu looked at the corpses on the ground and fell silent. A red light rose in the sky like fireworks. It was the enemy's spell signal. He had been discovered. 5 minutes ago, he had rushed here. It was already like this. The enemy had already left. Now, he had returned to kill him. He wanted to eradicate the Han family. Hanyu was filled with anger, and his eyes became determined. If this is my Han family's fate, I will die with them. Hanyu muttered to himself and slowly closed his eyes. Swish! A piercing sound could be heard as Hanyu's chest was pierced by a sharp sword. Blood splattered on the corpse beside him. Cultivators flew over on their swords. Their auras were like a rainbow as they quickly surrounded him. The blue-robed man in the lead looked down at Hanyu and said, "You should be the son of the Han family, Hanyu. You're indeed talented. Unfortunate. If you weren't a disciple of the Han family, I could still take you in as a son-in-law. You must die today. The grudge between our families should end here." Clang! The blue-robed man pulled out a soft sword from his sleeve. The blade quickly burned with flames, illuminating the dark world that seemed like night. Hanyu grabbed the sword with his bare hand and pulled it out. Boom! The black clouds churned even more violently as thunder rumbled. He still wants to resist. Tisk tisk, the Han family has always claimed that they have an immortal god ancestor. They are inferior to our Wang family's ancestor. At the very least, our Wang family's ancestor appeared and taught our disciples Dao techniques. The Han family deserved what happened to them today. When they were strong back then, they also wiped us out. Hurry up and kill him. What are you afraid of? Can anyone save him now? The cultivators discussed. Some urged, some cursed, and some mocked. The blue-robed man waved his sword down. The blade transformed into firebirds that were dozens of feet wide. They swooped down at Hanyu as if they wanted to burn all the corpses in the area. Hanyu looked calmly at the firebirds that filled the sky. He had already accepted the outcome of the Han family being wiped out. Under his gaze, the dozens of firebirds suddenly dissipated. The thunderclouds in the sky parted and wisps of sunlight shone on Hanyu. In an instant, Hanyu felt as if a lifetime had passed. HMPH, who said that the Han family's ancestor is inferior to your Wang family's ancestor? A cold snort sounded. The Wang family cultivators felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their entire bodies trembled, their eyes losing color. Hanyu's pupils slowly widened. Under his gaze, the Wang family cultivators turned to dust. Hanju attacked. Killing these mortals involved only a thought. However, he still showed mercy and let their souls fall into the cycle of reincarnation without dissipating. Hanju had already attained the Tao. Only existences stronger than him could make him worry. He wouldn't feel guilty about killing some mortals. Hanyu came back to his senses and asked excitedly, "Is it Ancestor Han Tuo?" Ancestor appeared. Hanju's voice sounded, "Han Tuo. I'm tens of thousands of years older than him." He didn't directly reveal his identity. If Han Tuo knew, he would think that he was an ancestor. In Han Tuo's understanding, Hanju should have parents. There must be other Han family members above. Hanyu was stunned. In the family tree, Han Tuo was the father of the creator and was already the ancestor with the highest seniority. Unexpectedly, many years later, Hanyu mentioned this experience to his descendants with a sigh. That day, he asked his ancestor for help. The ancestor did not reply, but the ancestor's ancestor came to the rescue. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju ignored Hanyu's question. It was already good enough that he could save him. He wouldn't do anything for him anymore. Unless Hanyu displayed a temperament that satisfied him, Hanju's good impression of him would only stop at his physical appearance. He continued to cultivate. A day in the immortal world and a year in the mortal world did not mean a difference in time, but life experiences. To cultivators, a year was nothing. To mortals, a year was enough to change their lives. In the blink of an eye. 1,000 years passed. After Hanju's cultivation ended, his cultivation improved again. Although it was not obvious, he could only break through after many years. He first observed Han Tuo. This kid had already rushed out of the 9 nether purgatory and returned to the immortal world. His cultivation had increased greatly and was already very close to the deity realm. He looked at Han Yu again and discovered that he was actually not dead yet. He was already a Mahayana cultivator now. Although Han Yu was still alive, the Han family was already gone. Han Yu didn't create a new family. Instead, he cultivated diligently. Not to mention having children, he didn't even have a Dao companion. This kid was very sensible. Han Ju only took a look. Since the two of them were not in danger, he couldn't be bothered to interfere. Han Ju started to check his emails. Soon, an email attracted his attention. Your good friend Chu Zilai was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Why was Chu Zilai severely injured? He looked up and saw that Chu Zilai was still in his Dao field. All these years, Han Ju didn't feel any battle fluctuations. What happened? Who attacked Chu Zilai? Han Ju had no choice but to use the derivation function. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Immediately after, a figure appeared in Han Ju's mind. Heavenly Venerate Zondu, perfected heavenly Dao sage, eldest disciple of the human school, immeasurable emperor, ancestor of the human race. Heavenly Venerate Zondu, could it be the great Taoist master Zondu in the investiture of the gods? Han Ju had already caught a powerful aura in Li Mui's Dao field. It was not weaker than Heavenly Venerate Wufa, but it was not much stronger. Why did Heavenly Venerate Zondu attack Chu Zilai? Han Ju didn't continue to use the derivation function but visited Chu Zilai in his dreams. The reason why he checked just now was to understand the other party's cultivation. In the dream, Chu Zilai opened his eyes and saw that it was Han Ju. He hurriedly stood up and bowed. Han Ju asked, why did Heavenly Venerate Zondu attack you? Stunned, Chu Zilai sighed. You're really remarkable, you even know this. It's not an attack, it's just a spar. He used a special mystical power to spar with me and didn't disturb the heavenly Dao. Chapter 579 Insta-killing Heavenly Venerate Zondu, preaching the Dao to the heavens. Chapter 579 Insta-killing Heavenly Venerate Zondu, preaching the Dao to the heavens. What mystical power? Han Ju asked. To be able to severely injure Chu Zilai without causing a commotion, this mystical power was something. What a good method of ambush. He had to figure it out. Chu Zilai replied, I'm not sure, either. This mystical power is similar to a dream, but it's not a dream. It will pull me into another space and attack me. All the damage I suffer will be completely transmitted to my body and soul. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. In that space, can you resist? Yes, but there will be some restrictions. Did Heavenly Venerate Zondu say anything to you? He didn't say anything. He didn't seem to want to provoke you, so he didn't mention. You, yes, report to me if anything happens. Understood. Han Ju left the dream. He opened his eyes and frowned. He hesitated for a moment before suddenly jumping out of the 100-peak immortal river and arriving at the 33rd heaven. In front of Li Mui's Dao field, he quickly used the simulation trial to copy Heavenly Venerate Zondu's cultivation. Why are you here, fellow Taoist? Heavenly Venerate Zondu's voice floated out, his tone calm. Han Ju disappeared after saying, I'm just passing by. I won't disturb your cultivation. Heavenly Venerate Zondu was originally very vigilant, but Han Ju calling him senior softened his expression. He didn't like Li Mui's hypocrisy. After understanding the situation, he felt that Li Mui deserved it. However, when Han Ju dealt with the human school, he subconsciously treated him as an enemy. Now, it seemed that Han Ju might not be an enemy. But was this fellow really just passing by? Impossible. Could it be that he checked my cultivation level and realized that he was no match for me, so he retreated? Heavenly Venerate Zondu frowned as he thought that it was very likely. He hoped that this fellow could appreciate it. Heavenly Venerate Zondu originally did not want to come to the Heavenly Dao. He wanted to spend more time on cultivation. On the other side, Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple and started the simulation trial to challenge Heavenly Venerate Zondu alone. After 10 breaths of time, he finally killed the other party. Han Ju showed a frown. This fellow's mystical power was impressive. He could actually extract his consciousness and pull it into another space. Fortunately, Han Ju used the power of the shattering Fian Celestial to directly shatter that mysterious space. He held the heaven-opening axe and killed Heavenly Venerate Zondu in one strike. No, 10 breaths were too long. If Heavenly Venerate Zondu still had help, Han Ju's true body might be killed. Hanju continued the simulation trial and looked for a way to insta-kill the Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate Zondu was worthy of being a perfected Heavenly Tao sage. He was indeed powerful. Hanju even suspected that his cultivation level had been suppressed, just like how Heavenly Venerate Wufa was a freedom sage. In order to enter the Heavenly Tao, he had suppressed his cultivation to the Heavenly Tao sage. No matter what, Heavenly Venerate Zondu was a Heavenly Tao sage now. After 7 simulation trials, Hanju finally found a way. In the beginning, he would first use the Dharma Idol fusion technique to fuse with the Guardian Fiend Celestial and the Barrier Fiend Celestial. He would directly isolate Heavenly Venerate Zondu's mysterious mystical power and insta-kill him. As a sage, he could do many things in an instant. After finding a way to insta-kill the Heavenly Venerate, Hanju felt refreshed and relaxed. He didn't plan to deal with Heavenly Venerate Zondu as long as this fellow did not provoke him. Killing Heavenly Venerate Zondu would definitely attract stronger existences, and sooner or later, terrifying mighty figures would come. Hanju didn't want to kill the enemy and level up. It was too tiring. He was about to cultivate when Han Zuishan came to visit. He had already figured out Hanju's seclusion pattern. Most of the time, he would end his seclusion once every 1,000 years. Hanju let him in. Just like before, he came to report the living beings whose potential had reached the limit. This time, there were 8,000 immortal emperors, and their cultivation couldn't increase anymore. Reaching the emperor realm in tens of thousands of years, one seemed to have outstanding potential, but they had to consider the spirit chi in the Tao field and Hanju's lecture from time to time. Grand Master, are we still letting them reinforce the heavenly race this time? Han Zuishan asked. Hanju asked, what do you think? Since this kid asked, he definitely had other intentions. Han Zuishan said, I learned from the myriad worlds projection that the heavenly race has already dominated the immortal world and no longer needs the hidden sect's support. If we help the heavenly race become stronger, I'm afraid it won't be a good thing. The heavenly race is too powerful and will encounter the combined resistance of other factions. In addition, the heavenly race might become arrogant internally. The unnamed disciples we send might also change their minds. Hanju was amused. This kid had always been in the hidden sect, but he could see through people's hearts. Could it be his talent? Then what do you think? Like the initial batch of unnamed disciples, we will send them to hide in various worlds. In addition, we can choose a leader and pull him into the myriad worlds projection so that we can communicate with him at any time. Yes, you can arrange it. Thank you, Grand Master. Han Zuishan was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. Hanju's words were equivalent to raising his status. Compared to the other disciples who only knew how to cultivate diligently, he could do things for Hanju and was naturally more confident. Several days later, the 8,000 immortal emperors each chose 8 leaders and entered the personal disciples' tutelage. They could be considered to have officially become the personal disciples of the hidden sect. Hanju then pulled them into the myriad worlds projection and divided them into 8 batches. They were sent by the fusang tree to different worlds. At this point, the hidden sect already had 9 branches outside the heavenly Tao. The batch of immortal emperors who left the earliest had already taken root and even become a powerful sect. Their Providence was flourishing. The fusang tree had also connected to some mortal worlds recently, but Hanju felt that there was no point in exploring them. The worlds outside the heavenly Tao were created by sages, pseudo-sages, and zenith heaven. The world's strength was related to the cultivation of the creator. There were also worlds that were naturally formed, but they were far inferior to the heavenly Tao. So far, Hanju didn't know how many worlds were hidden outside the heavenly Tao. It was always good to know more. After arranging all of this, Hanju began to cultivate in seclusion again. He had to reach the perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm by the time he reached 100,000 years of age. After that, he could look forward to the freedom sage realm. Outside the 33rd heaven, Great Ultimate Hall. Unlike the other sage Tao fields, the surroundings of the Great Ultimate Hall were filled with mist. It was faintly discernible and very mysterious. In the hall, Ancestor Shishan, 7 Tao Sage, Jade Bodhi, and Dijin gathered again. Dijin teased, I'll accept your great Tao Nirvana. Perhaps I'll have a few more sages who can attain the Tao through strength. 7 Tao Sage snorted, Hanju is indeed not simple. I suspect that he has the support of a mighty figure. Ancestor Shishan shook his head. It's fine as long as he's not a primordial fiend celestial. Jade Bodhi chuckled. 7 Tao Sage asked, how do you know that? Jade Bodhi said, the primordial fiend celestial will bring calamity to the chaos. The Tao ancestor has deduced that the primordial fiend celestial will rise by stepping on the chaotic fiend celestial. Hanju has always been in seclusion and is always forced to make a move. He's nothing like the primordial Fian Celestial. I feel that he's more like a chaotic Fian Celestial. Didn't fellow Taoist Shishin say that he can use chaotic Fian Celestial Dharma idols? 7 Tao Sage was silent. Ancestor Shishin said, recently, those fellows from the Dark Forbidden Zone have been restless. All of you should stay away from them and protect the deity realm of the ruins of End. Jade Bodhi, you have to pay more attention to the Dark Forbidden Zone's regulation. Don't always stare at the immortal world and the deity realm of the ruins of End. The Buddhist sect is already powerful enough. There's no need to scheme anymore. Chapter 580 Hanju was rejected. Chapter 580 Hanju was rejected. Hearing Ancestor Shishin's words, Jade Bodhi smiled and said, fellow Taoist Shishin, I don't like your words. I've long been unrelated to the Buddhist sect. I've also done my best to fulfill my duty in the Dark Forbidden Zone. Don't slander me. 7 Tao Sage smiled. That's right. It's not easy for me to be in the deity realm of the ruins of End. I'm not like fellow Taoist Shishin, who sits at the peak of the heavenly Tao and doesn't care about anything. Dijin did not say anything, but his smile was filled with deep meaning. The atmosphere between the 4 mighty figures became subtle. Ancestor Shishin wasn't angry. If you want to take over the responsibility of protecting the heavenly Tao, I have no objections. Jade Bodhi and 7 Tao Sage did not retort. Dijin smiled. Come. It's not easy for us to meet. Don't become angry. All of you are existences who can compete with the heavenly Tao in terms of lifespan. The outcome of the previous battle has yet to be determined. Let's continue killing. 7 Tao Sage snorted. So be it. If you have the guts, don't target me. Watch as I kill you all. What a joke. Do I need to target to kill you? The 4 mighty figures sat together. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Time flew. As usual, Hanju was immersed in his seclusion cultivation and enjoyed the pleasure of his cultivation level increasing step by step. Suddenly, he sensed something and opened his eyes. In the 9 heavens, Fang Liang stood in front of the South Heaven Gate, absorbing the providence of the world. His body emitted white light and his body was illusory, like a projection. Hanju showed a frown. This kid, he was not only absorbing the providence of the heavenly Tao. To be precise, he was like the fusang tree, absorbing the natural source of the immortal world. This action would definitely alarm the sages. This fellow had been the heavenly emperor before, so he should know this. It could only mean that Fang Liang was confident. Fang Liang was already at the zenith heaven realm, but over the years, his cultivation level had not improved much, as if he had encountered a bottleneck. Hanju didn't stop him. He wanted to see what Fang Liang wanted to do. He opened his attributes list and discovered that 1,620 years had passed. Time passed quickly. Hanju looked at Han Tuo. This kid had been hanging out with Yi Tian recently. There was also Han Ming. The 3 of them were exploring an ancient mystic realm that was located overseas. Hanju could sense that a heavenly Tao numinous treasure was hidden in the ancient mystic realm. It was left behind by Li Mui. The current Han Tuo had already stepped into the deity realm and could be considered to have completely established himself in the immortal world. Hanju looked at Han Yu again. This fellow had unknowingly ascended to the immortal world and had currently joined a cultivation sect. His status was very low, and he was guarding a medicinal garden. Hanju couldn't help but think of his younger self, who also guarded a herb garden. It had to be said that this kid was very fated with him. They looked alike and had similar encounters. Ever since he was saved by Hanju, Hanyu had become extremely cautious and obsessed with cultivation. This made Hanju very satisfied. Han Tuo walked a completely different path from him, while Hanyu followed Hanju. After hesitating for a moment, Hanju decided to cast a spell to visit Hanyu. The mountain was like a forest. Halfway up a mountain, Hanyu sat on a huge rock. In front of him was a pool with strange flowers. Hanyu wore a white robe and was very handsome. A group of female disciples flew on their swords and stopped when they passed by. Junior Han, are you coming with us to train? A gorgeously dressed female disciple covered her mouth and asked with a smile. The other female disciples also looked at him with bright eyes. Han Yu was too handsome. No male disciple in the entire sect could compare to him in terms of looks. Han Yu opened his eyes and shook his head. Thank you for your kind intentions, senior sisters. I still have to guard the herbs. Perhaps next time. The green-robed female disciple curled her lips. You always say next time, you fool. With that, she turned and left. The other female disciples followed closely behind. One of them said coquettishly, "Oh you, are you really stupid? If you followed our senior, would you still need to be a medicine guardian here? Han Yu smiled bitterly and did not answer. After the female disciples left, he heaved a sigh of relief. You don't like women? A mocking voice sounded. A white-robed man had unknowingly appeared under the tree beside the medicinal pool. The tree's shade covered his face, preventing Han Yu from seeing him clearly. Han Yu frowned. He wasn't immortal, but he still couldn't see the other party's face. What did this mean? It meant that the other party's cultivation level far exceeded his. Han Yu asked warily, "Who are you?" The white-robed man was naturally Han Ju. Han Ju asked with a faint smile, "Answer me first." Han Yu said, "Of course not. It's just that I'm very restrained. I don't want women to affect my cultivation. Why, my clan was once slaughtered. Before that, I was tied down by my clan and couldn't focus on cultivating. You plan to be alone forever? After I become stronger, I will definitely create the Han family again. It's just that I'm not strong enough." "Oh, then, how strong do you want to be? At least a Grand Unity True Immortal. You might laugh at me. How can a slave like me reach the Grand Unity True Immortal realm?" Han Ju smiled. Han Yu heard his laughter and felt bitter. Han Ju suddenly asked, "If I can give you the Dao technique to reach the Grand Unity True Immortal realm, what are you willing to do?" Han Yu was stunned. His first reaction was vigilance. Could the other party be a sinister devil? This was not the first time he had encountered a sinister cultivator who was good at lying from the mortal world to the immortal world. However, for some reason, Han Yu wanted to trust him. This feeling terrified him. The other party must have used some bewitching technique on him. "No, I want to wake up." Han Yu's expression turned sinister. Han Ju was surprised. What was this kid doing? After a while, Han Yu said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior. Forget it, I'll rely on myself. If you miss this opportunity, you might not encounter it again." "Are you really going to reject me?" "I've made up my mind." Han Ju remained silent. He had been rejected. Han Ju immediately disappeared. Han Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He had really suffered a lot today. Fortunately, his Dao heart was firm. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes with a strange expression. He had been kind enough to give him an opportunity, but he had been rejected. It had been a long time since he had been rejected. This feeling was quite strange. "In that case, I want to see if you will regret it." Han Ju snorted and thought, "Kid, cultivation doesn't rely on determination." Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. He cultivated for 1,000 years. When he opened his eyes again, the first person he looked at was Han Yu. After 1,000 years, Han Yu had changed sects. This kid had just been hunted down by the famous race not long ago and was hiding in a valley cultivating. His cultivation level had just stepped into the Grand Unity Earth Immortal realm. He had only increased his cultivation by so little in 1,000 years. His potential could not be said to be poor. It could only be said to be mediocre. After the heavenly Tao restarted, the various mortal worlds reappeared. However, the transformation rules for ascension had yet to appear. Therefore, Han Yu's cultivation level was completely cultivated step by step. The cultivation technique he cultivated was still the one Han Tuo had left for his son. Chapter 581 Forcefully imparting the technique, becoming the Tao ancestor. Chapter 581 Forcefully imparting the technique, becoming the Tao ancestor. Since Han Ju had nothing to do, he decided to find Han Yu again. It would also add a hint of fun to his boring cultivation years. He cast a spell, and his dharmic powers transformed into a clone. Suppressing his cultivation to the pseudo-sage realm, he went to find Han Yu. In the valley, Han Yu wore a purple-blue robe and had a handsome face. His long hair scattered casually as he sat under the tree. His aura was like the surrounding flowers and trees. The scene was extremely peaceful. Han Ju appeared under the tree beside him. The tree's shade covered his face. He stared at Han Yu and did not disturb him immediately. After 1,000 years, Han Yu had already lost his childishness. It had to be said that he was really like Han Ju. Looking at Han Yu, Han Ju felt like he was looking at his past self. It was not only his looks but also his cultivation style. He was extremely cautious and reliable. The more Han Ju looked at him, the more satisfied he was. He even wanted to bring Han Yu to the 100-peak Immortal River. But on second thought, no, Han Tuo had yet to be brought back. Han Ju couldn't help but laugh at himself. No wonder grandpas often like their grandsons more than their sons. Han Ju looked at Han Yu for a while before calling out to him. "Hey!" Han Yu jumped up in fear. A wooden spear appeared in his hand, and he looked at Han Ju warily. Seeing this, Han Ju wanted to laugh. After becoming a sage, he rarely encountered anything that made him laugh. It's you. Han Yu's eyes widened in shock. Han Ju smiled and asked, you still remember me? Han Yu nodded. You came to me 1,000 years ago wanting to teach me a cultivation technique. Then, do you regret it? To be honest, I once regretted it, but I don't regret it now. I'm very satisfied with my cultivation. I'll give you another chance. Do you agree? Han Yu fell silent. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently. As he did, his main body looked at the 9 heavens. Fang Liang was still absorbing the natural source of the world. The sages actually couldn't sense it, and no one came to stop him. This puzzled Han Ju. Han Ju asked silently, why is Fang Liang doing this? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 10 billion years. This was already equivalent to the value of the heavenly Tao. Han Ju immediately chose to continue. He did not enter an illusion. Instead, a line of words appeared in front of him. Fang Liang, late stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, Tao Ancestor Inheritor, Master of the Heavenly Court, Immeasurable Emperor. He is currently fusing with the Tao Ancestor's will. Once the fusion succeeds, he will become the Tao Ancestor. Han Ju's eyes widened. Become the Tao Ancestor. What was the meaning of this? And his cultivation level increased so quickly. Is Fang Liang possessed? It's not possession, but a fusion. This fusion cannot be analyzed with the system's current strength. Fusion. Han Ju frowned and asked, if the fusion succeeds, will Fang Liang become my enemy? It cannot be deduced for the time being. It involves an existence that surpasses the system's limits. How strong will Fang Liang be after the fusion? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Perfected pseudo-sage. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Fang Liang couldn't threaten him. However, this leap was truly ridiculous. As expected of the Tao Ancestor. At this moment, Han Yu replied, I still refuse your kind intentions. I want to see how far I can go by myself. I don't want to rely on others. He spoke very sincerely, and his eyes became extremely firm. Han Ju said angrily, how far can you go by yourself? Although Han Yu couldn't see his expression, he could guess from his tone that the other party should be very dissatisfied. I'm not sure, either. Perhaps I can reach the Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. When Han Yu said these words, his eyes revealed a hint of confidence. Han Ju sighed. Grand Unity Heaven Immortal. To mortals, Grand Unity Heaven Immortal was indeed impressive, like an immortal. Han Ju smiled. Is that so? Since you rejected me, I have to teach you a Tao technique. He suddenly attacked and sucked Han Yu in front of him. Han Yu's eyes widened, and he subconsciously resisted. Han Ju pointed at his forehead. Boom! Han Yu's mind exploded and he froze on the spot. After a long while, when Han Yu woke up, it was already late at night. He was the only one left in the valley. Han Ju was long gone. Han Yu was stunned. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique. In the Taoist Temple of the 100-Peak Immortal River. Han Ju sent a dream to Fang Liang. In the dream, Fang Liang opened his eyes and immediately bowed when he saw him. Han Ju asked, what are you doing? Fang Liang replied, absorbing the heavenly Tao's providence. He suddenly hesitated, not knowing if he should answer. Han Ju didn't point it out either, hoping that Fang Liang could say it himself. After struggling for a while, Fang Liang gritted his teeth and said, to be honest, Grand Master, I might become the Tao Ancestor. Become the Tao Ancestor? Han Ju pretended to be confused. Fang Liang took a deep breath and said seriously, I've long been chosen by the Tao Ancestor. He taught me the mystical power of the primordial world and wants to support me into his avatar. Once I succeed, I'll transform into the Tao Ancestor and control the heavenly Tao. Now, I can no longer repay you, Grand Master. If I succeed, I will definitely take care of the hidden sect in the future and repay your kindness. If not for you changing my fate, I would have died long ago, much less be chosen by the Tao Ancestor. Han Ju asked, after becoming the Tao Ancestor, will you still be you? Fang Liang said, the Tao Ancestor said that I'll still be me, but I'll take over the Tao Ancestor's identity. I chose to believe him. Have you really decided? I hope Grand Master can agree. In that case, it's up to you, Han Ju said. He took a step forward and reached out to Fang Liang's shoulder. Unknowingly, you're already so old. Han Ju sighed. He was not acting, he was really sighing. When the two of them first met, Fang Liang was only a youth. After 70,000 years, not many people had lived together since the reroll world. Han Ju still cherished it. However, everyone had their own ambitions. Han Ju didn't want to force Fang Liang. Fang Liang felt bitter when he heard that. His expression became complicated. He did not cry. He was once the heavenly emperor, after all. He was no longer immortal. The two of them looked at each other in silence. The dream ended. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. He muttered to himself, he can already hold his own. I want to know if the Tao ancestor deceived Fang Liang. It involves an existence that surpasses the system's limits. It cannot be deduced. Indeed, Han Ju had to change his question. What will Fang Liang do when the next calamity begins? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju fell into an illusion. When he opened his eyes again, he arrived outside the 33rd heaven. A majestic palace could be seen ahead. It was larger than all the sage Tao fields. It emitted purple light and was solemn and mysterious. 3 words were carved on a plaque. Purple Firmament Palace. The scene in front of Han Ju shrank. He came to Purple Firmament Palace and Fang Liang, who was dressed in a Taoist robe, sat on the 36th grade green lotus seat. The current Fang Liang had white hair. Although his face was still young, he was very different from the Fang Liang that Han Ju knew. This aura was extremely similar to Ancestor Shishan. Chapter 582 Son of the Immeasurable Calamity, Visit from an Old Friend. Chapter 582 Son of the Immeasurable Calamity, Visit from an Old Friend. In Purple Firmament Palace, Fang Liang slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze met Han Ju's. Han Ju thought that he had been discovered, but a figure passed through him and walked towards Fang Liang. He focused his gaze. Wasn't this Heavenly Venerate Zondu? Heavenly Venerate Zondu came forward and knelt in front of Fang Liang. Greetings, Tao Ancestor. Fang Liang asked indifferently, how was it? Heavenly Venerate Zondu replied, I've already found that chaotic Fian Celestial. I can put it in the Heavenly Tao at any time to fight against the Son of the Immeasurable Calamity. Yes, when the Son of the Immeasurable Calamity steps into the pseudo-sage realm, I'll release the chaotic Fian Celestial. Understood. Han Ju was curious. Release the chaotic Fian Celestial. Who was the Son of the Immeasurable Calamity? For some reason, Han Ju felt that it would be Han Tuo. After the illusion ended, Han Ju immediately asked who this Son of the Immeasurable Calamity was. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yi Tian, Rank 1 Immortal Emperor, Son of the Heavenly Tao, Chaotic Fian Celestial, the great Providence bearer chosen by the Heavenly Tao. He carries the mission of unifying the immortal world. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not his son. From the looks of it, Fang Liang was not targeting the hidden sect. Not bad. Han Ju shook his head and threw away his distracting thoughts. He started cultivating. Time passed as the immortal world changed day by day. From time to time, mighty figures would appear. The immortal world became more and more exciting. The legend of the sages became vaguer and vaguer. The gazes of all living beings also landed beside him. Li Daokong, Shi Dudao, Ji Shanshan, Zhang Dugu, the Golden Crow Demon Emperor, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, the Divine Might Buddha, and the others became the top and most prestigious mighty figures in the immortal world. As for Han Tuo, although he had a good relationship with Yi Tian, he kept a low profile and was not famous. On this day, Zhou Fan returned. Han Ju opened his eyes and moved him into the 100-peak immortal river. He also checked his attributes panel. 1,720 years had passed. Zhou Fan's return caused the personal disciples to gather. The Fuzang tree became lively. Han Ju didn't pay attention to Zhou Fan but checked his emails. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has fused with the heavenly Tao origin. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Emperor Shao was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Huang Zuntian has recruited disciples. The providence of the Jia school has increased, and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Pan Shin was attacked by the ancient master of calamity. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your good friend Li Xuanao was attacked by your good friend Zhang Dugu and was severely injured. The level of his friends was too high. It was very difficult to see a situation where the number of attacks exceeded 10,000. When mighty figures fought, it was almost always a one-on-one battle. After all, at that level, there were not dozens of people joining forces. Dozens of Zenith Heavens ganging up on a Zenith Heaven cultivator. It was a rare event. Han Ju was attracted by Huang Zuntian's recent situation. This fellow had begun to develop the Jia school, and his providence had also increased greatly. He was quite something. The Jia school was about to suffer. According to Hanju's understanding, this fellow was only suitable for internal strife and not management. Back then, Huang Zuntian's sect had fallen at Hanju's feet. That was also the stepping stone for him to open up the path of invincibility. However, the Jia school's calamity had nothing to do with Hanju. Several days later, Zhou Fan came to visit him. Hanju let him in. After bowing, Zhou Fan said, "Master, an array formation has appeared in the chaotic city. It can lead to the deity realm of the ruins of End. The other sects have already sent disciples there to learn. The hidden sect has no background in the deity realm of the ruins of End, but the sages have sent me an invitation. They say that the Tao field in the deity realm of the ruins of End can accept disciples of the hidden sect and comprehend the great Tao. This matter is too big. I don't dare to rashly decide, so I came back to ask you." Hanju asked, "Why not say it through the myriad worlds projection?" Zhou Fan chuckled, "I wanted to come back and rest. The chaotic city is really boring. The disciples of the various sects look harmonious, but they are actually wary of each other. It's meaningless." Hanju said, "The chaotic city is very important. You have to return after resting for a period of time." "I understand. What about the Tao field of the deity realm of the ruins of End?" "No, reject the sages, kind intentions. My hidden sect will stay in the heavenly Tao and not involve itself with the deity realm of the ruins of End." "Will the difference increase? HMPH, if it's really that easy, why didn't their backing in the deity realm of the ruins of End attack when they were in danger?" "You mean, you can leave, all right." Zhou Fan stood up and left. After walking out of the Taoist temple, he was still thinking about the deity realm of the ruins of End. He suddenly saw Zhang Ju. "I'm really confused. I don't even know my master's background. Why should I worry?" Zhou Fan shook his head and laughed. Then, he stopped thinking about it. He believed in Hanju. Several months later, the 100-peak immortal river welcomed another visitor. "Is Hanju here?" The newcomer stood on the cliff and shouted. Hanju opened his eyes. An old friend, Zhang Guxing. He was once a prodigy of the Divine Palace. Later, he guarded the Sword Dao River. Hanju even recognized him as his elder brother. After thinking about it, Hanju moved Zhang Guxing into his Taoist temple. Zhang Guxing was only at the one mystic divine origin realm. In Hanju's eyes, he was no different from an ant. The only difference was that he had seen this ant before. Back then, in order to save Zhang Guxing, Hanju cursed his enemy to death. They were even. The reason why Hanju met him was mainly that he thought that he had taken care of Han Tuo. Zhang Guxing was stunned when he saw him. Hanju was also sizing him up. After not seeing him for tens of thousands of years, he looked even older. Now, it was impossible for Hanju to call him brother anymore. He couldn't bear it, either. Zhang Guxing came back to his senses. With a complicated expression, he said, "Greetings, immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage." Hanju smiled. "Why are you bowing to me? How have you been?" He could deduce what had happened to Zhang Guxing recently, but he felt that there was no need to do anything. Some things could be done easily, but sometimes knowing everything made it boring. Zhang Guxing smiled bitterly. "No, that's why I came to find you. To be honest, I don't want to get help from old friends, but I had no choice but to look for you." Hanju waved his hand, and a mat appeared behind Zhang Guxing. Zhang Guxing sat down and began to talk about his difficulties. It turned out that he wanted to recreate the Divine Palace and had already invited Han Tuo, Immortal Emperor Samsara, and other genius mighty figures. However, every time he created the Providence sect, it was isolated by the sages of the heavenly Tao's Providence and had never succeeded. Regarding Han Tuo, Zhang Guxing didn't hide anything. He guessed that Han Tuo was Hanju's son, so he had taught him the Sword Dao mystical power and even saved him. After understanding Han Tuo's understanding of his father, he was smart enough not to expose him. Hanju didn't expect Immortal Emperor Samsara to also join the Divine Palace. On second thought, it was probably because of Han Tuo. Immortal Emperor Samsara had watched Hanju grow up. If even Zhang Guxing could guess Han Tuo's identity, how could Immortal Emperor Samsara not? Immortal Emperor Samsara should also want to use the Divine Palace to officially step into the stage of the immortal world and fight for Providence. Hanju pinched his fingers to deduced that the sage who stopped Zhang Guxing from recreating the Divine Palace was the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. Chapter 583 Establishment of the Divine Palace, Hanju's Anticipation. Chapter 583 Establishment of the Divine Palace, Hanju's Anticipation. After Zhang Guxing finished speaking, Hanju fell into deep thought. Since Han Tuo and immortal Emperor Samsara wanted to enter the Divine Palace, Han Ju naturally wouldn't stop them. He couldn't put all the eggs in one basket. If all the major factions in the immortal world had disciples of the hidden sect, it would be easier for them to survive in the future. Although Han Ju was so strong now and the hidden sect looked invincible, who knew what the future would be like? Didn't the almighty Tao sect also disband in the end? Han Ju said, "I'll help you convince them." Hearing this, Zhang Guxing was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. Not long ago, Han Ju also thanked him like this. Zhang Guxing looked up and asked, "Han Tuo still doesn't know his background. What do you plan to do?" Han Ju replied, "Maintain the current situation. I have my own plans." "All right." Han Ju waved his sleeve and moved Zhang Guxing out to prevent the two of them from falling into an awkward situation. Tens of thousands of years were enough time to change a lot of things. At least, the relationship between the two had become subtle. Han Ju wasn't in the mood to reminisce. He believed that Zhang Guxing was also not in the mood to chat. That was the truth. After leaving the 100-peak immortal river, Zhang Guxing heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, "Sages are really impressive." Sitting in front of Han Ju, he felt extremely stressed. His heartbeat accelerated every time he looked at the other party. Although it was rough, the difference between the two was too great. He couldn't stabilize his Tao heart at all. No matter what, Han Ju agreed to his request. He knew Han Ju very well. He wouldn't make a promise easily. He was definitely confident. Looking back at the past, Zhang Guxing sighed. The youth who had been trapped in the mortal world by the vermilion bird and did not dare to ascend had actually become a sage now. Zhang Guxing didn't think that Han Ju's potential was good. No matter how good his potential was, he couldn't have become a sage in tens of thousands of years. Presumably, Han Ju was a sage himself and had only descended into the mortal world to train. The divine palace in my hands will surpass my predecessors. Zhang Guxing thought with a burning gaze and immediately flew into the sky. On the other side, Han Ju sent a dream to the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate agreed readily and said that he was willing to give Han Ju face. He even chatted with him for a while and agreed to discuss the Tao. After the dream ended, Han Ju cursed silently. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was really shameless. He wouldn't hit a smiling person. Because of this, Han Ju owed the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate a favor. However, as long as the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate didn't oppose him, he could still tolerate it. 80 years later, I, Zhang Guxing, follow the will of my predecessors and recreate the Divine Palace. Those with outstanding potential in the myriad worlds can enter the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace is ranked by potential. I want to create a sect that is absolutely fair to the prodigies. I want to use my own strength to fight for the heavenly Tao's providence. Zhang Guxing's voice resounded throughout the immortal world, but it did not attract much attention. Ever since the birth of the famous race, the mighty figures who established Providence sects would use certain gimmicks to promote themselves immortal world. Han Ju counted with his fingers. Han Tuo and immortal Emperor Samsara had already joined the Divine Palace. Not only them, but even the previous sect master of the Jia school, Jing Tiangong, and the demon saint, Yi Tian, had joined it. Currently, the Divine Palace had more than 10,000 disciples. Other than Jing Tiangong and immortal Emperor Samsara, there were no Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals for the time being. Han Ju turned his gaze to Han Yu. Ever since he cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, Han Yu's cultivation level had increased day by day. However, compared to Han Tuo, his potential was too poor. Currently, there was no hope of him reaching the deity realm unless Han Ju thought of a way to increase his potential. Han Ju did not have any expectations. This only added a hint of joy to his boring cultivation years, just like the dramas in his previous life. The one he really looked forward to was Han Tuo. Han Ju hoped that his son could transform into a primordial fiend celestial. Han Yu was still in seclusion in the valley. Han Ju looked away after a while and continued cultivating. Above the sea of clouds, palaces floated one after another. Countless figures shuttled back and forth, casting spells on the palaces and condensing them. Dressed in black, Han Tuo stood in front of the door of a palace. He looked at the steadily increasing Divine Palace and sighed. After cultivating for so long, he finally had a place to stay. The Divine Palace was newly established. He was one of the core members and was currently one of its leaders. He knew very well that compared to the other leaders, he was the weakest. The new Jing Tiangong even raised doubts. At that time, Yi Tian almost attacked him. Fortunately, Zhang Guxing and immortal Emperor Samsara stood up to support him. This matter ended there. Someone doubted. Han Tuo was not angry. Instead, he was stimulated. After watching the Divine Palace disciples for a while, Han Tuo turned around and entered his chamber to continue cultivating. Sitting on the mat, Han Tuo closed his eyes. He was suddenly pulled into a dream. This was a forest. A figure shining with divine light stood in front of him. Han Tuo was shocked. What happened? How can I not notice? Han Tuo looked at the other party warily and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The divine light figure was naturally Han Ju. Han Ju asked in an ethereal voice, "I see that you are unwilling. You seem to be dissatisfied with your cultivation. I can teach you a Tao technique, but you have to pay the price. Are you willing?" Han Tuo frowned when he heard this. His first reaction was to reject, but on second thought, if the other party was so powerful and wanted to harm him, why did he have to beat around the bush? Han Tuo asked, "What do I have to do? I don't even know who you are. Why should I believe you? In the past, you came looking for me. I looked for you." Han Tuo frowned and fell into deep thought. He was suddenly moved. "You are the master of the hidden sect. This matter cannot be spread. I will teach you a Tao technique. You owe me your life. In the future, I need you to do something. As for whether you will offer your life, that will depend on whether you work hard enough. As long as you are strong enough, no matter how strong an opponent is, they will fall under your feet." Han Ju's tone was bewitching. Han Tuo fell silent again. If it was Han Ju, he would definitely reject, but he wanted to know what Han Tuo would choose. In fact, Han Ju could use the derivation function to deduce, but there was no need. If that happened, he would lose the joy of anticipation, and it would also be a waste of his lifespan. "I agree," Han Tuo said in a low voice. "I know that my potential is very strong, but it's not enough. In terms of potential, I'm inferior to Yi Tian. In terms of cultivation, I'm inferior to Jing Tiangong. I need a huge opportunity. Senior, please teach me your Tao technique." Han Ju didn't say anything else and started to preach the great Tao of extreme origin. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes. He had preached the Tao for Han Tuo alone for 100 years and had finally introduced him to the great Tao of extreme origin. Presumably, in the following period of time, Han Tuo's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. He would also loosen the suppression on Han Tuo's bloodline and let his potential increase again. As for Jing Tiangong, although he was his believer, Han Ju didn't stop him. He was happy to see him bringing pressure to Han Tuo to prevent him from stopping. Of course, if the two of them really had a death grudge, Han Ju would still come forward. He had always found Jing Tiangong pleasing to the eye. Chapter 584 Li Xuanao's Ambition, Jia School's Power. Chapter 584 Li Xuanao's Ambition, Jia School's Power. The Divine Palace was created. At first, all living beings felt disdain, but in the next 1,000 years, it displayed its strength. When fighting for supreme treasures in various mystic realms, the Divine Palace's performance was eye-catching. In the same realm, very few cultivators could defeat the Divine Palace disciples. The Divine Palace's reputation became stronger, and more prodigies joined it. During this period of time, Han Tuo had been cultivating in seclusion. Jing Tiangong was increasingly dissatisfied with him, thinking that he had not contributed to the Divine Palace. However, Zhang Guxing favored Han Tuo, so Jing Tiangong could do nothing. Although Jing Tiangong was a pseudo-sage, his identity was very awkward because he had betrayed the Jia school. Other than the Divine Palace, he had nowhere to go. 2,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju walked out of the Taoist temple and started to preach the Tao for the hidden sect. Just like before, he preached for 100 years. After the lecture, Han Ju brought Li Xuanao back to the Taoist temple. Several decades ago, Li Xuanao had returned, but Han Ju did not want to interrupt the lecture, so he did not say anything after moving him in. Li Xuanao was also very sensible. He began to listen to the Tao the moment he entered and did not disturb anyone. Li Xuanao suddenly woke up. Seeing him, he immediately knelt down. Han Ju asked, "Why are you back?" Li Xuanao said, "The heavenly race has already stabilized. There's no need for me to help them anymore. I wanted to return to cultivate and increase my cultivation. I can also help you deal with matters when I'm stronger." Han Ju stared at him and didn't reply immediately. Li Xuanao was very calm, but facing Han Ju's gaze, he still felt inexplicably guilty. "That's fine. Although your potential is far inferior to your senior, you're more multi-talented than him. I happen to need your talent. The hidden sect's internal affairs require your management," Han Ju said. Li Xuanao was relieved. Han Ju didn't say anything else and waved his hand to signal him to leave. Li Xuanao bowed and left. He was in a good mood on the way back. After staying in the heavenly race for a long time, he suddenly felt that it was meaningless. Although the heavenly race was rapidly becoming stronger, he knew that Hanju was behind this. He wanted to stand beside Hanju and look down at the heavenly Tao Go board from a higher angle. He believed that Hanju's vision was not only limited to the immortal world. On the other side, Hanju was reading the emails. Some were attacked, some obtained opportunities, and some learned mystical powers. There were all sorts of things, and Hanju watched with relish. At this moment, I am the human school's heavenly venerate Zondu. 300 years later, I will preach the Tao in the universal hall outside the 33rd heaven. All living beings can come and listen to the Tao. Heavenly venerate Zondu began to move. Hanju could already insta-kill him, so he was not too worried. He looked at Fang Liang because of this. Fang Liang was still fusing with the Tao ancestor. This kid had already attained the perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. It was too exaggerated. The enlightenment of the heavenly Tao's origin was indeed impressive. Hanju suddenly had a bold thought. If I imprison Fang Liang in the primordial heavenly prison, will the Tao ancestor notice and stop me? The Tao ancestor is above the limits of the Tao field and will definitely sense it. As for whether he will stop it, the system cannot derive it. Hanju could only give up. He couldn't defend the Tao ancestor rashly for the time being. Hanju turned his gaze to Han Yu. This guy had already reached the cultivation level of a grand unity heaven immortal. It was not bad. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique had indeed transformed him completely. However, compared to his ancestor Han Tuo, Han Yu was still far inferior. Han Tuo had already stepped into the deity realm and was still cultivating in seclusion. All living beings cultivated cultivation techniques, while he cultivated the great Tao. His cultivation method was already comparable to a sage. How could his cultivation speed not be fast? Han Tuo and Han Yu were both in seclusion, so Hanju didn't have the experience of watching dramas. However, their will still satisfied him. Speaking of which, Hanju had another descendant. Han Tuo's daughter, Han Xinyuan. Han Xinyuan had died a long time ago, but she was accepted by the king of Hell Yang Tiandong. She was currently in the netherworld as a ghost servant. Yang Tiandong knew Han Tuo, so he accepted her. Hanju didn't pay too much attention to Han Xinyuan. Anyway, she was safe for the time being. Since Hanju had nothing to do, he looked at Han Xinyuan. Han Xinyuan's job was very simple. She helped Yang Tiandong record the life and death of a certain world. There were several ghost servants in the same position, and they did their own things. It was not tiring. At this moment, Han Xinyuan was cultivating in her residence. Hanju looked at her and did not feel a sense of intimacy. Han Xinyuan was not like Han Tuo and was probably similar to her mother. After watching for a while, Hanju lost interest. As for giving Han Xinyuan some advice, he felt that there was no need for it for the time being. It was only because Han Xinyuan did not have much desire for power. Then, Hanju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. The descendants had their own blessing. He had to constantly become stronger in order to protect his descendants and the people around him. Most importantly, he had to protect himself. In the netherworld, underworld, Yang Tiandong had just finished investigating a vengeful spirit case and could not help but sigh. Such days were too boring. He began to feel tormented. Ever since he became the king of hell, he had no time to cultivate. Occasionally, mighty figures from the world of the living came to cause trouble and wanted to use him to increase their battle achievements and become famous in the heavens. At this moment, a figure flew into the hall. Yang Tiandong looked up and was stunned. He smiled and said, "Why are you here?" It was Han Tuo. After stepping into the deity realm, Han Tuo already had the aura of an expert. The surrounding ghost servants couldn't help but shiver when they sensed his aura. Han Tuo smiled and said, "I'm here to visit an old friend. If not for the King of Hell's help, I would have died long ago." Yang Tiandong smiled teasingly. "I think you know that your daughter is here, right?" Han Tuo cupped his fists and smiled. "Thank you for your kind treatment, King of Hell. Otherwise, my daughter would have long fallen into the cycle of reincarnation and severed the karma between us. I want to see her. After all, she's the only family I have left in this world." At the mention of Han Xinyuan, Han Tuo felt guilty. He had indeed forgotten about her all these years. He wondered how she was doing. "She's not the only relative you have." Yang Tiandong supported his chin with both hands and smiled faintly. Stunned, Han Tuo asked in surprise, "Could it be that I still have descendants living?" Yang Tiandong shook his head and laughed. "Not only descendants. Your father is still alive. Perhaps you have other siblings, too. Yang Tiandong didn't dare to say it, afraid that he would disturb Han Ju's plan. He only said, you also have a descendant named Han Yu. He's already a grand unity heaven immortal. If you pity him, you can take him into the divine palace. Ever since the Han family was wiped out, he has little karma and has always been alone. At the mention of Han Yu, he thought of Han Ju. Han Ju was the same back then. Speaking of which, Han Yu was much more like Han Ju. Han Yu. Han Tuo's eyes flickered as he silently remembered this name. Then, Yang Tiandong brought him to see Han Xinyuan. Immortal world, in the seas. On a vast island, millions of transformed living beings sat on the mountains and plains, listening to the Tao. At this moment, the sect master of the Jia school, Huang Zuntian, stood in front of his Taoist temple and looked at the mighty figure he had invited from afar. Looking at the current Jia school, he was filled with pride. Although he had no choice but to become the sect master, under his leadership, the Jia school became stronger and stronger. They already had the right to look forward to the immortal world. A figure landed in front of him. It was a disciple. He knelt in front of Huang Zuntian and said, Master, the heavenly ancestor has already agreed to your alliance plan and is willing to destroy the demons together. Chapter 585 to 580,000 years old, Buzhou Divine Mountain. Chapter 585 80,000 years old, Buzhou Divine Mountain. How much is the heavenly race willing to do to deal with the demons? Huang Zuntian asked. He had always looked down on demons. He felt that they were too weak and did not have a leader. The disciple replied, the heavenly race is willing to send 500 immortal emperors after we battle the demons. 500 immortal emperors. Huang Zuntian frowned. He was a little disappointed. 500 immortal emperors might cause trouble for the deity realm, but facing Zenith Heaven, they were no different from mortals. However, this was also good. The less the heavenly race contributed, the more confident he would be when splitting the benefits. Yes, you can leave first. Yes. After the disciple left, Huang Zuntian continued to look at the distant lecture. There was no hurry in fighting the demons. He had to deploy them. He couldn't let the tragedy that had happened in the mortal world tens of thousands of years ago happen again. But then again, he had bumped into a sage. Otherwise, he might not have lost. Like the others, Huang Zuntian determined that Han Ju was a sage and was only reincarnating to train. Huang Zuntian turned around and returned to the Taoist temple. He smiled confidently and expectantly. Now, he could not pursue much. Only the sage position could make him risk everything. Time passed. More than 1,500 years passed. Detected that you are 80,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and head to the deity realm of the ruins of End to pursue the great Tao. You can obtain a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a great Tao fragment, a supreme treasure, and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and do not leave the area of the heavenly Tao. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. Han Ju opened his eyes and cursed the dog system. Trying to lure me out again. Han Ju directly chose the second option. It was impossible for him to leave the heavenly Tao. Han Ju's cultivation path was to let his territory constantly expand and not go to foreign places to wander. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Buzhou Divine Mountain. Buzhou Divine Mountain. It is formed by the backbone of the giant god Pangu. It can produce Kone Chi and increase the providence of the heavenly Tao. As long as you throw it into the ground, it can evolve by itself. Han Ju was stunned. The system could even produce the Buzhou Divine Mountain. A long time ago, the Buzhou Divine Mountain was broken by the ancestral Magus. After that, all living beings could no longer see the Buzhou Divine Mountain's majesty. Han Ju took it out. A small mountain floated in his hand, and he couldn't feel its weight. What was the use of this? Han Ju no longer needed to rely on natural treasures to increase the spirit chi in the Tao field. The Tao field itself was filled with spirit chi. He suddenly noticed that this thing could increase the heavenly Tao's providence. He immediately had an idea. He sent a dream to Li Daokong and asked him to return. Half a day later, Li Daokong arrived outside the 100-peak Immortal River and was moved into the Tao field by him. Han Ju took out the Buzhou Divine Mountain and said, "This is the Buzhou Divine Mountain. Take it and choose a vast place to put it down. It can allow you to obtain the heavenly Tao's providence. Hold it well. This is your first step to becoming a sage." Li Daokong was stunned. He had also heard of the legend of Buzhou Divine Mountain. Where did Sect Master obtain it? Shocked, Li Daokong subconsciously reached out to take the Buzhou Divine Mountain. From now on, you're the Buzhou Divine Mountain's master. You can do whatever you want with it. Han Ju chuckled. Li Daokong asked, what do you need me to do? Han Ju said, if a living being goes to Buzhou Divine Mountain, you can also accept it and help increase your providence. Without merit, it's very difficult to become a sage. Of course, if you want to use your strength to attain the Tao, that's fine too, but the time needed is immeasurable. Since ancient times, every sage has relied on the heavenly Tao purple chi to become a sage. There are too few cultivators who use their strength to attain the Tao. Li Daokong had no system and was not a primordial fiend celestial. Han Ju didn't believe that he could use his strength to attain the Tao. Even if he had this potential, he couldn't escape the heavenly Tao's karma. The reason Han Ju could was that he didn't rely on the heavenly Tao at all and had been cultivating in the system's Tao field. The heavenly Tao couldn't restrain him. I understand, Li Daokong said in a low voice, his heart filled with gratitude. Han Ju really wanted to help him become a sage. Han Ju waved his sleeve and moved Li Daokong out. The path had been paved. What to do next was up to Li Daokong. Han Ju hoped that Li Daokong could control the heavenly Tao alone. This way, he wouldn't be restricted by it. 74 years later, I am the first guardian of the hidden sect, Li Daokong. Today, I have restored the Buzhou Divine Mountain and strengthened the heavenly Tao's providence. All sword cultivators of the myriad worlds can come to the Buzhou Divine Mountain to ask about the sword Tao. Li Daokong's voice suddenly resounded through the myriad worlds. At the same time, all the cultivators above the deity realm could sense that the providence in the east had increased. This time, even the sages outside the 33rd heaven were alarmed. They gathered in the heavenly venerate Zondu's hall. Is it really the Buzhou Divine Mountain? Indeed, I've seen the Buzhou Divine Mountain before. This aura is correct. How did Han Ju obtain it? I'm not sure, it might be formed by some mystical power. With this move, Li Daokong's position as a future sage is stable. The sages sighed, even heavenly venerate Zondu was the same. The masters of the sages, Fuxidian, and heavenly venerate Zondu had all seen Buzhou Divine Mountain before. They had even stayed there for a period of time. Looking at the majestic huge vein rising, they felt as if they were seeing the vicissitudes of the primordial world. After putting down Buzhou Divine Mountain, a huge heavenly Tao merit descended from the sky and landed on Li Daokong. The Buzhou Divine Mountain was vast and could produce endless Kone Chi. It could nurture countless living beings. This merit was extremely great and was enough to increase Li Daokong's cultivation level by a minor realm. As more and more living beings appeared on the Buzhou Divine Mountain in the future, the providence of the heavenly Tao that nurtured Li Daokong was even more unimaginable. Li Daokong immediately became famous in the heavens. The hidden sect became famous again. A guardian was already so powerful. How strong was the sect master, the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage? In a valley in the immortal world, Han Yu stood up and looked to the east. He muttered, Buzhou Divine Mountain sword cultivator. Ever since he ascended, he had been wandering around aimlessly. Now that such an opportunity had appeared, he felt that this was his chance. Not hesitating, he immediately flew towards the majestic aura. Perhaps he could even acknowledge the mighty figure named Li Daokong as his master. It was not only Han Yu. Countless living beings in the myriad worlds had such thoughts. 13th heaven, Ji Shanshan stood in a courtyard and looked down at the sea of clouds. Good move. As expected of master, Ji Shanshan was secretly shocked. The Buzhou Divine Mountain's providence was truly terrifying. It had just landed and was already more majestic than his entire heavenly race. Such a method was definitely used by Han Ju to support Li Daokong. Recalling the legends of the Buzhou Divine Mountain, he suddenly understood. Legend had it that the Buzhou Divine Mountain was formed by the creation of the giant god Pangu, Chu Liang. The heavenly Tao was the will of the giant god Pangu. How could the appearance of the Buzhou Divine Mountain not receive a response from the heavenly Tao? Ji Shanshan frowned. Wait, if Li Daokong had the Buzhou Divine Mountain, would he still guard the heavenly race? The hidden sect immortal emperors in the heavenly race would probably also leave. Chapter 586 Jing Tiangong's Despair, Han Yu's Determination. Chapter 586 Jing Tiangong's Despair, Han Yu's Determination. While Ji Shanshan was worried, Fang Liang, who was on the 9th heaven, was also shocked. Fang Liang was still constantly absorbing the heavenly Tao origin, but with the appearance of the Buzhou Divine Mountain, his absorption speed slowed down. What happened? Fang Liang was a little panicked. The sudden change might affect his fusion with the Tao ancestor. Furthermore, the other party was also from the hidden sect. Grand Master supported both the heavenly race and Li Daokong. What is he doing? Fang Liang frowned, feeling puzzled. Wasn't Han Ju not interfering? If this continued, wouldn't the heavenly Dao in the future be completely controlled by him? The more Fang Liang thought about it, the more shocked he became. Unknowingly, Han Ju had already planned so deeply. He was very curious about where Han Ju obtained the Buzhou Divine Mountain. Time passed quickly. Another 1,000 years passed quickly. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked at the Buzhou Divine Mountain first. The current Buzhou Divine Mountain was 9 trillion kilometers tall. It could connect to 9 heavens. It was unknown how long it was, but it stretched for more than 10 regions. Countless living beings lived on the Buzhou Divine Mountain. Their providence was boundless. Li Daokong had also reached the late stage of the pseudo-sage realm because of this. Li Daokong had already accepted hundreds of thousands of disciples. Their potentials were all different. Even Han Yu had become his disciple. In just 1,000 years, the Buzhou Divine Mountain had already become a major force in the immortal world that could not be underestimated. However, this colossus did not reveal its ambitions and was not a threat to the other factions for the time being. The current immortal world was becoming more and more interesting. The heavenly race, the famous race, the demons, the loose heaven sect, the sage sect, the human race, the Buzhou Divine Mountain, the divine palace, the dragon palace, the underworld, and so on were all complicated. Han Ju could finally experience the feeling of a sage. He was high and mighty. Everything was in his control. It was like playing chess, but when the game annoyed you, you could overturn it. However, relying on your own skills to win against your opponent was even more satisfying than overturning the game. Han Ju was playing chess now. After cultivating for so long, it was quite interesting to occasionally plot. Now, the sages did not dare to target him, including his forces, which made him very bored. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry. As the hidden sect's size increased, the sages would react sooner or later. Han Ju looked at Han Yu. This guy was cultivating in a small corner of the Buzhou Divine Mountain. His karma with Li Daokong was very shallow. The two of them should have never met. With Li Daokong's personality, he probably did not have the time to see all the living beings on the mountain. Han Ju looked at Han Tuo now. This fellow had already proved himself in the Divine Palace. Even Jing Tiangong no longer made things difficult for him because this kid's cultivation level was quickly catching up to Yi Tian. Han Tuo's rise also stimulated Yi Tian. He no longer fought everywhere and was recently busy cultivating in seclusion. Peace is awesome, Han Ju sighed. He hoped that such a period of time would last for billions of years. At that time, his great Tao would definitely be invincible. When he was invincible, he wouldn't cause trouble. He would travel around and enjoy the chaotic scenery. Han Ju read the emails for a while more and continued cultivating happily. Divine Palace, in a dark palace. Jing Tiangong sat on the throne with a lazy posture. He wore a blood-patterned black robe and a crown. He was extremely dignified. A black shadow suddenly appeared in the hall. It swayed like a candle flame. Sect Master, it's not good for the disciples of the Divine Palace to have internal discord, the black shadow said in a low voice with a helpless tone. Jing Tiangong frowned. Why, aren't there many disciples who are discouraged because their potential is inferior? The black shadow smiled bitterly. It's not about potential, but the legend of the Dark Forbidden Lord is too distant. Many disciples don't believe it. Hearing this, Jing Tiangong frowned even more and cursed in a low voice. A bunch of ignorant worms. The Black Shadow said, the other disciples of the Darkness sect have already infiltrated the various sects. The situation is roughly the same. The legends of the Dark Forbidden Lord are really too few. It's very difficult to believe. Jing Tiangong couldn't help but sigh. The Black Shadow was silent. After a long while, Jing Tiangong waved his sleeve and said, go down. I will ask the Dark Forbidden Lord. Soon, the terror of the Dark Forbidden Lord will be displayed to all living beings. Yes. The black shadow dissipated. Jing Tiangong looked up at the top of the hall. It was a scene of a galaxy, bright and beautiful. Dark Forbidden Lord, when can you visit my dreams? I can't do it anymore. Jing Tiangong felt a little despair. Why did the Dark Forbidden Lord disappear after the calamity ended? At the Buzhou Divine Mountain, Han Tuo strolled through the mountains. Along the way, he could see many living beings cultivating. Fighting and killing were forbidden here, so it was very quiet. The living beings here didn't even dare to roar, afraid that they would alarm Li Daokong. Senior Li is truly powerful. He actually created such a divine mountain. Han Tuo sighed. Along the way, the Buzhou Divine Mountain's magnificence shocked him. Even as a deity realm existence, he felt tiny when facing the Buzhou Divine Mountain. The Kone chi on the mountain was extremely dense. It was not something that the divine palace Dao field could compare to. Several days later, Han Tuo came to a cave. The goal of this trip was to find Han Yu. However, after coming here, he was immersed and delayed for a few days. Han Tuo had already captured the aura in the cave abode. It was Han Yu. It's indeed my bloodline, Han Tuo muttered to himself as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect his descendant to be so outstanding. He suddenly felt that he was not alone. Young friend inside, come out. As Han Tuo spoke, he subconsciously placed his hands behind his waist and assumed the posture of a senior. Han Yu carefully walked out of the cave abode. He was stunned when the sunlight shone on him. Han Tuo couldn't help but mutter, "Father." Han Yu frowned and asked warily, "Who are you? Why are you calling me your father?" He didn't dare to say anything else, afraid that he would offend this person. He could sense that Han Tuo was stronger than him. Han Tuo came back to his senses. His gaze softened as he smiled and said, "My name is Han Tuo." Han Tuo. Han Yu's eyes widened. He had not forgotten this name. Clang. Han Yu drew his sword and charged at him. Han Tuo frowned and flicked his finger. Han Yu was sent flying and crashed into the mountain wall. He gritted his teeth and stood up. He wanted to continue attacking, but he was suppressed by a powerful dharmic power. He wasn't the only one. Han Tuo couldn't move, either. Han Tuo turned to look at the top of the mountain and said, "Senior Li, I'm sorry. We won't fight anymore. He's my descendant. I'm here to find him." Li Daokong did not reply, but the dharmic powers that bound the two dissipated. Han Yu gritted his teeth. "Why are you looking for me?" Han Tuo understood why he was so angry. After all, the Han family had been wiped out. Now that I'm one of the Divine Palace's leaders, I have some authority. Follow me and suffer less in the future, Han Tuo said patiently. Han Yu snorted. "No, why? Back then, I begged you, but you didn't reply. Now, I won't beg you anymore. Do you think it's my fault that the Han family was destroyed?" Han Yu was silent. This matter was indeed not related to Han Tuo. It could only be said that the Han family was too weak and couldn't protect itself. He took a deep breath and said, "It's indeed not your fault, but I won't go with you. Han Tuo, just you wait. I'll surpass you sooner or later. I'll wait for the day you ask me for help." Chapter 587 Controlling the Divine Palace, Constantly Planning. Chapter 587 Controlling the Divine Palace, Constantly Planning. Facing Han Yu's shouting, Han Tuo shook his head and laughed. He wasn't angry. This kid didn't understand the importance of potential. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't compare to him. Han Tuo also understood his potential. He already had the chaotic physique. Only a few people in the world could reach this realm. As his own descendant, he could tell that his bloodline was diluted through the generations. No matter how strong Han Yu's potential was, it would not be that strong. Han Tuo asked, "Are you really not coming with me?" "No." "Fine." Han Tuo did not stand on ceremony and left. Han Yu watched him leave with a complicated expression until he disappeared on the other side of the mountain range. HMPH. Just you wait. Han Yu snorted and entered the cave abode. He didn't hate Han Tuo. He only wanted to prove to him that he did not need to rely on his ancestor. No. Han Yu stopped in his tracks. He suddenly thought of that ancestor's ancestor. He had been in the immortal world for so long, but he had never encountered that ancestor. He had a feeling that that ancestor was definitely an extraordinary existence. I have to prove it to him. Han Yu's fighting spirit soared and his eyes became firm. At the same time, on the peak of the Bujo Divine Mountain, in an ordinary-looking stone hall, Li Daokong was thinking. This child looks so similar to the sect master. I actually didn't notice that the Han family was wiped out and only he survived. Li Daokong pinched his fingers to deduce Han Tuo's descendant and learned of the Han family's situation. He suddenly felt that Han Ju might have specially arranged for Han Yu to survive. Could it be that this kid possessed potential that he was unable to see through? The more Li Daokong thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, Han Yu was too similar to Han Ju. Another 1,000 years passed. Han Ju left his cultivation state on time. He pinched his fingers to deduce and deduced Han Tuo and Han Yu's encounter. He was amused. There was a good show to watch. If there were no accidents, it was impossible for Han Yu to threaten Han Tuo. Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to support Han Yu and let him provoke Han Tuo in the future. Of course, he wouldn't reveal this thought to prevent Han Yu from thinking too much. He wasn't afraid that Han Tuo would be agitated after knowing the truth. He had helped Han Tuo many times in the dark. If this kid was still an ingrate, he would throw him into the primordial heavenly prison. In Hanju's heart, no one was more important than himself. This was also the reason why he could reach this point. If he risked everything for others, Hanju might have died on the path of cultivation already. We'll see in the future. Let him cultivate for a period of time first. Hanju thought silently. There was still a long time. He didn't have to be rash and immediately help Hanyu. He started checking his emails. Your good friend Huang Zuntian was attacked by a mysterious pseudo-sage and was severely injured. Your disciple Ji Shanshan was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your son Han Tuo was cursed by a mysterious curse and was severely injured. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Empress Houtu discussed the Tao with a mysterious sage. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has cursed too many times and has encountered heavenly punishment. He has developed mental demons. Your good friend Dijin crossed the river of destiny and was attacked by an ancient chaotic deity. Huang Zuntian had indeed suffered a failure. Hanju couldn't help but mourn for him. Huang Zuntian was already a pseudo-sage. It was very difficult for him to die in the immortal world, so Hanju was not worried about his life. Looking down, Jing Tiangong was courting death. This fellow must have pretended to be the Dark Forbidden Lord and suffered a backlash. Hanju decided to find him later. He also saw Dijin being attacked by the ancient chaotic deity. These ancient existences were really rare. Existences like Ancestor Shishan, Jade Bodhi, Seven Tao Sage, Dijin, and other transcendent Great Tao existences rarely appeared in the emails, let alone being attacked. Their circle was too novel to Hanju. It was unknown what transcendent Tao expert and Great Tao divine spirit would do other than cultivate. Was it boring? After becoming strong enough, there was nothing worth pursuing. It was indeed very boring. Hanju laughed at himself. He was really worrying for nothing. He continued reading. Almost all his good friends outside were moving. Without deducing, Hanju let his imagination run wild and found it very interesting. After reading all the emails, Hanju sent a dream to Jing Tiangong and used the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. In the dream, Jing Tiangong was extremely excited. How many years had it been? The Dark Forbidden Lord had finally appeared. He knelt in front of Hanju and cried in joy. He didn't have the bearing of the previous sect master of the Jia school or a pseudo-sage at all. Hanju used the voice of the Dark Forbidden Lord to say, "Why are you pretending to be me recently and suffered the outcome of mental demons?" Jing Tiangong said in shame, "I just want you to show your power again. You're really powerful. You can actually sense that I'm suffering the backlash of the heavenly Tao." His eyes were filled with admiration. "What do you think about the Darkness sect and the Divine Palace?" Hanju asked. Jing Tiangong said, "The Darkness sect can only hide in the dark. I need the Divine Palace as a shell. Furthermore, it has great potential. They have two prodigies with the chaotic physique. I knew it. This fellow was going to the Divine Palace to be a traitor." Hanju said, "There's no need. Cultivate well and help the Divine Palace become stronger. One day, I will appear. Before that, don't act recklessly and don't harm yourself." Hearing this, Jing Tiangong was extremely touched. Hanju continued, "What you have to do now is to become as strong as possible." He thought for a moment and raised his finger to impart to him the 5 elements divine light. This mystical power was not created by him alone. It could be traced back to the mighty Kong Zan of the primordial world. After learning this mystical power, Hanju rarely used it, so he was not afraid that others would think of him. Caught off guard, Jing Tiangong was forcefully taught a mystical power. He couldn't move. After a long while, when Jing Tiangong opened his eyes, the dream had already ended. This mystical power is so domineering. Jing Tiangong was pleasantly surprised. The 5 elements divine light could forcefully snatch an enemy's dharma treasure and forcefully break through an array formation. Snatching treasures, there was nothing it couldn't capture. Jing Tiangong rejoiced in his heart. He had benefited from a disaster. At the same time, he was more determined. Following the Dark Forbidden Lord would definitely not be a loss. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju was in a good mood. Jing Tiangong's loyalty made him very comfortable. After the calamity, it was very precious that Jing Tiangong still respected him. His only flaw was that this fellow was too reckless. The Divine Palace was already controlled by Hanju. It could even be said that Zhang Guxing was already controlled by him. If Zhang Guxing wanted to deal with him, with a command from Hanju, Jing Tiangong and Immortal Emperor Samsara would definitely attack him. This was the effect Hanju wanted. All the major forces were controlled by him, and the person in charge on the surface had nothing to do with him. Even if the person in charge failed, the punishment of the heavens would not fall on him. He could still enjoy these powers. Currently, Hanju didn't have any ulterior motives. He just wanted to make preparations in advance. Next, he would target the Dragon Palace and the demons. His disciple Long Hao could go to the Dragon Palace. Zhang Yi, Da, and Xiao could go to the demons. However, the famous race had nothing to do with him. Hanju fell into deep thought. Against the famous race, who should be planted as a spy? Chapter 588 Heavenly Tao Providence Board. Chapter 588 Heavenly Tao Providence Board. Hanju thought about it and decided to arrange for Tao Sovereign to join the famous race. However, he had to wait until Tao Sovereign became a pseudo-sage. Currently, the famous race did not have a pseudo-sage. If one was willing to help, they would definitely not reject him. Pseudo-sages were too rare. All those with a pseudo-sage were extraordinary forces. The power of the famous race was based on the number of clansmen and not the top cultivation. Tao Sovereign was still very far from the pseudo-sage realm. Hanju put this matter aside and focused on cultivation. Plotting was only convenient, his cultivation was the most important. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years passed. Hanju ended his seclusion and started to preach the Tao for the hidden sect. Just like before, he preached for 100 years. Before the disciples could recover, Hanju quietly left. 4 years later, Hanju heard a voice. Fellow Taoist Han, we have something to discuss. It involves the next sage position. You can come to the Universal Hall. It was Heavenly Venerate Zondu's voice. Hanju hesitated for a moment before asking in his mind, will my life be in danger if I go this time? After staying at home for so long, he also wanted to go out for a walk. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It had been a long time since his lifespan was deducted. Hanju was not used to it. No, without the word, temporary, there was nothing threatening. Hanju immediately relaxed and headed towards the 33rd heaven. The door of the Universal Hall opened. Hanju flew into the hall and saw that the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tianju had already arrived. The two sages nodded at him. Heavenly Venerate Zondu sat behind and looked at him calmly. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate took a step forward and smiled warmly. Fellow Taoist Han, you're finally willing to come out. I thought you wouldn't come again. Hanju said, I came out to take a breath of fresh air. I might be absent from the next few gatherings to cultivate. Oh, you're already so strong, why are you still cultivating so diligently? To protect myself when the next calamity comes. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate shook his head and laughed. To protect himself. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate couldn't forget the scene of Hanju forcefully killing the Tao Heavenly Devil. Was that the power to protect himself? Sect Master Tianju also came up to greet him. However, Heavenly Venerate Zondu didn't say anything. 5 minutes later, the other sages arrived one after another. Chu Zilai and Heavenly Venerate Wufa only nodded slightly at Hanju. It was difficult to imagine that these two sages were already his slaves. After the sages gathered, Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, I called you here today to discuss whether we should leave the Heavenly Tao ranking. Fuxidian asked curiously, what is the Heavenly Tao ranking? The ranking list set for all living beings can promote the fighting spirit of all living beings, Heavenly Venerate Zondu replied. Hanju had a strange expression. Fortunately, the divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection covered his face. Ranking. Are you playing an online game? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate raised his eyebrows and asked, what ranking? Could it be cultivation? Cultivation can't directly determine strength. Emperor Xiao said, Tao discussion ranking. Let's talk about Dharma treasures. Hey, everyone knows that you gave the Divine Might Buddha a Heavenly Tao Numinous treasure. What's a Heavenly Tao Numinous treasure? You can take out one. Chu Zilai and the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate began to bicker. These two sages always targeted each other. The other sages were already used to it. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, how about ranking it according to the providence of the Heavenly Tao? We pursue the prosperity of the Heavenly Tao and not the order of the wilderness where the strong eat the weak. The sages felt that it made sense. Hanju also looked at Heavenly Venerate Zondu in a new light. If it was really ranked according to strength, Hanju would have to look down on him. It was difficult to say about providence. Some living beings might not have a strong cultivation level, but they had contributed to all living beings in the Heavenly Tao. If it was ranked according to the providence of the Heavenly Tao, a pseudo-sage might not be ranked at the top. After the sages agreed, Heavenly Venerate Zondu began to cast his spell. It had to be said that Heavenly Venerate Zondu was very capable. He could have done it directly, but he had to ask the sages and give them face. Li Mui's EQ was not so high. He was even petty and suspicious. From the beginning to the end, Heavenly Venerate Zondu did not develop any favorable impression or hatred towards Hanju. It was as if Li Mui was not killed by Hanju. No sage mentioned this matter again as if it had never happened. An hour later, we sages have decided together to create the Heavenly Tao Providence Board. All living beings in the various worlds can see the top million Providence beings in the various worlds in their meditation. The Providence of the immortal world is in the top 5. You can obtain the sage position before the Heavenly Tao is ripe. Heavenly Venerate Zondu's voice resounded throughout the myriad worlds. The sages also left. Hanju returned to the Taoist temple. The living beings in the 100-peak immortal river were discussing the Heavenly Tao Providence Board. Hanju closed his eyes and checked the board. A golden scroll appeared in his mind. He pulled it down, listing a million names. First place was Li Daokong. The merit providence of the Bujo Divine Mountain was too huge. Hanju wasn't familiar with the following names. As the leader of the heavenly race, Ji Shanshan was actually ranked outside the top 10. Interesting. Next, all living beings would definitely fight for providence. There would definitely be battles, but overall, it would promote the development of the Heavenly Tao. The providence of the Heavenly Tao was not just obtained from killing. If one killed too many, negative karma that went against providence would also appear. Most importantly, it was to contribute to the Heavenly Tao, such as creating a race, Providence sect, preaching the Tao, teaching the Tao, creating a world, and so on. Great Loose Heaven, who created the first mortal world, was ranked 18th. The sages were not on the list, but for this list, they would definitely help their disciples. Hanju watched for a while and then started cultivating. The Heavenly Tao Providence Board would last for a long time. He didn't have to do anything for now. It depended on the other sages' plans. In an absolutely dark space, a beam of light alternated between illusion and reality. When he got closer, he saw that the light was emitted by a floating island. The island was filled with countless purple crystals, causing the environment on the island to be extremely dense. There were mountains and rivers on the island, forming a world of its own. However, many purple crystals were also growing on the mountains and trees. In a crystal bamboo forest, the evil Heavenly Emperor was meditating and cultivating. Black chi coiled around his body and occasionally transformed into the shadows of fiend celestials, fighting each other. The evil Heavenly Emperor wore a dragon-patterned black robe and had domineering makeup. He was terrifying and oppressive. The murderous aura between his brows was extremely heavy. From his appearance, it made others feel that he was a terrifying demon. The once dignified Heavenly Emperor was already like a completely different person. The evil Heavenly Emperor suddenly opened his eyes and saw a figure appear in front of him. His true appearance could not be seen. "What is it?" Evil Heavenly Emperor asked. The figure in the purple crystal let out a hoarse voice. "I've already swallowed 5 little Heavenly Tao. You can choose one." Hearing this, the evil Heavenly Emperor was moved. "So fast? Where are those sages? Either dead or escaped." "All right. Give me your greatest little Heavenly Tao." "Yes, evil Heavenly Emperor. Don't disappoint me. In at most 10 billion years, I will sweep through the immortal world sooner or later. At that time, you will face all the living beings in the immortal world. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you," the evil Heavenly Emperor replied confidently with anticipation in his eyes. He was looking forward to that day. Chapter 589 Transforming into a Fiend Celestial. Chapter 589 Transforming into a Fiend Celestial. After the Heavenly Tao Providence Board was established, the immortal world surged. From time to time, the voice of a mighty figure resounded in the heavens. This era was even more prosperous than the immortal world before the calamity. Hanju felt that this was his contribution. If not for him, the Heavenly Tao would have been destroyed by the Tao Heavenly Devil after it restarted. If not for him, the sages would have fought openly and secretly. The immortal world would still be barren now. Sigh. Hanju felt that he was so noble. Just like that, another 1,000 years passed. Hanju was getting closer and closer to the perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Breaking through before reaching 100,000 years should not be a problem. After reaching perfection, he could look forward to the freedom sage realm. One step at a time. He walked very steadily. Hanju opened his eyes and looked at the figure kneeling outside the Taoist temple. Marong Chi. It had been tens of thousands of years since this child came to visit him alone. 4 years ago, when he came, Hanju didn't let him in immediately because of his OCD, so he knelt for 4 years. The door to the Taoist temple suddenly opened. Mirongchi was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly stood up and quickly walked into the Taoist temple. After entering the temple, Mirongchi knelt down and bowed. What is it? Grand Master, I want to be like Uncle Master Suchi. Yes, Hanju sized him up. In the past, he trusted and looked forward to Mirongchi's development. However, this fellow's potential was not good. Now, Hanju usually didn't think of him. Mirongchi was already at the 6th mystic divine origin realm. He could be considered fast among the personal disciples, but he couldn't break through to the zenith heaven realm. Grand Master, this matter isn't Uncle Master Suchi's fault. I went to ask him, but he didn't answer. I guessed it. I guessed that you have the ability to change the potential of a disciple. No matter what you need me to do, I can do it. Mirongchi said seriously. He yearned to become stronger too much. He was once the war god of the divine palace, but in the hidden sect, his potential was mediocre. Not to mention the other personal disciples, even some unnamed disciples had better potential than him. Hanju said, you might die. I'm not absolutely certain it'll work. I'm willing. I won't regret it even if I die. I believe you definitely have such a plan. I'm willing to use it as an experiment and sacrifice for the future of the other disciples. If I can succeed, I will definitely repay the hidden sect in you, Mirongchi replied very firmly. If it was any other disciple, Hanju would definitely not agree. This would waste his energy. However, facing Mirongchi, he was still soft-hearted. If Mirongchi's potential increased, he would be more suitable to be the eldest disciple of the hidden sect than Tao Sovereign. Are you ready? All right. Excited, Mirongchi's body trembled. Hanju's eyes narrowed. Mirongchi's body turned into dust, leaving only his soul. Mirongchi was stunned. Before he could react, Hanju directly took him into the primordial world. In a corner of the primordial world, 173 Phi and celestial Qi floated together. Suchi was already carrying a ball of Phi and celestial Qi. Hanju had already decided which chaotic Phi and celestial to choose. Combat Phi and celestial. The Phi and celestial who lived to fight was a perfect match for Mirongchi's war god title. It could be seen that Hanju favored Mirongchi. He wrapped Mirongchi's soul with his dharmic powers and pushed it towards the Phi and celestial Qi of the combat Phi and celestial. Hanju could produce Phi and celestial Qi not only because of the grand unity aspect, but also because the primordial world had the nebulous primordial Qi, the chaotic origin stone, and other supreme treasures. With many conditions combined, there was a possibility of producing a chaotic Phi and celestial. It was only a possibility. When Mirongchi's soul fused with the combat Phi and celestial, an unprecedented pain caused him to roar. Hanju didn't seem to hear it and continued to fuse. Mirongchi was also very firm. He only roared instinctively and did not complain. After 300 years, Mirongchi and the combat Phi and celestial finally condensed together. To completely fuse them still required a long time. In front of the Phi and celestial Qi, Mirongchi's soul was so weak. If not for Hanju's protection, he might have died already. Next was to let Mirongchi adapt to the Phi and celestial Qi. During this process, Mirongchi endured extreme pain. On the other side, Mirongchi's disappearance attracted the attention of the other personal disciples. Li Xuanao took the opportunity to find Hanju. After knowing that Mirongchi was sent by Hanju for a secret mission, he didn't ask any more. Sect Master, what do you think about the famous race? Li Xuanao asked very humbly. Hanju saw through his thoughts. This fellow wanted to take the opportunity to get closer to him. Just speak your mind. Li Xuanao trembled in fear and hurriedly said, I discovered that sages are supporting the famous race, but there are no famous zenith heavens or pseudo-sages among them. I guess that the sages supporting the famous race are lone sages like Emperor Shao and Fuxidian. The famous race take in famous living beings in the heavens. This intention is very wide and is very recognized by the heavenly Tao. Their future is limitless. The hidden sect can arrange it in advance. His thoughts were the same as his. Hanju suddenly thought of Mirongchi. If Mirongchi succeeded, it would be more suitable. I know what to do. The next batch of disciples with limitless potential can go to the famous race. Sect Master is wise. I have connections in the famous race. You can tell the leader in advance and let him be prepared. Li Xuanao did not say anything else. He bowed and left. It was impossible for the famous race to reject the hidden sect's support. After all, the hidden sect was a sage force. Just like in the ancient times in Hanju's previous life, the sage sect was an aristocratic family. With the coming of chaos, the aristocratic families would invest everywhere. No matter which ambitious person won, the aristocratic families would benefit and survive. The opponents of the famous race, demons, and other races would never be the sage sect because it was impossible to defeat them. On the contrary, if they accepted the support of the sages, they could climb higher. Hanju continued to stare at Marongchi. Although he could multitask, his cultivation was still affected. This was also an important reason why Hanju was unwilling to let every disciple transform into a chaotic fiend celestial. No matter how strong the disciples were, they couldn't catch up to him. He nurtured disciples only to make it more convenient for himself in the future. While Marongchi transformed into a chaotic fiend celestial, the immortal world was also changing violently. More and more mighty figures appeared and shocked the immortal world. Li Daokong had always occupied the top of the heavenly Dao Providence board. The rankings behind him kept changing. Ji Shanshan also forcefully entered the top 10. The heavenly race immortals preached everywhere to protect the weak living beings. The statues of the immortals stood everywhere in the immortal world, and the power of faith transformed into Providence. Days passed and the world changed. 3,000 years passed. Marongchi finally adapted to the fiend celestial chi. Without Hanju's protection, he would have long been devoured by it. Hanju could finally cultivate in peace. Before this, he looked at Han Tuo. This fellow was preaching to his disciples. The current Han Tuo had already accepted hundreds of disciples, and there were more than 1,000 grand disciples. All of them were not mortals. Not bad, he became more and more used to his identity as a divine palace elder. Hanju looked at Han Yu next. His expression became strange. Why was Han Yu cultivating beside Li Daokong? Hanju counted with his fingers. Han Yu had become Li Daokong's disciple. Chapter 590 Li Yao creates a sect. Chapter 590 Li Yao creates a sect. This fellow is quite capable. He wanted to take me in as his disciple in the past. Now that he sees that Han Yu looks like me, he took him in. He's truly ambitious. Hanju cursed silently. He was inexplicably unhappy to see Li Daokong accept Han Yu as his disciple. When Li Daokong returned, he had to give him an earful. Ever since he had become Li Daokong's disciple, Han Yu's cultivation level had increased day by day. He had also learned many Sword Dao mystical powers and became a true sword cultivator. Li Daokong treated Han Yu very well and even gave him a Heavenly Dao Numinous treasure sword. Heavenly Dao Numinous treasures were rare treasures even to sages. Seeing this sword, Hanju's impression of Li Daokong improved again. Since he treated Han Yu sincerely, he was giving Hanju face. Han Yu was finally settled. His cultivation in the future would definitely be smooth sailing. Even if Hanju did not give him a back door, he could still become an expert. Li Daokong only had one disciple. Just as Hanju was spying on Han Yu, someone came to visit him. Li Yao. Since Hanju was free, he let her in. Li Yao walked in front of him. Although the two of them were already Dao companions, she didn't act too impudently and was still a little respectful. Is the Heavenly Dao Providence Board very important? I want to fight for the sage position, Li Yao said bluntly. Hanju said, you're only a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. You're still far from becoming a sage. It's indeed far, but the accumulation of providence also needs time. Li Yao said seriously, the more sages there are in the hidden sect, the better. Li Daokong has the potential to become a sage, but he only joined us after he became stronger. I'm worried about him. Hanju smiled and said, this isn't like you. Li Yao said helplessly, all right, it's actually the thoughts of the other personal disciples. Hanju's heart warmed slightly. He didn't think that the personal disciples were selfish. If they were all thinking for him, they would definitely take turns to ask Hanju for the method to attain the Dao. They had chosen Li Yao to come because they saw the relationship between him and her and it was easier to convince him. Hanju could see favorability, but it wouldn't last forever. Even 6-star favorability might also decrease. What do you think? Hanju asked. Li Yao said, I plan to bring Dao Comprehension Sword, Fairy Shizan, Zan Qingjun, and Chong Yue out to create a Providence sect for women or female living beings. Such a sect has yet to appear. There's an opportunity. Hanju felt that it was feasible. What about Xing Hongshuan and Tu Ling? Why aren't they going? Li Yao said, Miss Xing said that she wanted to cultivate diligently and give birth to a child for you. She wants to bear a prodigy. Tu Ling said that her identity is special and not suitable to go out. Hanju was caught between laughter and tears. These two girls definitely wanted to find him later in private. Yes, you can choose some female disciples from the 100-peak Immortal River. When you decide to go out, just speak. I can hear you. You don't have to look for me. Thank you, Sect Master. Oh, you're still calling me Sect Master? Li Yao blushed when she heard that. but she hesitated and could not change her tone. Hanju didn't force her and let her leave. Several months later, Li Yao, Zan Qingjun, Fairy Shizan, and Chang Yue left with more than 500 female disciples. These female disciples were all immortal emperors. With Li Yao leading the way, Hanju was not worried. If something really happened, he could sense it as long as it was in the immortal world. Time passed. 241 years later. My name is Li Yao. My master is the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage. Today, I established the Holy Mother sect and will take in all the women in the world as my disciples. I will teach you the sacred technique. No matter race or cultivation level, you can come to the orchid-sinking region's Kilian mountain range to join us. Li Yao's voice resounded through the myriad worlds. Her tone was solemn, making Hanju very glad. She could already hold her own. However, this name, Hanju couldn't help but think of something else. Putting aside the biases of his previous life, the Holy Mother had a high status in the immortal world and could not be tainted. The other personal disciples didn't look for Hanju, which made him very satisfied. Only a pseudo-sage could leave. This was an iron rule. He couldn't change it, unless Hanju agreed. Yeah. This was a double standard. Hanju was already close to 90,000 years old. Not in the mood to cultivate, he stood up to preach the Tao. 13th Heaven, Heavenly Race Main Hall. Ji Shanshan sat on the Emperor's throne. His expression changed as the immortals in the hall discussed. The sect master of the Holy Mother sect is said to be a zenith heaven cultivator. Isn't immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage the master of the hidden sect? Ha ha ha, our hidden sect has a deep foundation. Are you shocked? The first establishment of the Holy Mother sect is supported by the hidden sect. The heavenly race should go and congratulate them. It can be considered a public edict. I think so. The immortals discussed enthusiastically. The hidden sect had sent too many immortal emperors to the heavenly race, which was already equivalent to half of the hidden sect. The heavenly god general noticed that something was wrong with Ji Shanshan and asked, "Heavenly ancestor, what are you thinking?" With that said, the gods quietened down and looked at Ji Shanshan. The expressions of some immortals became subtle. They were all from the hidden sect. When Li Xuanao left, he had instructed them not to forget their true identities. They were disciples of the hidden sect. If Ji Shanshan dared to express his dissatisfaction with the hidden sect, they would definitely not tolerate it. In their opinion, without the hidden sect, how could the heavenly race be where they were today? Ji Shanshan said, the heavenly race naturally has to congratulate the establishment of the Holy Mother sect. However, the orchid-sinking region is the territory of the Jia school. Recently, they have been preparing to attack the demons and have formed an alliance with our heavenly race. The immortals frowned. The Jia school was a sage sect. If the Holy Mother sect established a sect in their territory, there would definitely be conflict. It was not good for the heavenly race to help anyone. The heavenly god general also frowned. Be it the hidden sect or the Jia school, they couldn't provoke any one of them. The divine general said, actually, we don't have to worry. We will definitely visit the Holy Mother sect. As for the Jia school, we'll try our best to help. Compared to the orchid-sinking region, the Jia school is more ambitious. An old immortal said, what if they want us to make a choice? The divine general was silent. Just destroy the Jia school, then. A hidden sect disciple snorted, his tone wild. The other immortals of the hidden sect agreed. They were from the hidden sect and knew that Li Yao's status in the sect was not simple. It was very easy to choose between the two. Ji Shanshan cursed silently. What was he thinking? With Hanju behind him, what was there to be afraid of? He had to choose the Holy Mother sect. In a Taoist temple in the Jia school, Huang Zuntian was meditating when a disciple rushed in and said, Sect Master, the mountain range occupied by the Holy Mother sect is a spirit meridian of our sect. What should we do? The Holy Mother sect's master was the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage's disciple. They had no choice but to be cautious and not rashly offend her. Huang Zuntian opened his eyes and said, the Kilian mountain range will directly belong to the Holy Mother sect. Send someone to visit them with a huge gift to state our intentions to be on good terms with the Holy Mother sect. He was in a good mood. In his opinion, the appearance of the Holy Mother sect was a good thing. Hanju finally made a move to support him. After the Holy Mother sect became stronger, they could join forces with the Jia school. They couldn't be too strong. As for whether the Holy Mother sect would affect them, Huang Zuntian was not worried at all. He had always thought that he was a hidden sect disciple. Could the position of sect master of the Jia school compare to Hanju's trust? One traditionally refers to a kind-hearted person, but the internet made it a negative term for a person that urges kindness but is hypocritical and selfish, or ignorant and incompetent and causes more harm than good in their self-believed good actions. Chapter 591 to 190,000 years old, Earth Immortal World. Chapter 591 90,000 years old, Earth Immortal World. After receiving Huang Zuntian's order, the Jia school disciples immediately left. Several days later, the Jia school sent an envoy to congratulate the Holy Mother sect. Another few days passed. The heavenly race also went to congratulate the Holy Mother sect. Two top factions supported the new sect. The Holy Mother sect's level instantly increased. News spread throughout the immortal world in a short period of time, and the limelight was unparalleled. 10 years later, the disciples of the Holy Mother sect began to increase. The immortal world was too vast in the nearby Jia school's territory. The living beings who wanted to join the Holy Mother sect had to travel mountains and rivers. Han Ju was very satisfied when he saw that the Holy Mother sect was flourishing. He continued to cultivate. Year after year passed. 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that you are 90,000 years old. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and head to the deity realm of the ruins of End to pursue the Great Tao. You can obtain a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a great Tao fragment, and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and avoid karma. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a chance to upgrade the Tao field. Upgrade the Tao field. Finally, it had been a long time. Han Ju directly chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment and a chance to upgrade the Tao field. The Tao field has begun to upgrade. It took time to level up the Tao field. Han Ju stopped waiting and focused on cultivating. He was getting closer and closer to the perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. 100 years later. The Tao field has been upgraded. The array formation has been upgraded to the great Tao supreme level. The Tao field's internal space has been expanded. Tao field immortal chi has increased by 10 times. Kone chi has increased by 10 times. The Tao field can block the prying of Tao creator level existences. Tao creator. The meaning of creating the great Tao. Han Ju thought silently and felt safe. Even if Dijin and ancestor Shishan attacked, they shouldn't be able to rush in. Han Ju adjusted his state of mind and continued cultivating. Time passed. After the birth of the Holy Mother sect, more Zenith Heaven sects appeared. The connection between the mortal worlds and the immortal world became closer and closer. Mortals constantly came to the immortal world, and many living beings from the immortal world also went to the mortal worlds. They complemented each other and improved together. The heavenly Tao's providence was becoming stronger because of this. Compared to before the calamity, the immortal world was even more prosperous and peaceful. In such a dazzling era, all living beings were cultivating diligently. Although there were conflicts, they were not too tragic. The main focus was to fight for providence and earn the heavenly Tao merit. Time flew. 3,000 years passed. Han Ju finally attracted the opportunity to break through. He opened his eyes and adjusted his Tao heart. With the opportunity to break through, he first looked at Han Tuo. Recently, this fellow had not been cultivating in seclusion. Instead, he had been fighting everywhere and expanding the Divine Palace's territory. Han Ju looked at Han Yu next. This guy did not stay on the Buzhou Divine Mountain. Instead, he traveled around and had already arrived near the Jia school. Be it Huang Zuntian, Li Yao, or the others, if they saw Han Yu, they would definitely guess his relationship with Han Ju, so he was still very safe. During the time that Han Ju was in seclusion, Han Tuo and Han Yu encountered many things and had abundant experiences. Among them, Han Yu and a woman developed a romantic relationship. Han Yu wanted to be responsible for it, but the other party rejected him. The reason why he was rejected was that his cultivation was too weak. This was a huge blow to Han Yu. He didn't mention Li Daokong because he wanted to rely on his own strength to prove it. Han Ju looked at the Holy Mother sect again. It had developed very smoothly and had more than 10,000 disciples now. The Jia school and the heavenly race also sent cultivation resources to them from time to time, as if they were fighting to rope in the Holy Mother sect. Not bad. The Holy Mother sect's rapid rise had already allowed Li Yao to enter the Heavenly Tao Providence Board. Although her ranking was at the 900,000 mark, it was a good beginning. Han Ju's gaze landed on the 3 pure sacred ancestor. This fellow had always been in seclusion, and he rarely paid attention to him. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and looked to be deep in thought. The 3 pure sacred ancestor, who was hiding in his Taoist temple, was wrapped by a strange gray aura that was trying to sever his connection with the heavenly Tao. Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce. He couldn't guess who did it. He had to use the derivation function to deduce. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A figure appeared in Hanju's mind. It was him. Hanju was enlightened. He was not surprised. Instead, he felt that it should be him. It was done by Heavenly Venerate Zondu. The three pure sacred ancestor was originally controlled by Li Mui. After Li Mui died, Heavenly Venerate Zondu inherited the sage position. It was normal for him to target the three pure sacred ancestor. The three pure sacred ancestors' identity was too important. He was invincible in the immortal world and was definitely an extremely important pawn to sages. Hanju thought for a moment and moved the three pure sacred ancestor in front of him. Then, he used absolute purification on him and the system's power to eliminate the Heavenly Venerate's control. The three pure sacred ancestor heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Hanju. Hanju asked, "When did Heavenly Venerate Zondu find you?" The three pure sacred ancestor said, "Several hundred years ago. He said that he could help me escape the Heavenly Tao's control. But you will be controlled by him." I had my doubts, but... The three pure sacred ancestor revealed a rare expression of humanity. Hanju said, "Work for me well. It's not so good outside the immortal world. Don't be fooled." Understood. After being enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison, the three pure sacred ancestor only listened to Hanju. After the absolute purification ended, Hanju put the three pure sacred ancestor back. He wasn't afraid of being discovered by Heavenly Venerate Zondu. Repeating absolute purification would deduct a large amount of his lifespan. It was better to warn him to give up. Before long, Heavenly Venerate Zondu sent you a dream. Do you accept? Hanju hesitated for a moment before choosing to accept it. Heavenly Venerate Zondu was not his match, so the dream should not threaten him. Previously, when he went to the 33rd heaven, he was afraid that an unknown enemy was hidden. In the dream, Hanju and Heavenly Venerate Zondu stood in a resplendent galaxy. Looking up, Hanju felt that this galaxy looked familiar. It was like the Milky Way. Heavenly Venerate Zondu stared at him and said, "Fellow Taoist, do you want the three pure sacred ancestor?" Hanju said, "Yes, it's the price Li Mui paid for plotting against me. The three pure sacred ancestor has already submitted to me. I hope you can give me face." The two of them confronted each other with a solemn atmosphere. After a long while, Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, "Forget it, I'll give him to you. However, I have something that I hope you can help me with." "What is it?" There have been more than 10 immeasurable calamities established by the Heavenly Tao. A long time ago, a mighty figure called Zhen Yuanzi left the immortal world and established the Earth Immortal World in unknown territory. The Earth Immortal World developed very well, and Zhen Yuanzi even obtained the Tao ancestors' help. Zhen Yuanzi, Earth Immortal World. Could it be the world where the solar system of Earth was located? Hanju thought. Heavenly Venerate Zondu continued, Zhen Yuanzi absorbed the Earth Immortal World's providence and transcended the Great Tao. He also nurtured a chaotic Fian Celestial called the Destruction Fian Celestial. I'm afraid he has ill intentions. Now, Zhen Yuanzi has already abandoned the Earth Immortal World. I plan to annex the Earth Immortal World and use it to devour him. Hanju asked, "What should I do?" It was a little dangerous. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said, "Join forces with me and create a special space to recruit a portion of the living beings in the Earth Immortal World. As our pawns, they will cross the river of destiny of the Earth Immortal World and erase Zhen Yuanzi's insignia in it until the Earth Immortal World is completely separated from him." Chapter 592 Reincarnation Space, Primordial Chaos Buddha. Chapter 592 Reincarnation Space, Primordial Chaos Buddha. A special space that recruited living beings from the Earth Immortal World. This method was a little familiar as if he had seen it somewhere before. Hanju was secretly curious. Heavenly Venerate Zondu continued, "Many mighty figures in the deity realm of the ruins of End have tried such methods. The effect is not bad. Furthermore, with them in front, it's very difficult for us to be suspected. We will choose a batch of living beings and attract them to do missions as a reward. We will erase the Earth Immortal World's River of Destiny. When the River of Destiny is in chaos and the Heavenly Tao collapses, the Earth Immortal World will belong to us." Wasn't this the Overgod space? Infinity genre? Hanju asked. After success, who will the Earth Immortal World belong to? We can just create a force. We don't have to personally participate in this to prevent us from being unable to escape karma. Hanju cursed silently. It meant that if the matter was exposed, they could shift the blame. Han Ju asked. It's impossible for Zhen Yuanzi not to notice, right? This matter is still too dangerous. I don't want to participate. Heavenly Venerate Zondu said. Zhen Yuanzi nurtured the destruction Fian Celestial with the intention to kill. If we obtain the Earth Immortal World, we will have a huge opportunity. My master guessed that the Earth Immortal World has the inheritance of the Dao ancestor, but Zhen Yuanzi doesn't know this. If we obtain the Earth Immortal World, we can develop a second Heavenly Dao and have an extra path of life. Han Ju asked, who else did you find? You and I are enough. Han Ju asked silently in his mind, is what Heavenly Venerate Zondu said true? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. He's not lying. He was not lying. This meant that the content might not be true. Heavenly Venerate Zondu might only be guessing. However, it was fine as long as Heavenly Venerate Zondu was sincere. I have to consider this. You shouldn't be in a hurry, right? Han Ju said. Heavenly Venerate Zondu nodded. I'll wait for you, but it can't be more than 1,000 years at most. I've already begun to create it. All right. The dream ended. Han Ju opened his eyes and asked in his mind, I want to know what the outcome will be if I trust Heavenly Venerate Zondu and follow him. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju entered an illusion. He came to a mysterious hall. It was 1,000 feet wide and 10,000 feet long. The walls of the hall were transparent, and one could see the resplendent galaxy. Looking up, the top of the hall surged with chaotic chi. Looking forward, statues of different postures were standing on both sides. Han Ju saw Su Qi standing opposite a mysterious man. The mysterious man said, the Providence already belongs to us. Next, we can attack other space and annex other little heavenly Dao. Su Qi said, let's wait a little longer. The reincarnators are still too weak. They can't compare to other space. They aren't cultivating to gain strength in the first place. How can they wait? Su Qi was about to answer when the hall suddenly shook violently. A terrifying pressure descended. The surging chaotic chi at the top of the hall transformed into a huge face. Only its facial features could be seen, making it difficult to see its true appearance. HMPH, how dare you steal my Earth Immortal World? You're courting death. The hall in front of Han Ju turned into dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Qi and the mysterious man wanted to escape, but they were blocked by an invisible force and could only turn into dust. The illusion ended. Han Ju showed a frown. Was he destined to fail? I want to know Zhen Yuanzi's cultivation level. Han Ju continued to ask. He had to figure out the enemy's strength first before deciding if he should participate. 50 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 50 billion years. Not bad, but it was not too ridiculous. Continue. Zhen Yuanzi, late stage of the Freedom Sage realm, ancestor of the Earth Immortal World, immeasurable emperor. The late stage of the Freedom Sage realm was not too strong. Even if he offended him, could the other party enter his Dao field to deal with him? Han Ju fell into deep thought. Actually, he felt that he could cooperate with Heavenly Venerate Zondu. In any case, he was sending pawns and not his main body. If Heavenly Venerate Zondu and I carry out the plan, how long until Zhen Yuanzi notices? 50 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. At least 1 billion years. Currently, he is in seclusion in a certain great Dao land, isolated from the outside world. 1 billion years. What was there to fear? 1 billion years later, Han Ju could definitely crush Zhen Yuanzi with one hand. Han Ju began to think about his disciples. He couldn't let the personal disciples go. What if something happened? Han Ju suddenly thought of someone. Immortal Emperor Samsara. Immortal Emperor Samsara was very suitable to lead the reincarnators. Han Ju immediately sent a dream to Immortal Emperor Samsara and told him about this. Immortal Emperor Samsara fell silent. Han Ju was not in a hurry and waited patiently. After a long while, Immortal Emperor Samsara asked, is there a chance to become a sage in this matter? Han Ju said, the Earth Immortal World forms a heavenly Dao and can naturally support a sage. In addition, I also have a way for you to become a sage. If you do well, I won't mistreat you. You don't have to worry. I'm working with the Heavenly Venerate Zondu. You have the support of 2 sages, the 2 strongest in the immortal world. Immortal Emperor Samsara suddenly thought of something. Should we bring this matter to the Divine Palace? I definitely need manpower. Han Ju shook his head. You can't be too ostentatious. As for subordinates, you can just bring your trusted aides. All right. Immortal Emperor Samsara agreed to this matter, and Han Ju asked him to prepare manpower. After that, Hanju didn't inform Heavenly Venerate Zondu immediately but started cultivating. There was no need to be so anxious if the deadline was in 1,000 years. 300 years later, Hanju sent a dream to Heavenly Venerate Zondu and said that he agreed to his proposal. Heavenly Venerate Zondu revealed a rare smile. Very good. Have you chosen the executioner? Hanju nodded. You can name this special space as a show of my sincerity, Heavenly Venerate Zondu said. He paused for a moment and said, this matter will not taint you with karma. After we discuss, the name will be personally named by the executioner. How sinister, how considerate, Hanju said in a low voice, let's call it the reincarnation space. I'll send someone to your Dao field. You can arrange it yourself. I still have to cultivate normally. Yes, sure. After the dream ended, Hanju sent a dream to Immortal Emperor Samsara and asked him to bring people to the 33rd heaven to find Heavenly Venerate Zondu. After that, Hanju began to observe. Immortal Emperor Samsara did not bring Hantuo along. This meant that he did not have any ulterior motives. However, Hanming followed Immortal Emperor Samsara. Hanju didn't care too much about this younger brother who had already cut ties with him. Hanming treated Hantuo well. If he really encountered danger, Hanju would save him if he could. That was all. Immortal Emperor Samsara left the immortal world with 100 trusted aides. Hanju sorted out his emotions and started to break through. He could have broken through long ago, but he was disturbed by Heavenly Venerate Zondu. Next was the perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm and the freedom sage realm. Jia school, in the sect master's Taoist temple. Huang Zuntian was meditating when the messenger disciple suddenly entered. Report, the golden crow demon emperor has been defeated by our sect's primordial golden immortal. However, the Buddhist sect suddenly interfered and saved him. The messenger disciple said in a low voice. Huang Zuntian opened his eyes and frowned. Who from the Buddhist sect attacked? Primordial Chaos Buddha. Huang Zuntian was moved. Primordial Chaos Buddha was a newly established Buddha of the Buddhist sect. His cultivation was extraordinary and his strength was unfathomable. It was said that he might be a pseudo-sage. The Buddhist sect sending the Primordial Chaos Buddha was equivalent to declaring war. Chapter 593 Breakthrough, Scientific Faith. Chapter 593 Breakthrough, Scientific Faith. I'll go meet him. Huang Zuntian stood up. The Buddhist sect had sent a Buddha, so how could he stand by and watch? The messenger disciple heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Zuntian immediately moved. A battle between pseudo-sages was about to break out. After 500 years, Hanju finally broke through. He deliberately slowed down towards the end. He wanted to hit a nice number of years, but at the last moment, he sped up his breakthrough when it was getting rushed. His dharmic powers surged. Hanju checked his attributes panel as he consolidated his cultivation. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 93,912 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999. Race, primordial fiend celestial immeasurable emperor. Cultivation, perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm perfect sage. Technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao heavenly cycle body tempering. Great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin. Awesome, his lifespan had increased by 10 times. Hanju looked at this long string of numbers and was filled with satisfaction. It was already equivalent to immortality. Hanju calmed down and continued to consolidate his cultivation. After 40 years, his cultivation finally stabilized. He began to improve his sword Tao mystical powers. It only took him half a year. Hanju didn't directly cultivate the grand unity aspect. Instead, he checked his emails and asked about the recent situation. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara has left the immortal world. Your good friend Hanming has left the immortal world. Your good friend Huang Zuntian was attacked by your good friend Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara created the reincarnation space. Your good friend Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by the ancient master of calamity. Your good friend Pan Shin has joined the divine palace. His providence has increased greatly. Why were the primordial chaos heavenly devil and Huang Zuntian fighting? Hanju frowned. In order to prevent the two spies from fighting, he had to visit them in their dreams. Their loyalty to him had reached 6 stars. Hanju was not afraid of being betrayed. When the two of them learned that the other party was on their side, they were both shocked. However, they didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Han Ju and could only agree not to become enemies. Han Ju sent a dream to Li Daokong. This fellow was a very stubborn person. Han Ju was worried that he would fight the primordial chaos heavenly devil to death. Li Daokong was silent. After a long while, Li Daokong asked, "Sect Master, how many people have you planted exactly?" He used to think that Han Ju was not shrewd enough and only knew how to cultivate diligently. He suddenly felt that he had seen wrongly. He was too shrewd. One of the Buddhas was actually his subordinate. Han Ju said, "This matter cannot be made public. I trust you. You will become a sage of the hidden sect in the future, so I'm letting you know in advance." Li Daokong nodded. "Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master. I have something to say. I took Han Yu in as my disciple. I already know. I want to treat Han Yu as my successor. He might suffer and even die." Li Daokong was very hesitant when he said this. Although he had a strong personality, he was not stupid. Han Ju said, "Up to you." With that, he removed the dream. After returning to reality, Han Ju snorted coldly. "If I want to protect him, how can he die young?" Han Ju thought proudly. He was no longer the same as before. In this immortal world, he had such confidence. After settling all of this, Han Ju began to cultivate the grand unity aspect. The further one progressed in the grand unity aspect, the harder it was to cultivate it. It was not that the essence of the Fian Celestial was stronger, but that the power of the Fian Celestial Dharma idols repelled each other and was very difficult to coexist. This cultivation lasted for 200 years. Han Ju cultivated another 50 chaotic Fian Celestial Dharma idols and couldn't create a new one. They were respectively the defying Tao Fian Celestial, the surging Fian Celestial, the roaming Fian Celestial, the spiral Fian Celestial, the sly smile Fian Celestial, the 49 authority Fian Celestial, the dragon form Fian Celestial, the creation Fian Celestial, the realm Fian Celestial, the useless Fian Celestial, the influential Fian Celestial, the sensory Fian Celestial, the memory devour Fian Celestial, the negative karma Fian Celestial, the stellar Fian Celestial, the omnipresent Fian Celestial, the devilish evil Fian Celestial, the sunken Fian Celestial, the epic supremacy Fian Celestial, and the ancestral Fian Celestial. Chi breath Fian Celestial, green lotus Fian Celestial. Attack Fian Celestial, existence Fian Celestial, plane Fian Celestial. Exterminate Fian Celestial, spirit connection Fian Celestial. Extinction Fian Celestial, non-distance Fian Celestial. Withered Fian Celestial, time Fian Celestial, ancient Fian Celestial. Great firmament Fian Celestial, Tao chaser Fian Celestial, spiritless Fian Celestial, emperor Tao Fian Celestial, emotion Fian Celestial, rebirth Fian Celestial, instant Fian Celestial, divination Fian Celestial, creator Lord Fian Celestial, soul origin Fian Celestial, ashen Fian Celestial, heavenly cycle supreme Fian Celestial, exposure Fian Celestial, rule Fian Celestial, grant Fian Celestial, blessing Fian Celestial, red dust Fian Celestial, and stubborn Fian Celestial. Han Ju began the simulation trial and adapted to the power of these new Fian Celestial Dharma idols. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Apart from ancestor Shishan and Dijin, Han Ju could directly kill all existences in the simulation trial. After accumulating 224 Fian Celestial Dharma idols, no one below the sages could resist him. Awesome! The increase in strength made Han Ju regain his hot-blooded state. He really wanted to find a freedom sage to fight. Forget it. Calm down. I can't act recklessly. Han Ju walked out of the Taoist temple and preached the Tao to all the living beings in the hidden sect. He preached for 100 years. 100 years later, Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple and began to observe the reincarnation space. The reincarnation space was not in the immortal world but in a corner of the dark forbidden zone. It was extremely far. Even as a sage, Han Ju couldn't spy on the reincarnation space's exact situation. He had no choice but to send a dream to the reincarnation space for immortal Emperor Samsara to show him the situation. Currently, thousands of reincarnators were gathered in the river of destiny of the Earth immortal world, forming more than 100 illusory worlds. Creating a world required great dharmic powers, because these worlds were located in the river of destiny. If the reincarnators changed the fate of the Providence bearers in the illusory world, it would affect the river of destiny. Immortal Emperor Samsara showed Han Ju the scene of the reincarnation space. There was a city in the reincarnation space. It was 1,000,000 kilometers big and could allow the reincarnators to rest. This city was very similar to an ancient city, but there were also some technological figures. The cultivation trend of the Earth immortal world has ended. What's popular now is something called science. By using science, living beings can leave their stars and explore the chaos. The one who created science was also a chaotic fiend celestial. He severed the spirit chi and used it to attract the faith of all living beings in the earth immortal world to strengthen his providence. His strength is unfathomable. However, this chaotic fiend celestial is also afraid of Gen Yuanzi and doesn't dare to show himself usually. Immortal Emperor Samsara introduced. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Was this the truth of science? The end of science was theology. Was it just a lie fabricated by the gods? Hanju asked, is there a planet called Earth? Immortal Emperor Samsara said, yes. Earth was once the center of the Earth immortal world, but it's very weak now. What's the year on Earth? Earth has already existed for 10 billion years. The galactic year is 3,200. Hanju remained silent. Either this was not the Earth of his previous life, or it had been a long time. The Earth he was familiar with had already changed. However, Hanju did not care about Earth or his previous life. He only cared about this life. Chapter 594 Tao Ancestors' Birth. Chapter 594 Tao Ancestors' Birth. Are you very concerned about Earth? Immortal Emperor Samsara asked curiously. In his opinion, Earth was ordinary and not worth mentioning in the Earth immortal world. Hanju said, it's nothing. You should know what's special about Earth. Other than history, there's nothing unusual. Immortal Emperor Samsara nodded. He also knew the history of Earth. It belonged to the core civilization of the previous Earth immortal world. Unfortunately, that was only in the past. Ever since Gen Yuanzi left the Earth immortal world, the mysterious chaotic fiend celestial had invaded. The Earth immortal world had already become a barren land. Hanju asked about some details about the reincarnators. The reincarnation space recruited reincarnators not from a single point of time, but from living beings from the Earth immortal world of all timelines. However, there was one thing. 2 living beings with the same essence could not appear, which meant that if they chose this person, they could not choose the one on the other timelines. With Immortal Emperor Samsara's strength, crossing time was not a problem. As a mighty figure, Hanju was not afraid that others would travel through time to find his past self because he would be able to sense it. Several hours later, the dream ended. Immortal Emperor Samsara opened his eyes. He sat in a dark hall with 2 majestic statues standing beside him. A black-robed man appeared in front of him and said, Master, some races in the Earth immortal world have discovered our existence and have already expressed hostility. Immortal Emperor Samsara said calmly, it's a good opportunity to give the reincarnators a new mission. I'll release a new batch of Dharma treasures. You can let the wind out. In addition, choose 12 overgods. In the future, the 12 overgods will manage the reincarnation space. I still have to cultivate, so I'll stay behind the scenes. The black-robed man hurriedly agreed. Immortal Emperor Samsara let him leave. When he turned around, the black-robed man's eyes revealed excitement. He was about to ascend. Time passed quickly. Hanju opened his eyes and ended his cultivation again. Awesome. Even though he had already reached the perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm, Hanju was still filled with the desire to cultivate. In the immortal world, he was already an absolutely invincible existence. However, he couldn't expect the immortal world to exist forever. Hanju stood up and stretched. The strange deity suddenly flew over. The strange deity didn't come to disturb him in millenniums. It also found a place to cultivate. Its cultivation was related to Hanju. The stronger Hanju was, the stronger it became. Now, it also had the strength of a sage, but it was far inferior to Hanju and did not have the status of a sage. Hanju glanced at it and asked with his eyes. The strange deity waved its hand silently. Through telepathy, Hanju learned that the strange deity had sensed the existence of the inauspicious deity. It had already infiltrated the immortal world. The inauspicious deity was formed by the inauspicious evil of the dark forbidden zone. Only after countless years of nurturing could an inauspicious deity be born. Hanju was surprised. Why could the inauspicious deity enter the immortal world? Why did the heavenly Tao not reject it? Thinking of something, he suddenly looked up. In the 9 heavens, purple light filled the air. A vast heavenly might was brewing. A figure stood in the center of the heavenly might. Fang Liang. His aura changed, becoming ethereal and unfathomable. Even Hanju couldn't see through him. His cultivation was already a pseudo-sage, but his aura and soul essence were unfathomable to Hanju. He checked Fang Liang's profile picture. This fellow had already become the Tao ancestor. Could it be that because Fang Liang had become a Tao ancestor and the heavenly Tao was in chaos, he had given the inauspicious deity a chance? Since Fang Liang had become a Tao ancestor, why were the other sages not moving? Hanju sent a dream to choose Ili. In the dream, he directly asked this question. After being enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison, Chu Zilai was absolutely loyal to him. Chu Zilai asked with a strange expression, "Isn't Fang Liang your disciple? How can the sages not deduce it? Who dares to have any objections?" Han Ju was stunned. Just because of this. On second thought, it made sense. No sage dared to offend him. Even heavenly venerate Zondu had to be polite to Han Ju. In their opinion, Fang Liang's change might be his intention. Fuxidian once came to ask me. It can be considered a probe. After that, the sages ignored Fang Liang. Speaking of which, why can Fang Liang absorb the heavenly Tao's providence? Chu Zilai asked curiously. Han Ju realized that the sages only knew that Fang Liang was absorbing providence and not transforming into the Tao ancestor. Han Ju didn't hide anything from him. Chu Zilai widened his eyes. Crap, Chu Zilai muttered to himself, his expression becoming solemn. Han Ju asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Zilai's gaze was faint as he said, "Before the Tao ancestor left, he chose a successor. It was the sage of the human school from before. He was plotted against and died. Li Mui, who had already left the heavenly Tao, had no choice but to return." Han Ju suddenly recalled that the human school indeed didn't have a heavenly Tao sage. They only left behind a wisp of primordial purple chi. If the Tao ancestor revives and knows of this, I'm afraid we sages will be held responsible. The once majestic heavenly sect master is still being suppressed in the ancient desolate and will never transcend. The more Chu Zilai spoke, the more terrified he became. In the hearts of the sages, the Tao ancestor was the strongest existence and also the existence they respected the most. If the Tao ancestor hadn't left, they wouldn't have dared to fight. Now that the Tao ancestor had returned, Han Ju consoled him. "Don't worry, Fang Liang only obtained the Tao ancestor's identity, he's not the true Tao ancestor." "Really? Chu Zilai heaved a sigh of relief. Han Ju instructed him not to spread this matter and left the dream. After returning to reality, Han Ju opened his eyes. The strange deity came over again. "You want to go out?" The strange deity nodded crazily. Han Ju thought for a moment and said, "I can let you out, but you are not allowed to leave the heavenly Tao or harm other living beings other than the inauspicious deity. Otherwise, you will be expelled by the rules of the heavenly Tao and I won't be able to protect you in the future." The strange deity waved its hand in a promise. Han Ju waved his sleeve and sent it out. This fellow was very cautious. If he was not confident, he wouldn't take the initiative to look for Han Ju. The inauspicious deity was about to suffer. Then, Han Ju walked out of the Taoist temple and came to the Taoist temple beside him. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. The door suddenly opened, and Xing Hongshuan stood up to welcome him. After Han Ju entered, the door closed. Zhang Ju and the Crimson Fox seemed to not see it and continued cultivating. Han Ju walked to the small table and sat down. He poured himself tea and asked, "How's your cultivation recently?" Xing Hongshuan sat down and smiled like a flower. "Not bad, I'm getting closer and closer to the zenith heaven realm. However, I wonder when I can become a pseudo-sage and give birth to your child." Xing Hongshuan had changed her potential due to her reincarnation and had obtained the providence of the human emperor. After cultivating for so many years, it was not rare for her to be close to the zenith heaven realm. She was no longer immortal. Han Ju said angrily, "What's the use of having children? Be careful not to waste your cultivation energy." Xing Hongshuan curled her lips. "I want to leave you a descendant. If you leave the hidden sect one day and go out adventuring, there will be a legitimate son to control the hidden sect for you. These geniuses of the hidden sect are all arrogant, the sect will be leaderless in the future. Something will happen if you're gone." Chapter 595 Divine Clans Move. Chapter 595 Divine Clans Move. "It's impossible for me to leave the hidden sect." Han Ju shook his head and laughed. Xing Hongshuan blinked. Thinking back carefully, Han Ju seemed to have never left the sect alone. Even if he came to the immortal world, he would bring them along. Instead, they had all left the hidden sect alone. Thinking of this, Xing Hongshuan asked curiously, "Aren't you tired of staying in the sect?" Han Ju asked, "Why? No one should be your match now. Don't you want to go out and take a look? Have you been possessed by the heavenly Tao?" Han Ju looked at her warily. He hesitated, asking himself if he should purify her. Xing Hongshuan said helplessly, "You're too cautious. You're already a sage, but you're still afraid of going out." When she met Han Ju for the first time, he was still a youth. At that time, he was very cautious. Now that he was a sage, he was still so cautious. Perhaps this was the reason why he could become a sage. The two of them continued chatting about the past and the present. Several months later, Han Ju left Xing Hongshuan's Taoist temple and came to the Fuzang tree. The disciples stood up and bowed to him. After tens of thousands of years, even after moving to the 100-peak immortal river, the fusang tree was still where the personal disciples gathered. The black-held chicken flew over and shouted, "Master, I want to complain." Han Ju asked, "What?" The black-held chicken shouted, "Ada and Shower want to go out." Ada and Shower were golden crows. Back then, because their potential was not good, they were expelled from the family. Now, they were already deity realm existences, but they were still a distance away from the zenith heaven realm. Ada hurriedly said, "No, it's talking nonsense. It's just that a golden crow is using the bloodline resonance to summon us." Shower trembled in anger as the true sun flame on his body burned. Han Ju counted with his fingers. It turned out that the Golden Crow Demon Emperor was summoning the Golden Crows of the myriad worlds. The Jia school's attacks were very fierce. If this continued, the demons would definitely disband. The demons might not be wiped out, but as a member of the demon race's royalty, the Golden Crow divine clan could not survive. Han Ju said, "After reaching the pseudo-sage realm, you can go out whenever you want. Before that, don't even think about it or fan the flames." With that, he walked in front of the fusang tree and began to observe it. There were already more than 300 spatial vortexes connected to the tree. Han Ju didn't expect there to be so many worlds outside the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, these worlds were far inferior to the immortal world. After so many years, the fusang tree's cultivation had already reached the 6th mystic divine origin and could step into the zenith heaven realm at any time. Han Ju asked the fusang tree to open those spatial vortexes, and he started to spy on the world inside. The other disciples did not dare to disturb him and cultivated separately. Buzhou Divine Mountain. A three-legged golden crow with a wingspan of 1,000,000 feet sped over from the west, wanting to go up the mountain. Boom! A surging sword chi erupted, scattering the sea of clouds and shaking the Buzhou Divine Mountain. The three-legged golden crow had no choice but to stop and say, "I'm the Golden Crow Demon Emperor of the demon race. I have come to visit Senior Li Daokong." No, Li Daokong's voice was extremely cold and firm. The living beings on the Buzhou Divine Mountain were all very nervous. They had long heard of the Golden Crow Demon Emperor. Although Li Daokong was ranked first on the Heavenly Tao Providence board, the Golden Crow Demon Emperor was not bad either. He also had demons under him. "This matter involves the Buzhou Divine Mountain," the Golden Crow Demon Emperor said in a low voice. He didn't expect Li Daokong to not give him face. "Get lost." Li Daokong's voice was like thunder, deafening all the living beings on the Buzhou Divine Mountain. HMPH. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor snorted coldly and left. 100 years later, the demons rushed towards the Buzhou Divine Mountain from all directions. Demonic aura filled the air and formed dark clouds that enveloped the Buzhou Divine Mountain as if a calamity was coming. Far away in the 100-peak immortal river, Han Ju suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned slightly and looked over. Countless demons surged from all directions at the Buzhou Divine Mountain. They were like an ocean that wanted to drown it. The strongest among these demons was only at the immortal emperor realm. The demons wanted to attack the Buzhou Divine Mountain. However, these demons were so weak. Wait, Han Ju's expression darkened. I see, the demons had used more than 100 million demon soldiers to climb the Buzhou Divine Mountain. They wanted to anger Li Daokong. If he took action and killed these cannon fodder, the immense negative karma would negate his heavenly Tao Providence. At that time, he would not be able to protect his position at the top of the Heavenly Tao Providence board. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce. He couldn't guess which sage was supporting the demons. In his opinion, a sage was definitely supporting them. Otherwise, if the demons were expelled by the Jia school, how could they have the guts to make enemies again? I want to know who is supporting the Golden Crow Demon Emperor. Han Ju thought. 160 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So many. Han Ju's heart sank. He immediately chose to continue. Then, he entered an illusion. When he opened his eyes again, Han Ju came to a crimson hall covered in flames. He saw the Golden Crow Demon Emperor kneeling in front of a figure. Dijin looked down at the Golden Crow Demon Emperor and said indifferently, "I already know the situation of the demons." The Golden Crow Demon Emperor gritted his teeth and said, "Ancestor, please save the Golden Crow Divine Clan." Dijin said, "I'm not your ancestor. The Golden Crow Divine Clan's Dijin is only one of my Dharma idols. I have long transcended karma and am not within the illusion. But, the Golden Crow Divine Clan have no sages. It's very difficult for you to gain a foothold in the immortal world. You can only rise again and again. You will be wiped out time and time again. You will struggle at death's door and reincarnate endlessly. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor was silent. Dijin continued, however, I have a way to help the Golden Crow Divine Clan transcend fate. If I succeed, the Golden Crow Divine Clan will produce a sage. If I fail, the Golden Crow Divine Clan will be wiped out. You are not allowed to expose my existence. Do you dare? The Golden Crow Demon Emperor suddenly raised his head and said, I dare. The Golden Crow Divine Clan has no way out. Let the demons rush to the Buzhou Divine Mountain and force Li Daokong to take action to reduce the Heavenly Dao's providence. I will give you a Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasure. You can go to the Dark Forbidden Zone to retrieve it. I will guide you. All right. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor was extremely excited. The words, Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasure, made him dizzy. The illusion ended. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. Dijin was also targeting the Heavenly Dao, and he even gave the Golden Crow Demon Emperor a Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasure. Something was wrong. Didn't these mighty figures already transcend the Heavenly Dao and even the Great Dao? Why were they still attacking the Heavenly Dao? Han Ju continued to deduce the reason. It involves the karma of an existence that surpasses the limits of the system. It cannot be deduced. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Dijin was not that strong. In his understanding, only the Dao ancestor surpassed the system's limits. Could it be that the reason why Dijin attacked was because of the Dao ancestor? Han Ju couldn't figure it out. He sent a voice transmission to Li Daokong and asked him not to attack the demons. He should directly use an array formation to encircle the Buzhou Divine Mountain. The Jia school was chasing after the demons. As long as the demons did not go to the Buzhou Divine Mountain, they would collapse soon. Li Daokong immediately cast a spell. Sword light rose from the edge of the Buzhou Divine Mountain like swords of light floating in the air. The tips of the swords faced the sky, looking magnificent. Chapter 596 Jade Slip of Creation, New Heavenly Dao. Chapter 596 Jade Slip of Creation, New Heavenly Dao. After the sword light formation rose around the Buzhou Divine Mountain, the demons were blocked. Some self-righteous demons wanted to barge in, but they were destroyed by the array formation. The demons were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. In the distance, the Golden Crow Demon Emperor and the demons gathered in a valley. A demon saint said in a low voice, Li Daokong wasn't fooled. Should we still attack? The Golden Crow Demon Emperor snorted. There's no need. Li Daokong is arrogant and doesn't tolerate anything. Even if he knows our plan, he will fall into it because he doesn't want to make us seem afraid of him. If we appear, we might be killed by Li Daokong. I don't have to say how powerful he is. The other demon saints felt that it made sense and nodded. They didn't want to face Li Daokong directly. The news that the demons had surrounded the Buzhou Divine Mountain quickly spread. The Jia school also began to approach the Buzhou Divine Mountain. Time passed. 1,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes. He first paid attention to the situation of the Buzhou Divine Mountain. The demons were already gone. Wait, Han Ju suddenly saw the murderous aura spreading at the edge of the Buzhou Divine Mountain. Could it be? Han Ju checked the Heavenly Dao Providence board. Li Daokong had already fallen to 3rd place. The new number 1 was Great Loose Heaven. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce. It turned out that the Jia school indeed wanted to pursue the demons, but they were stopped by the Buddhist sect, causing the demons to continue pestering the Buzhou Divine Mountain. Unhappy, Li Daokong attacked them. He slaughtered more than 100 million demon soldiers. Negative karma surrounded him and negated a lot of providence. The Golden Crow Demon Emperor was severely injured by Li Daokong. If not for the Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasure, he would have died on the spot. Han Ju was speechless. He didn't blame Li Daokong for this. This was his choice. However, the Buddhist sect actually supported the demons. Probably not. Perhaps the Buddhist sect was only going against the Jia school. Han Ju didn't look for Chu Zilai because of this. His forces couldn't be so harmonious. That was unrealistic and would attract more trouble. Being stronger in battle was also a good thing. Han Ju stopped thinking about this and looked at his son, Han Tuo. The Divine Palace had been developing the mortal world recently. Han Tuo had also personally brought people into the mortal world. He had gone to the Loose Heaven realm. The Divine Palace and the Loose Heaven sect seemed to have established a certain relationship. Han Tuo's cultivation had never fallen. Now, he was already at the 3 mystic divine origin and improved very quickly. Han Ju looked at Yi Tian next. This son of the Heavenly Dao was already at the 5 mystic divine origin. The son of the Heavenly Dao was really impressive. Han Ju shifted his gaze to Han Yu. Han Yu was drinking with the Eastern Sea Dragon King in the Dragon Palace outside the immortal world. The 7 princesses of the Eastern Sea had taken a liking to Han Yu. When the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea learned that his master was Li Daokong, he wanted to recruit him as a son-in-law. Han Ju smiled. Since he looks like me, he's indeed easily liked by women. Han Ju thought with a smile. His descendants had their own lives to live. He couldn't be bothered to interfere. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was only a Grand Unity Golden Immortal and was not worthy of meeting him. Han Ju paid attention to the others next. Several days later, he entered cultivation again. This was the life of a sage. He spent most of his time meditating and cultivating. 33rd Heaven, Great Ultimate Hall. Fang Liang slowly walked into the hall. His expression was indifferent as his sleeves fluttered. His aura was solemn and ethereal. Ancestor Shishan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Fang Liang, who was walking towards him. He fell into a daze. Fang Liang stopped 100 feet in front of him and said, "Ancestor Shishan, the Tao ancestor asked me to find you. You should know the reason, right?" Ancestor Shishan said, "Yes. The jade slip of creation." He sized up Fang Liang and sighed. "How does it feel to become the Tao ancestor?" Fang Liang replied, "I've seen through a lot and have a lot to endure." "Where is the Tao ancestor?" "The Tao ancestor is everywhere. Why did the Tao ancestor look for you?" "Primordial Fian Celestial." Ancestor Shishan fell silent. Fang Liang said, "Where is the jade slip of creation? Can you give it to me?" Ancestor Shishan said, "I can't give you the jade slip of creation because it's no longer here. I don't know where it is, either. This treasure has a spirit, and it disappeared before the previous calamity. Because of this, I haven't even preached the Tao to the living beings in the immortal world. I wanted to find traces of the jade slip of creation, but it's a pity." Fang Liang frowned. Ancestor Shishan said, "If it isn't in the heavenly Tao, it must be in the deity realm of the ruins of End, or even deeper in the ancient desolate. You can go and find it. The Tao ancestor will definitely protect you. You have to be careful of the Tao devils in the deity realm of the ruins of End. In the ancient desolate, you have to be careful of the Fian Celestials." Fang Liang snorted and left. After he left the Great Ultimate Hall, Ancestor Shishan sighed and said slowly, "Tao ancestor, what are you plotting? A long time ago, you seemed to be afraid of something. Now, I've already seen through the illusion and transcended everything, but I still can't see what you're chasing." In his memories, the Tao ancestor had always been very mysterious. He was clearly the strongest after the creation of the world, but he always cultivated in seclusion. Ancestor Shishan opened his right hand, and a purple jade slip appeared in it. The Jia School's Sage Tao Field. Huang Zuntian knelt in front of Sect Master Tianju respectfully, not daring to look at him. Sect Master Tianju said, "Your performance was not bad. You are now in the top 10 of the Heavenly Tao Providence Board. You didn't embarrass the Jia School." Huang Zuntian replied, "It's all thanks to the Jia School's providence. If anyone else was the sect master of the intercepting sect, they would only be better than me. Stop acting humble. I have something important to tell you. Go ahead, sage. The Chan School and the Jia School are preparing to join forces to create a new Heavenly Tao. Hurry up and recruit disciples and send them to the new Heavenly Tao." "All right." Huang Zuntian immediately agreed. "Yes, if this is done well, I will preach the Tao to you alone." "Thank you, sage. You can leave." Huang Zuntian bowed and left. After leaving the 33rd heaven, Huang Zuntian traveled through the sea of clouds expressionlessly. He was thinking about what sect master Tianju had instructed. New Heavenly Tao, something's wrong. Now, the Jia School and the Chan School are still important in the immortal world. They are even becoming more prosperous. Why do they want to create a new Heavenly Tao? Huang Zuntian smelled a conspiracy. However, he couldn't participate in the sage's plan. Not to mention investigating, once he was in a bad state, the sage might also notice. After becoming the sect master of the Jia School, Huang Zuntian had been walking on thin ice every day. He took every step carefully. He had a feeling that this was related to Han Ju. Han Ju had broken the situation of the sages. The current peace was brought by Han Ju because he was too strong. The sages didn't dare to compete with him and had to stick together. Thinking of this, Huang Zuntian was full of admiration for Han Ju. After he became a sage, he didn't spread his strength everywhere. Instead, he brought peace to the immortal world. The current immortal world was even more prosperous than before the calamity. This was the bearing of a sage. He, Huang Zuntian, had to follow Han Ju's footsteps firmly. Huang Zuntian began to think about how to contact Han Ju and tell him about this new development. He definitely couldn't go to the 100 Peak Immortal River directly. He had to think of a way for Han Ju to visit him in his dreams. "If I'm injured, Master will definitely notice me. Chapter 590 years old, Second Tao Field. Chapter 590 years old, Second Tao Field. Another 1,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and habitually checked his emails to see if anything interesting had happened recently. Your good friend Huang Zuntian was attacked by your son Han Tuo and was severely injured. Your good friend Ancestor Shishan has left the Heavenly Tao. Your good friend South Extreme Heavenly Venerate has split open a world. The providence of the Heavenly Tao has weakened. Your good friend Li Daokong has comprehended a mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Marong Chi has transformed into a chaotic fiend celestial. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your disciple Su Chi was acknowledged by a mysterious existence. Han Ju was stunned when he saw Huang Zuntian being severely injured by Han Tuo. Impossible. The difference in cultivation between the two was so great. Even if Han Tuo erupted his potential, it was impossible for him to hurt Huang Zuntian. Moreover, when Huang Zuntian saw Han Tuo, he should be able to guess their relationship. Could it be that Huang Zuntian wanted to attract Han Ju's attention? Under normal circumstances, a father would definitely pay attention to his son. Han Ju thought for a moment and still sent a dream to Huang Zuntian. In the dream, Huang Zuntian looked at him in surprise. "Master, you really understand me?" he said excitedly. Han Ju asked angrily, "What is it?" Huang Zuntian immediately told him what sect Master Tian Ju had arranged for him. So, it was the new Heavenly Tao. Han Ju already knew from the emails, but he didn't tell Huang Zuntian. The emails could only be read one-sided. He was very satisfied that Huang Zuntian could tell him at the price of severely injuring himself. Among the spies he had planted, Huang Zuntian was the best. He didn't cause trouble and did not need help. He was self-sufficient and could help him. Thinking of this, Han Ju's gaze softened. However, the divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection shone on him, preventing Huang Zuntian from seeing his expression. Han Ju said, "Yes, I'll consider this matter. Don't look for Han Tuo next time. The sages will also suspect if you do it too many times." Huang Zuntian nodded. "I'll teach you a mystical power. Once you use it, I'll know that you're looking for me." Han Ju then pointed at Huang Zuntian's forehead. He taught him the invocation technique. After the dream ended, Han Ju continued to read the emails. 2 hours later, he started cultivating again. He had already reached the perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Next, he should consider the freedom sage realm. How to become a freedom sage depended on the great Tao of extreme origin. Han Ju's great Tao of extreme origin was already very powerful and all-encompassing. As he continued to cultivate the grand unity aspect, the power of the great Tao of extreme origin was also expanding. One day, the great Tao of extreme origin would contain 3,000 great Tao and become the strongest great Tao. Han Ju wanted to turn himself into the great Tao of extreme origin. The great Tao was everywhere. The body of the Tao could exist forever. This was a little like Tao integration. After the Tao ancestor became a sage, in order to reach a higher level, he fused with the heavenly Tao and stood above the sages. Unlike the relationship between the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor, the great Tao of extreme origin was completely created by Han Ju. It was completely obedient to him, and he didn't have to worry about a backlash. Han Ju had to become a freedom sage as soon as possible. Only then could he face the attacks of the dark sage king and Luohu. Time passed. More than 2,000 years passed. Unknowingly, Han Ju was already 100,000 years old. Detected that you are 100,000 years old. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and create your own heavenly Tao. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance, a great Tao fragment, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and activate the second Tao field. Han Ju opened his eyes. Second Tao field, he was immediately interested. What was the second Tao field? Creating a new Tao field. He immediately chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment and the chance to open the second Tao field. Second Tao field. After choosing a location to build the second Tao field, within a certain period of time, the spirit chi and array formation of the second Tao field will be raised to the same level as the main Tao field. You can teleport between the two Tao fields at any time. Everything will depend on the intentions of the Tao field master. Han Ju widened his eyes. The second Tao field did not need to be upgraded. It could directly become as powerful as the main Tao field. Teleportation, a necessary tool for escape. Han Ju was very happy. This function was not bad. If the 100-peak immortal river was attacked by the Tao ancestor one day, he could escape at any time. Where should he build the second Tao field? At the dark forbidden zone. At the deity realm of the ruins of End. Hanju first eliminated the deity realm of the ruins of End. It was too close. The Tao ancestor would definitely be able to find it. He had to go somewhere extremely far from the immortal world. Hanju suddenly thought of the Earth immortal world. The Earth immortal world's Gen Yuanzi was not as powerful as the Tao ancestor, but he didn't know how far the Earth immortal world was from the immortal world. I want to know where the furthest place from the immortal world is. It cannot be deduced because the immortal world is the center of chaos. Hanju laughed at himself. Even if he knew the furthest place, he couldn't go there. Or the Earth immortal world. Hanju immediately sent a dream to Immortal Emperor Samsara. He taught him the invocation technique. Several days later, Immortal Emperor Samsara began to summon him. Hanju was very cautious and asked in his mind, is there anyone stronger than me in the Earth immortal world? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief and stepped into the black vortex of the invocation technique. He came in front of Immortal Emperor Samsara. This was a dark hall that was ghastly like a demon cave. Immortal Emperor Samsara knelt down on one knee and bowed to him. Hanju said, how's the reincarnation space recently? He had already activated all his supreme treasures to guard against enemies at all times. Although there was no existence stronger than him in the Earth immortal world, what if a terrifying expert suddenly descended outside it? It was always good to be careful. Immortal Emperor Samsara began to talk about the development of the reincarnation space. Hanju spread his sage sense and spied on the Earth immortal world. The Earth immortal world had already transformed into a universe. It was extremely vast with countless stars. The reincarnation space was located in the chaos above the Earth immortal world. He began to search for a suitable place for the second Tao field. Earth. No, Earth was too weak. If it was destroyed by cultivators, wouldn't the Tao field be exposed? Hanju's gaze landed on the sun. He could place the Tao field there. After making up his mind, Hanju interrupted Immortal Emperor Samsara and said, I'm going out for a walk. Continue with your things. With that, he vanished. Immortal Emperor Samsara frowned. He was vigilant. Could it be that a sage had appeared in the Earth immortal world? That Gen Yuanzi is back. The more Immortal Emperor Samsara thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He could only pray that Hanju could eliminate the powerful enemy. He was still very confident in Hanju. This fellow wouldn't make a move unless he was absolutely confident. On the other side, Hanju had already arrived at the sun. The scorching heat had no effect on him. He penetrated the ground and created a space inside the sun before letting the system build a second Tao field. The second Tao field has begun to be established. You can leave at any time. You don't have to wait. How humane. Hanju smiled in satisfaction and jumped back in front of Immortal Emperor Samsara. Chapter 598 Cultivating the Fey and Celestial Force. Chapter 598 Cultivating the Fey and Celestial Force. So fast. Immortal Emperor Samsara was stunned and asked in surprise. Hanju had only left for less than 3 breaths of time. Was it so fast? Hanju said calmly, to sages, an instant is an eternity. Immortal Emperor Samsara did not understand but felt that it was impressive. Before jumping into the black vortex of the invocation technique, Hanju said, the reincarnation space is the plan of a sage. Think about it more and don't lose your life. Immortal Emperor Samsara looked as the black vortex shrank. He was suddenly touched. With Hanju's identity, there was no need to say these words to rope him in, because there was a sage driving him to do his best. Hanju said this because of the kindness from his childhood. Immortal Emperor Samsara took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. His gaze passed through the hall and saw the entire Earth immortal world. He wanted to swallow all of this. After returning to the 100-peak immortal river, Hanju patiently waited for the establishment of the second Tao field. 99 years passed. The second Tao field has been successfully established. You can teleport over at any time. Seeing this line of words, Hanju immediately chose to teleport. Immediately after, he appeared in the second Tao field below on Earth immortal worlds. Sun. At a glance, it was dark everywhere. The ground beneath his feet was uneven. There were no mountains or water trees. Hanju waved his hand and created a small world with the great Tao of extreme origin. Sunlight appeared and flowers grew on the ground. Mountain ranges rose and clouds condensed. The darkness was dispersed and replaced by a beautiful world. This world was very big. It was comparable to 10 Earths. Although the scenery was beautiful, there were no living beings. It was abnormally silent. Hanju felt that the spirit chi here was still increasing. He didn't know how long it would take for it to increase to the same level of spirit chi as the main Tao field. Hanju started to think about who to let in. No. He couldn't let anyone in. He couldn't put all the eggs in one basket. Hanju wanted to nurture a power that even his personal disciples didn't know. Even the personal disciple couldn't know, let alone the enemy. Should he let it in after the chaotic fiend celestial was born? But if that was the case, how long would he have to wait? Hanju teleported back to the 100-peak immortal river. He decided to transplant some natural treasures into the second Tao field, such as the myriad form Bodhi tree and the traceless breeze lotus. The spirit chi of the main Tao field no longer needed the enhancement of natural treasures. It was better to put these treasures in the second Tao field. Perhaps they could transform into living beings in the future. Soon, the transplantation was successful. The teleportation between the two Tao fields was very convenient. A thought was enough. After thinking about it, Hanju called the Crimson Fox in. The Crimson Fox was a small demon Hanju encountered when he was training before attaining the Tao. It had cultivated in the 100-peak immortal river for tens of thousands of years and had reached the rank 9 immortal emperor realm, but it had yet to cross to the deity realm. The Crimson Fox usually stayed outside the Taoist temple and did not have many friends in the 100-peak immortal river. After entering the Taoist temple, the Crimson Fox carefully lay in front of Hanju. After so many years, it still had not transformed because it liked its true form. "You've been in the hidden sect for so long. Why don't you interact with the other disciples?" Hanju asked. The Crimson Fox was so frightened that it hurriedly said, "I just want to hurry up and cultivate. I only care about you in the entire hidden sect. If you want me to interact with other disciples, I can do it." It thought that he was interrogating it. Hanju said, "Since you're unwilling, there's no need to force it. Loneliness is also the path of the strong." The Crimson Fox heaved a sigh of relief. Hanju asked, "What do you think of your potential?" The Crimson Fox was silent. The reason why Hanju asked was to turn it into a chaotic fiend celestial. The transformation of the fiend celestial chi in the primordial world was too slow. It was unknown how long it would take for the chaotic fiend celestial to be born. By fusing living beings with the fiend celestial chi, one could transcend the process of nurturing the soul. The process was even faster. Marong chi had already completely transformed into a chaotic fiend celestial. He could be released after some time. After thinking about it, Hanju decided to give the Crimson Fox a chance. This little fellow stayed outside the Taoist temple and did its duty. Although there was no surprise, it wouldn't disturb Hanju. This tenacity satisfied him. After a while, the Crimson Fox gritted its teeth and said, "Master, please give me a chance." It was not stupid. If Hanju wanted to expel it, there was no need to say anything. This was giving it a chance to choose. No matter what, since it chose to follow him, it had to walk the same path. Hanju said, "This process is very painful. If you survive, you will obtain potential that surpasses all living beings in the heavenly Tao." "I'm willing." "Very good." Hanju didn't say anything else. He directly destroyed its body and moved its soul into the primordial world. Which chaotic fiend celestial should he choose? Hanju felt the joy of playing a breeding game. He was excited. After thinking about it, Hanju decided to fuse the Crimson Fox with the giant fiend celestial. This fellow didn't want to transform. It would be quite interesting if a fox larger than the universe appeared in the future. Hanju began to fuse the Crimson Fox with the giant fiend celestial. Strangely, the Crimson Fox did not roar. Even the divine palace war god, Marong Chi, could not withstand the pain. It could actually endure it. This kid was not simple. Hanju's anticipation increased. He shut the authority the Crimson Fox had in the myriad worlds projection. He wanted to completely isolate the main Tao field from the second Tao field. As for Su Qi, Hanju thought for a moment and decided to forget it. He let him stay in the 100-peak immortal river. In the future, the Crimson Fox would be the second Tao field's leader. The giant fiend celestial would be the leader of the fiend celestials. It was quite cool. Apart from the Crimson Fox, Hanju had to arrange other disciples. He decided not to choose from the 100-peak immortal river, but nurture new disciples from the outside world. As for Han Tuo and Han Yu, there was karma in the immortal world, so they couldn't be chosen. Hanju stopped thinking and helped the Crimson Fox successfully fuse first. Although he had already succeeded twice, he had to be cautious not to fail. Another 1,000 years passed. The power of the giant fiend celestial no longer resisted the Crimson Fox. Next was to fuse. Hanju could finally do other things without worries. He came to the second Tao field. His sage sense swept through the earth immortal world. He wanted to choose a suitable successor to become a fiend celestial. He thought for a moment and decided to choose from Earth. It was also a form of release for his previous life. If this child grew up, Earth would also be protected. Hanju was born on Earth, so he had to do something if he could. Several days later, Hanju found someone. This youth was only 14 years old. He was an orphan from a country on Earth. He had yellow skin, and following the source of his bloodline, he was also considered Chinese. After billions of years on Earth, the race had already changed many times. Because the Chinese were connate humans brought by Gen Yuanzi. Even if the Earth encountered any danger, they wouldn't be wiped out. Hanju had deduced that the Chinese were not born on Earth. Gen Yuanzi had specially introduced them. When he chose Earth, it was still dominated by dinosaurs. Gen Yuanzi had no choice but to destroy the dinosaurs. The arrival of the connate human race brought Providence and promoted the evolution of the Earth's original humans, which created white and black people. The evolution of any species was long, spanning tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. With the help of the connate human spells, Earth's human race developed quickly and was evolved from the apes. Chapter 599 Towards the Chaos. Chapter 599 Towards the Chaos. On a new day, the 14-year-old Yongdu walked out of the small house filled with old appliances. The sunlight shone on him. His hair was messy and his facial features were dirty, but his eyes were clear. One could vaguely see that he was very handsome. I should search the abandoned square in the East District today. I hope I can find old appliances that can still be used. The corners of Yongdu's mouth curled up in anticipation. Twisting his waist, he picked up a silver metal rod placed by the door and walked east. At this moment, a beam of light descended from the sky and collided with Yongdu's forehead at an extremely fast speed. Yongdu was instantly stunned on the spot. His eyes were unfocused. After a long time, Yongdu opened his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Heavenly cycle body tempering technique, what is this?" Hanju looked at Yongdu from the sun. Yongdu had no one to rely on. Even if his life was rough, he did not lose his optimism. His optimism was not a pretense. At night, when he was alone, he would look forward to his future and not be sad. The spirit chi in the earth immortal world was insufficient, so Hanju taught him the heavenly cycle body tempering technique. This technique was mainly for body tempering and could attract natural energy to temper the body. However, in the later stages, he still had to rely on spirit chi. In addition, the heavenly cycle body tempering technique was originally suitable for cultivating the chaotic physique. After Hanju's adaptation, he created the mortal physique chapter. In other words, it was very difficult for mortal spirits to unleash its true effect. However, Yongdu would become a chaotic fiend celestial in the future. Cultivating this technique in advance would be considered preparation. At that time, Hanju would move him into the second Tao field to cultivate. Hanju returned to the main Tao field and continued cultivating. If Yongdu died early, it meant that this child was not tough enough, wasn't worth nurturing. Time passed. 1,000 years passed quickly. Hanju's understanding of the great Tao of extreme origin became deeper and deeper. He first wanted to create a corporeal existence before fusing it with his body. However, Hanju couldn't create a physical existence for the great Tao of extreme origin. It was a strange feeling, as if it already existed. It was clearly created by him. How could he not know if the great Tao of extreme origin really existed? Hanju had to use the derivation function. I want to know why the great Tao of extreme origin can't become a true existence. 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? As expected of the great Tao I created. Your value is really high. Continue. The great Tao of extreme origin already exists. Stunned, Hanju subconsciously asked, where? This time, his lifespan was not deducted. It's located in the depths of the chaos. The exact location has already entered your mind. A huge piece of memory appeared in Hanju's mind, like a virtual map. The great Tao of extreme origin already existed and was still very far from the immortal world. Hanju showed a frown. It was too dangerous to go out alone so far. However, if he didn't find the great Tao of extreme origin, he wouldn't be able to become a freedom sage. Damn it, when he created the great Tao of extreme origin, why didn't he notice that this thing ran so far? Hanju couldn't help but ask, afraid that there was a conspiracy. Another 100 billion years of lifespan were deducted. The great Tao can only be born in the depths of chaos. Alright, Hanju began to think about how to find the great Tao of extreme origin. If the main Tao field left the 100-peak immortal river, it would be isolated by the heavenly Tao if it wanted to enter in the future. He could only use the second Tao field. In any case, no Fian Celestials were living in the second Tao field for the time being. Hanju immediately found the previous hidden sect island, a grain of sand that contained special spatial dimension laws. He took hidden sect island and teleported to the second Tao field, transferring it to the island. The next transfer would take 100 years. 100 years of cooldown was already considered short for Hanju. After doing all of this, he took back hidden sect island and came to the main Tao field again. It was unknown if it was a blessing or a curse to head into the depths of the chaos this time. Hanju looked at Han Tuo and Han Yu. The two of them were doing well and had different lives. The other disciples were also fine. In that case, Hanju could leave in peace. 500 years later, the array formation of the second Tao field had already been raised to the level of the main Tao field. Hanju prepared to leave. He left a clone in the main Taoist temple while his main body entered Hidden Sect Island. Then, he brought Hidden Sect Island to jump into the Dark Forbidden Zone and followed the map memories given by the system. The Hidden Sect Island quickly traveled through the Dark Forbidden Zone. It was very hidden. As he traveled, Hanju asked, "Will I encounter an existence that surpasses the limits of the Tao field's array formation while I search for the great Tao of extreme origin? 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, but you will encounter mighty figures far beyond you." Hanju showed a frown. It seemed that he had to be careful. Sigh. Hanju didn't want to go at first, but if he couldn't fuse with the great Tao of extreme origin, he couldn't become a freedom sage. This trip was necessary. The speed at which Hidden Sect Island traveled was very fast, but the Dark Forbidden Zone was extremely vast. The Dark Forbidden Zone was located in the chaos, but it was extremely far away. Hanju controlled Hidden Sect Island to fly while comprehending the great Tao of extreme origin. This was the first time he had truly traveled far. He was very nervous, afraid that something would happen. Year after year passed. The battle for Providence in the immortal world was still ongoing. No one knew that Hanju had left, including the Hidden Sect disciples. Outside the 33rd heaven, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tianju gathered in a Tao field. Sect Master Tianju held a bronze mirror. In the mirror appeared a vast world surrounded by endless black mist. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate cursed. "Damn Dark Sage King, is he staring at us?" Sect Master Tianju's expression was ashen. "This little heavenly Tao should be gone. We'll make plans later. But the Dark Sage King has been staring at the immortal world. It's useless even if we split open a new world. What should I do? Kill the Dark Sage King. How?" Li Mui almost died in the Dark Sage King's hands. Almost. Li Mui died in Hanju's hands. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was silent. Although he tried to please Hanju and thought that he had a good relationship with him, he didn't dare to look for him. If Hanju determined that he was plotting, wouldn't he also die? The thought of that made the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate shiver. Sect Master Tianju also had a headache. If he looked for Hanju regarding this matter, he would definitely be recognized as plotting. Back then, Chu Zilai and Li Mui looked for Hanju to help resist the enemy. The two sages fell silent. In the end, they decided to find Heavenly Venerate Zondu. In the blink of an eye, Hanju had been out for 400 years. He opened his eyes and dreamed of immortal Emperor Samsara. He knew very well that the main Tao field had a clone guarding it. However, the reincarnation space was very far away. Hanju couldn't understand the situation. If he arranged for a clone to stay in the reincarnation space, it was very easy to expose that he was the mastermind behind it. "How's the development of the reincarnation space going?" Hanju asked. The reincarnation space was divided into two factions. One was immortal Emperor Samsara, and the other was the human school of Heavenly Venerate Zondu. The two were both managing the reincarnators, indicating harmony and secretly competing. Immortal Emperor Samsara said, "Not bad. Recently, a prodigy appeared in the reincarnation space. He himself has learned a special body tempering technique, causing him to be inferior to the other reincarnators in the early stages. But now, he's already ranked in the top 10 among. Both I and the human school want to obtain him, but this child has never made a choice." Chapter 600 War Gods Shock, Li Zizai. Chapter 600 War Gods Shock, Li Zizai. "This child might become the beginning of our conflict with the human school. What do you think we should do?" Immortal Emperor Samsara asked cautiously. Hanju said, "If you have to fight, go ahead. There's no need to worry. However, in the overall situation, you have to consider the reincarnation space. I understand. Immortal Emperor Samsara nodded. Then, he began to talk about other things. As the reincarnation space became stronger, the various races of the Earth immortal world began to join forces to resist it. Some powerful technology almost detected its existence. Fortunately, Immortal Emperor Samsara discovered it in time and easily blocked the signal. Reincarnators who had experienced more than 100 missions could freely travel through the universe. The reincarnation space had given a death order not to leak any information about the reincarnation space, so reincarnators were very well distributed among the various classes and races in the universe. How to find the reincarnators was also the greatest problem for the various races in the universe. Hanju ended the dream. He thought for a moment and sent a dream to Yongdu. The current Yongdu already had the strength equivalent to the Mahayana realm. It might not be much in the immortal world, but in the Earth immortal world, it was definitely a strategic weapon. He was already the war god of Earth and had protected Earth from destruction by civilizations outside the solar system many times. Yongdu no longer looked like a youth, but he still looked young. He had probably taken a youth-retaining pill obtained from a mission in the reincarnation space. The river of destiny of the Earth immortal world had a cultivation civilization. Yongdu saw him and frowned. I don't want to take sides in the reincarnation space. Hanju indifferently asked, is the heavenly cycle body tempering technique I gave you useful? Yongdu's expression changed drastically. He did not tell anyone about the heavenly cycle body tempering technique. Only he knew. Yongdu immediately became nervous and asked carefully, thank you for your kindness, senior. Why did you choose me? The difference in cultivation level between the two was great. Their languages were different, but Hanju could easily make the two communicate at the same frequency. Hanju said, because you have no one to rely on. Your heart is very firm. Yongdu wasn't a fool and understood the implied meaning. Hanju had ulterior motives in guiding him. Wah, he would never forget his loneliness before he was 14 years old. If not for the heavenly cycle body tempering technique, he wouldn't be where he was today. He was very grateful to Hanju. However, because he didn't understand Hanju, he was a little nervous. Hanju said, don't worry. I don't need you to do anything for me. At least, not for the time being. How long is a short period of time? In 100 million years. 100 million, Yongdu was shocked, and his body trembled. Hanju said, the heavenly cycle body tempering technique is a method that can be cultivated until you surpass the reincarnation space. However, your physique is average. It won't be long before you encounter a bottleneck and have no choice but to cultivate other cultivation techniques. You can choose Immortal Emperor Samsara in the reincarnation space, but don't mention me. It surpassed the highest existence in the reincarnation space. Yongdu's heart beat faster. He was no longer immortal, but he still felt tiny in the face of the reincarnation space. Who was this mysterious existence surrounded by divine light? Yongdu asked carefully, who is Immortal Emperor Samsara? Hanju remained silent. Suro. He pinched his fingers to deduce. So that was the case. Immortal Emperor Samsara did not personally look for Yongdu but let the 12 overgods under him look for him. The master of the 12 overgods. Yongdu was shocked again. The 12 overgods were extraordinary existences in the reincarnation space. It was said that they could easily erase a universe. Such existences actually had a master. Could it be that the other party wanted him to hide under Immortal Emperor Samsara and be of great use in the future? Yongdu quickly found his bearings. The higher one stood, the more they knew and feared. What Yongdu was most afraid of now was that he could not improve. Then, Hanju taught Yongdu some minor techniques. To him, they were minor techniques, but to Yongdu, it was undoubtedly a huge opportunity. After ending the dream, Hanju stopped paying attention to the Earth immortal world. After he became a freedom sage, he had to choose a few more disciples with potential. Another 1,000 years passed. Hidden Sect Island had already left the dark forbidden zone and arrived in the depths of the chaos. Hanju slowed down the island's flying speed. Chaotic light was strange and varied. There were no stars, only light and various colored mist. Hanju suddenly saw a huge corpse. It was larger than the Bujo Divine Mountain and the entire solar system. It occupied a place like a mountain of flesh. The head couldn't be seen clearly. The blood had dried up and was terrifying. This fellow was already dead. Hanju used the simulation trial and didn't detect it. He scanned with his sage sense. This fellow should have been a pseudo-sage when he was alive. No one knew that a mighty pseudo-sage had perished here. It was a pity. The Hidden Sect Island continued forward. 37 years later, he left this dazzling domain and came to an absolutely dark space. Hanju thought that he had come to the dark forbidden zone, but this place was very different from it. Peace and serenity, it was not as terrifying as the dark forbidden zone. As Hanju got closer and closer to the great Tao of extreme origin, he kept using the simulation trial function. 100 years later, Hanju finally saw the great Tao of extreme origin. In the absolute darkness, the great Tao of extreme origin was a ball of light that was too eye-catching. Hanju was extremely nervous. If he fused with the great Tao of extreme origin and the light suddenly disappeared, would it alert some existence hidden in the depths of the chaos? Hanju suddenly saw a figure on the left of the great Tao of extreme origin. Compared to it, he was like the sand beside the sun. He was extremely tiny, but the aura was very strong. Hanju used the simulation trial again. Li Zizai, mid-stage of the Freedom Sage realm. Hanju showed a frown. It was him, Li Yao's ancestor. This fellow's thousands of origin clones walked the heavenly Tao of all directions and experienced the myriad worlds of the mortal world. His main body cultivated the primordial chaos zenith heaven Tao fruit and became a freedom sage. One of the clones was the Li family's ancestor. Why was he here? Hanju immediately entered a simulation trial with Li Zizai. 5 minutes later, Hanju opened his eyes. This fellow was a little strong. Hanju had to use all his methods to kill him. He couldn't take the risk. If they fought and the other party couldn't be insta-killed, it was very likely to alarm other mysterious existences. Hanju felt troubled. He began to wait. He waited for 1,000 years. In these 1,000 years, Li Zizai had wanted to barge into the great Tao of extreme origin several times, but he was rejected every time. One time, he had almost been injured. That time, Hanju almost couldn't help but want to attack. At the last moment, he still held back. Calm down. He would observe for a while more. The great Tao he had created was right in front of him, but he couldn't obtain it. This feeling was too aggrieved. Just as Hanju was worried, an extremely terrifying aura descended. His heartbeat quickened. He was fine in the Tao field, but Li Zizai outside was facing a great enemy. His face went pale. Li Zizai was also considered handsome, but at this moment, he was like a mortal seeing a ghost. His body stiffened. Chaotic deity. Li Zizai bowed carefully. The void he faced was dark and no one could see anything. Unconsciously, an extremely huge and terrifying figure seemed to be lurking in the darkness.